Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing? Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, work to Carnito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Do some Mikey Mike. My mic sounds nice.
Check one.
Mic sounds nice.
Check two.
What's up, Addict? Let me get a mic check from you, sir.
Hello.
Yeah, you're letting the yellows. You're looking good. I'm going to try to be better about this. Yeah. No doubt. Yes, I see. I know you're like, where's someone? He's coming.
I feel like Cog intentionally makes himself louder because he wants to overpower us on the stream.
That's what they was complaining about. It was like, yo, you always.
But he does it on purpose because he knows when he starts to his instigating what it is. So I got to get directly at you early, man.
What's happening?
Nah. Your man's in them.
What's your man's in them?
Your man's in them.
What's going on?
Really, my man's, because I was defending him.
Mm-hmm.
My man's John Jones.
Oh yeah.
I gotta say this. Now Floyd did that shit too.
Notice in his release, he said retiring from the UFC.
That's right. That means he's gonna go get his bag someplace else.
Yeah, so
he never said he was leaving the game. Just leaving UFC.
What it is, Dana ain't paying him the money he need to get his butt whipped. That part.
No, they did. I got the information.
How much? How much they asked? How much they
I'm a
asked?
big
Hold
dumb
on,
idiot that scheduled our flight back from Seattle at the exact start time of ILP.
Oh.
I'll catch the show later on in the day. Happy Sunday, ya nerds.
Oh, what's going on, Rug? Oh, you scheduling flights to ILP? What's wrong with you?
This is the face that y'all was supposed to see in LA, not that shaggy daggy dog.
Yeah,
that my barber left me with.
That's the
my
king I
barber-
know. That's the king I know.
My barber left me with the shaggy daggy dog. So I hit him when I go to the barber shop, and I'm like, I said, you all right? You ain't dying now? You all right? What's good? He's like, yeah, I'm alive. I said, obviously, but let me show you the pictures of me out there.
Y'all
Look,
still owe me a viewing and
you know what's
reaction
funny, a
from
lot of the
Sword of
time
the
in
Stranger.
Sword of the Stranger. Oh, Addict, you heard? He said we still owe him a reaction from Sword of the Stranger.
Yeah, Sword of the Stranger.
We owe everyone the reaction.
Yeah,
they haven't
next week.
started yet.
Yeah, they haven't started yet. But yeah, Rook is correct. Continue.
All right, yeah. So, so your man, I gotta bend the knee to you. Your man is a whole fade duck.
Whole duck, bro. Where they
fade.
do that in prize fighting and sport, like
I gotta do that. I gotta do that. Nah, he ran. He did the whole duck move. And then I see your boy coming out with the video, the TikToks. He got TikToks.
he got the
How your man got TikToks? how a UFC
Yeah,
fighter
my
got TikToks calling you out? Like he put a whole, and it was crude. But I ain't gonna hold you. He did the best that he can to show that. Nah, I've been calling this dude out.
yeah.
Like,
Listen, I'm not even an Aspinall dude like that. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? The boy look. I will say this. I've always felt this about John Jones. As great as he is, and I'm never gonna take away his run during the light heavyweight. Destroyed every top dude. But I've always felt you've always been the bigger dude. Dominating, and then anytime you fought someone your size, Gustafson, Reyes, Anthony Johnson, whatever dude, he always struggled, and some say borderline lost. So my thing is, then you all fight Stipe, who's super washed. You know what I'm saying? And old. So my thing was like, okay, you ducked the one that he was supposed to make. This is when I knew I was done with him. When Ngannou was running the game. When Ngannou was running the game, nobody ain't nobody ain't what the Ngannou spoke.
He got lunchbox fists.
Yeah, because you know who else found out? Your Miz, the heavyweight champion at the time, found out.
First of all,
because we know who won that.
Don't give me that druggie as my champion.
I'm just saying, for a lot of people, they felt
the druggie, son.
They felt that's the dude that.
I'm not repping
you don't rep
druggie,
him.
though.
You don't rep him, but he beat Deontay Wilder, and he was known as the de facto heavyweight best
he had
dude.
weights in his gloves. I'm not repping the drug cheat.
The thing is, like, I can't front John Jones for wanting to be the biggest person in the ring.
What are you buying? Hold on, Joe.
ILP family, I have faith in you. I need my entertainment today. Hard day.
I got some entertainment.
We got you, Joe.
I don't think that cutting, like, because it's definitely a wrestling mentality. Like, I don't think you should be able to cut 30 pounds off your body in water weight. Get weighed in, then rehydrate, and be 20, 30 pounds heavier than anyone in the ring. But
that's what you're
that's boxing. He learned it. He learned it about boxing.
I ain't paying him no money.
I don't care. You shouldn't be able to do that. Like,
well, we do that though.
Boxing do
that
that.
doesn't mean it's right.
Listen,
you're not
Addict. You don't like a dude showing up on the scale on the fight day.
Here's the thing, like. Okay, people that are a little bit above that.
You're a little low at it. You're a little low. I'm looking at the level. I want to make sure they don't complain that I'm dominating the voice.
You're dominating pause.
Yeah, see, at Kings, his levels is there. When you're a little, just slight low, just a slight turn up. Because I want you to be strong.
Say it, because I got something I got to do. Say it.
Say what you gonna say. We'll fix it.
All right, is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, there we go.
It's Windows wanting to hijack my stuff for no reason.
All right,
and they was blaming me.
Close the window, but get back to what you were saying.
Go ahead.
My big thing is just like, okay, that works for like people that's like a little bit over the weight of that class, but it's like, what? How fair is that to the people that's at the lower end of that class?
That's their problem.
But just because you say it's a problem doesn't mean it's a problem.
Maybe they should take advanced GG and get their life up.
I agree.
Right? Maybe I feel that with the new shakers, you should take advanced GG. See, me personally, when it's time to hydrate, I use my hydration and I get right back into the game. That's the advanced GG. There we go, baby. You know what it is.
White grape. Ooh, white grape. Very pure, very pure.
I'm just gonna let you know I'm not on the other end of it, but I like my grapes a little bit white.
That's my big thing. Like I don't watch any of that anymore, so I don't
Addict,
really care,
they should be taking boosts. Like if what you're saying is when they're fighting, they should be boosted. I'm just gonna say maybe that won't happen. They rehydrate right and they get a little bit boosted to get back to the dude that's higher than
And
them.
if they was smart, they use
in the world in that stuff.
But if they was really smart, they use code ILO30 for 30% at advanced.gg, and they could be boosted on the scale and do what they need to do.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so
they don't want to be ducking fights.
I'm gonna tell you this: for the next week, I believe you got a couple of days left. Use Iron Lord's code, Iron Lord 30 code, and get that 30% off on your next best item. But if you want to be better than John Jones in the ring when he come in there shacking you by 20 pounds, and I got nothing wrong with that.
I mean, the only thing you have to do to be better than John Jones is to like show up and like actually fight. So
wow, this guy is so rude. But you know the disrespectfulness that he's displaying right now to this actual fighter, to even the odds. Make sure that you get advanced GG. Now, talking about another old head acting stupid. Jim, I love you.
Wait, what happened?
Jim Jones. I love you, bro.
Oh, he bugging.
Yo, Jim, I love you, bro. Like, Jim.
He's bugging.
Jim, I love you. And I love what you're trying to say. You felt good because a young head picked you over Nas.
Yes.
Let's keep it a beam. Since I'm going to give you the criteria that you're using. What you're saying is you would challenge anybody in your era. You were sitting right next to Jadakiss.
Did you see
Shout out to Shannon Sharp.
Oh, I heard Shannon went in.
Shannon wasn't letting you go. He wouldn't let you go there. And then you try to go to some Jim stuff, talking about his clothes. You try to talk about his fit and stuff like that. Stop that, Jim. Stop. You're bugging. Whatever you hire on your own supply. And that's allegedly. But I'm going to tell you this, Jim. You were sitting right next to Jada. Jada will wash you.
Facts.
Joe was trying to tell you, pump your brakes, bro. You were sitting in between two people with a body of work that will wash you. You ain't even the most popular person out of your own outfit. I just want you to understand that. So when they started talking about Nas and the beef that you had with the Smack the Koofy off, remember that? Yeah. You had to big up your boss. Yes. Right? Don't forget, you came in up under him. Jim. I'm telling you, you came up under Cam. Yes. Right now, you got to remember, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to boost the algorithm because you're about to go to Summer Jam and you're trying to get your name popping. You're talking about people that are highly successful, that are influential in the game that you are in right now. You're still a struggling rapper at 50. I'm just going to tell you right now, I got your album, right? I'm going to support you because you're still hustling, and you got to make it. I'm hustling. I'm a struggling YouTuber, but I'm not going to sit there and tell you I'm better than Mr. Beast. Like, I want you to understand something
ready
right
for
now,
Beast,
right?
Yo, if you lie, you join up, King.
Yeah, but if you do ball
if you check the numbers, son.
Yeah, right, I can't hold the line.
Dudes ain't doing their homework.
Hold the line.
Hold the line. Hold the line was the biggest thing.
It was a movement.
Nobody ain't got hold the line, son. Where Mr. Beast ain't got that.
Well, tell me a bar you know from Mr. Beast. Like, tell me a bar.
Addict, that was the equivalent of what Jim Jones was trying to do. Man. Compare himself to Nas rapper.
I have no clue what you
Basically, again, it would be like King saying, going at Mr. Beast, talking about, yo, Mr. Beast ain't got nothing. We check the numbers. We do the billboard. We do the YouTube plaques.
I think the dude you guys are talking about is the same dude that went at Keith Lee. So, you know, he's been going after my generation. So.
No.
This is a delusional person. Jim Jones is a delusional older person.
He went after Keith Lee a couple months ago.
Who, this guy, Jim?
The dude that does the podcast with Shannon Sharp?
No.
Oh, no, you get confused. No, we're not talking about him.
Stop. I'm going to save you from yourself right now.
Yeah, we're talking about something completely different.
Exactly.
I'm just telling you what I saw.
It's a different person. It's a different person. Yeah.
So anyway, back to Jim Jones.
Talk about something I don't know.
Right. I'm trying to educate you. I'm trying to put you on game. Now check it out. I'm gonna tell you something, Jim. I love you to death, and I see the crash out, and I understand that you feel that any news is good news, and any information around your name, surrounding around your name, is good stuff.
His name was OCHO.
Yeah, you talk about Ocho Cinco. He's talking about Ocho Cinco.
Yeah, we ain't talking about that. Anyway, so back to Jim. Pump the brakes, B.
Relax.
When you start going up against people that you are not in their stratosphere, like, you really should just stop mentioning his name.
Yeah.
You're trying to attach yourself to people that, like you said, That's $150 million man that's selling his mansion chilling. Now you're talking about when Shannon told you, why don't you attack people in your field? Why don't you say something to Drake? Why don't you say something to Kendrick? Matter of fact, I'm going to do this for you. Since you want to talk about somebody in your era, from your era, I know somebody that's perfect, that is active right now. Game. The Game will wash the crap out of you. His album, you want to put his albums up against albums? The Game will smash. Why don't you do a versus with Game? Jim, anybody that sees this, clip this, tag Jim Jones, and go up against the Game. If you want my respect, old head, go up against Game.
Jim needed Game to get on before, like the Certified Gangsters would kind of gotta be the pop. Hey, we gonna move on because we go crazy. But hear ye, and we are live. ILP Hip Hop. Welcome, LC.
I just kind of the point. I just sit here and mess on my phone when you guys.
I just mess. It's okay, but when it's bleach talk, you want to tell me about every fight. You want to tell me about every super. He want to tell me about
Did I ask you guys to move on?
No. I know. I respect it. I respect that.
Conversation.
I respect it. It's just funny. It's just hilarious. I love it. This is episode number 406. Another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day, and today we've got that Xbox and AMD console partnership. And Donkey Kong Bananza. Final Fantasy 16 sales on Xbox. And the PlayStation Handheld leak to discuss. So we gonna get right into this. So let's introduce four. Well, we missing one, but he coming through. Don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying? But we gotta introduce the rest of the horsemen here at the round table. My co-host, the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of the Spin Clap, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict, back to back. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. There's a couple housekeeping things that we need to address.
What's up?
One of them is with King, and he just took off. But I guess
he took off. He scared. He's scared of what he had to address.
No, it's nothing he'd have to be scared of. So first off, we got to address the.
What are you buying?
What are you buying?
The super chat.
Game will you wash Jim Jones with one bar? DNT get game started. Y'all know Game is Mr. 100 trillion 200 billion 300 million 400,000 500 bars and running type of dude. Jones buggin'.
He has nothing in his catalog that can compete with that or freestyle. So I agree, you'll be on game. Continue at it.
So Cog will be he's going to start reacting this week.
Yeah.
To anime fights. I'm going to try to see if I can get 2 a week. Just depend on what his schedule is.
Yes, sir.
So hopefully we could do that. I don't know what they're going to be yet. We're going to. I did promise Iron that we would react to his for sure. So yes. I will make sure that that's reacted to. But the rest is being chosen by you guys. I'm going to put a poll in the chat. And whatever gets that is going to be the 2 that get reacted to.
Send your best bleach champion.
So,
and I will judge him.
That's
I will judge him for his blue hair.
Speaking of bleach, Akira is going to be in theaters in
real
4K.
anime. Ooh.
So I suggest that first you owe me a movie.
Yeah, it's about time.
So, what do you mean it's about time? It's mad months. We're supposed to go once a month. You want to talk about a dude standing somebody up? This dude has stood me up for a couple of months. It was his turn to come to me. So, again, pause. We're going to go see Akira. Whenever it come out.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that.
Sorry. So, I will put that up. I don't know what I don't know what I'm gonna put up as polls yet. I'll probably ask ChatGPT what's the top 10 things that people can react to. Use that Terminator AI.
Terminator AI. Oh, never knew. Find out some chat.
First time I've ever caught you guys live. I'm used to listening at 1.5 speed, so I need y'all to talk a little faster.
Yo, I was
Grace
talking
and
fast.
Peace to all.
I
was talking as fast as hell, man.
Speaking of which, Yobi just wanted you to know that he said Gabe will wash Jim Jones, and he wanted to let you know.
I heard it.
Guys, he wanted to make sure you heard that.
I'll be listening through my watch. So if y'all see me, I'll be double watching it.
Oh, you flexing. All right. There's a lot of rings, sir.
This
that makes ILP look well funded, sir. And I'm very concerned.
Which we are not.
Yeah, we are very concerned.
This is the monitor and stuff like that and all that. But this is, if I'm step away, I can listen to y'all guys.
My eyes, it's too much playing on the screen.
Cut the crap.
So I will start those polls here.
Last one.
John Jones is the GOAT. Beat
I'll
all
block
while on
this.
cola.
Oh, hilarious. All right, we will pause y'all because someone has returned. So AI goes on the bench for a little bit. Continue.
Yeah, so
put AI in the bushes, put them out of work.
I guess I can close out of this then.
No, I just mute it. Just mute it. I'm gonna try something new. Just mute it.
Okay. Well, I don't have to do anything because you.
I muted it. Oh yeah.
You don't pause it. Don't mute it. Pause it.
No, I want to try something.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's that.
Fresh.
Like I said, I'll try to get 2 this week. I'm gonna put a poll.
Yeah.
If you guys want, if you want your particular thing to be in the poll, put it in the chat. And if you really wanted to put it as a super chat, because I'll pull from the super chat.
Send your bleach champions to be scrutinized.
Ignore him.
Yeah, send all your blue hair soft speaking warriors, and I will judge them.
Soft speaking.
That part. See, you keying
All
on the stuff
the
that I
whack
key in.
fit bleach warriors. Send your anime champions. Let them be judged before the con.
Blue-haired people in anime, which is hilarious.
All your whack fit people, send them and vote.
I don't like the fact that they have to tell you everything that they're
They're about to
feeling.
do, yeah. They got to announce their move set.
The first person I got flag on the play, yo. Flag on the play, son. Nah, hold on.
Yes. Got to announce their whole joint. All you kids 65.
Yo, first of all, you gonna sit here and act like you don't come for karate movies where the dude is step up and be like, I am Iron Fist, and my Iron Fist will break your impenetrable
Correct,
wall.
but I was 10 when I watched those movies.
Yeah, that's a lie.
And they don't hold up. And they excuse me, I was
with you
I
too.
was,
Yes.
I was
Saw
20
his
when
back.
I watched the movies. I was 20 when I watched those movies. Let's do that.
Tell the truth, Shane the
Just
devil.
to clarify, if they redid that movie with up to date technology, you wouldn't go watch it?
Oh, I'll go watch it.
No, we'll watch it now,
and I would scrutinize it the same way.
Yo, listen, he's a fraud. Listen, let me tell you something. I'm the one that pulled the veil off of them. All right, let's stop that. Let's stop. We were sitting there with the Google candy eyes, watching it like, ooh, wow. And I said, yo, wait a second.
They not doing the moves. That's what they got stuck
really doing the moves.
They're not doing none of the moves.
They're not doing none of the moves. They're high-paid actors.
They had high-paid short people doing the moves.
Doing the acrobatics.
Yeah. So, okay, let's just be real. We're used to that type of we come up and they announce their moveset. Let's stop. Don't let Cog fool you. He loves this stuff.
It's one you announce your moveset, right? But why do you have to announce everything that you're feeling inside?
Yeah.
Your entire soul is out for everyone to know. What's gonna happen, what you're thinking before this fight goes down.
It's called descriptive. It's
called trash. It's called basura anime that y'all have accepted to be your champion.
As soon as y'all got rid of the tentacle dongs, it's
over.
I
It's
don't want
over. Once they lost the sexual stuff, the murder.
You know what's funny? Saul was talking about Goku. Man, I can't remember.
What?
What's his name?
Freezy
It's a demon slayer. Rengoku versus the Akira or whatever his name is.
Oh yeah, go catch that. That has like a million views on it or something like that.
Oh, word?
It's
you popping out here these TikToks?
It was when Rengoku did his level. You know what's funny? When that happened, you see like the excitement get in Saul's eyes, and then when the other dude because Rengoku was like pretty much on his last leg, and he was like, "This is all or nothing," and the other dude was with it. And so I was like, "Oh, he's with it! He's with it!"
Yo, Cog,
What's up?
look how engaged he is.
I know. You see. No, but in his defense, though, he said, "I ain't interrupt y'all." He let us get our hip hop on.
Real.
He let us get us hip hop.
He said, "I ain't gonna go bother y'all."
Yeah, I respect it.
Yeah, but you know what I did? I respected the most.
What?
He was like, "Oh, I know what you're talking about." And he tried.
He tried. He was in it. I respect that.
Yo, y'all gonna sit here and start putting level of respect on my.
He said it. Then I got
shut. No, we ain't shun you. We ain't shun you.
Nah, you did kind of shut him though.
No, what I
did
said
kind of was like, you was like, nah, that ain't it, boy.
I was trying to save him from a dude clipping him and be like, he don't know what he's talking about.
Man, they gonna clip me. Like, that makes sense. Stop acting like I'm capable.
Yo, first of all, you ain't gonna sit here and say just because you white, you don't know hip hop.
Bro, I was in the chat with him last night. He had J. Cole bump. He's like, yeah, I was like, oh, he Cole.
Yo, he's an absolute fraud. Y'all hear my intro to Xbox Frontline? If it ain't because of Addict, we don't got that. So listen, he's an absolute fraud in his part time. He's listening to Kendrick. He spit Kendrick bars.
So anyway, Addy, as we were saying, we jumped all in your section.
Yeah.
What was going on?
But I'm the only one that interrupts. But I continue.
I'm gonna rough it up over here.
So Cognito thing that's happening this week. Like I said, I'll be putting up polls. Number 2, I beat Bravery Default.
Ooh,
finally.
Nice.
That took a minute. I will be releasing that review today. I put like 50 hours in that game.
And we went out.
We'll see.
This is the Switch 2.
Yeah, the Switch 2
release.
This on this. Okay. So so there's that. At 3, me and King got to do a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for? Housekeeping. No.
Housekeeping.
Yeah. So I feel like we need to briefly talk about our Demon Slayer 2 stuff. So me and King, speaking of the anime stuff, we did
King and
we did play the new Demon Slayer game that is coming out. I believe it's September or August. I'll have to look up the date. And I actually really enjoyed it. I felt like had really big Naruto vibes, but not Naruto vibes because they're the same people that make Ultimate Storm.
I found that off immediately.
Yeah, except for I felt like it's a little bit slower in movement than Naruto is. Because,
he felt it was slower, and I didn't think like that. Like I thought it gave you a greater range of like countering. Right in the Ninja Storm games, I thought that the window to counter was very short. I thought this gave you enough time to counter moves, to set up your moves. It's a different game. It's but made by the same people. I thought the gameplay and the gameplay mechanics was top notch. What was going on when we were playing, because Addict was sitting right next to me, being that we didn't have a head-to-head competition with each other, I played a game within myself. Pause.
Yes.
What I did was I was challenging my score against Addict's score, because during the demo, you get like scored at the end of each fight that you have. So my joints.
So essentially, I was in a competition I knew nothing about.
He has nothing. He did not know. You sitting next to me is a competition. We shoulder to shoulder is a competition. He just didn't know it, right? So, but I did so good that I broke the game, right? I crashed the demo. So, but Addict was a lot faster to a lot of the cutscenes and stuff like that. But I must say that the gameplay is top notch, and I can't wait to get a chance to play the head-to-head, to actually play him head-to-head in the game, to be honest with you.
Nice. No, it looked good though. That's the one with the checkerboard guy with the thing.
Oh my God! Yes,
yeah, he had a nice little green checkerboard. I like that.
And you were reacting to his fight.
Yeah, that's the nicest dude, right? That's the nice dude.
It's this dude right here.
Yeah. I saw it. I go for the game. Look sick. It looked like it was the anime.
One of his fights.
Oh, okay. What's his name?
Please.
What's his name again?
Tanjiro, Demon Slayer.
Conjuro. All right.
Tanjiro with a T.
Yeah, Tanjiro. Tanjiro.
Oh, and Conjuro. Oh, Tanjiro, like tangerine.
Oh, yo! All right, that's enough with you.
All right, man. I'm rocking with tangerine.
Such originality.
This guy, yo, what's up with you? You come back and you like this?
I'm just saying.
Not talking about you. I'm talking about this guy. Yo, all of a sudden now, what do you got to ride or die with you?
Anyway,
yo, get him out of here. Who the hell put Tangerine in the chat?
Put Tangerine in the chat.
Oh, that's Addict?
That's their man. No, that's Robin Kelly. That's Robin Kelly.
I'm gonna put you on timeout.
Anyway, what I was gonna say. Oh, hold on. okay. I wasn't even peep. Someone has arrived. They're a little early, but it's cool. You can hang out. Oh, anyway, we also have the most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single-player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Messiah, and Lord Patriarch of the Iron Bank, PC Master Race's own Lord Sovereign, who has stepped away from his camera during his intro. So we are going to move on.
That's what happens when you ain't been around.
Guys, out of here, man. It's out of here. But anyway, real quick, I see someone that came through the back door. Is that Ches Corden of Windows Central? Is that he? Is that him chilling? He stepped away from his guy. Everyone stepped away from their microphone.
Get to the.
He said, "Get to me. Get to the beta."
And remove them.
And I'm putting them in the fights right now in the as a poll. So if you guys want a particular fight, you better do it now.
No doubt. And as we wait for Sovereign Jez, we got the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the Excess Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the ascendant one of the Xbox platform movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King, how we doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic.
Ooh.
Oh, who got that?
Somebody enjoy is echoing.
That sound like a jazz moment. So I finally got it to fix. But yo, I told you right now, use code IronLords30 to get 30% off on your advanced GG. Now, you know the king, and you know how he likes his grapes. I like my grapes white. So I'm drinking white grapes hydration. Why? Because after I get rid of my electrolytes, I got to replenish myself, and I take that with a little bit of boost to boost me while I'm in the middle of my workout. These small tablets go down easy. Pause. But my shaker cup is where the king makes the magic happen. So while I'm on the show, I'm drinking this, and that's what I'm doing. Back to what I was doing today. So, guys, y'all got a chance to see me today on Frontline Gaming Streams where I was playing Doom: The Dark Ages. Somebody tried to shame me, boy. They was like, "Yo, what difficulty you playing on, King?" I'm playing on difficulty, get it done. You want to play it on difficulty, I'm pulling my hair out. I ain't got no more hair. I did that before, buddy. So exactly. I'm not playing on what you want it to be. So if you want it that way, you want it the hard way, pause. I want to move on to the next game. So I'm playing on fun. I play games for fun, son.
Paris said he playing on hashtag guess there will be a PS6.
If you could go to Paris, if you go to my merch store, stores is in store, shirts is in stores right now, unlike the PlayStation. Oh, so go cop yourself a hashtag no PlayStation 6 for something that truly exists.
Yo, y'all continue with this. Y'all hilarious with this.
Paris, you see what the best thing is? I got merch in stores. They don't.
Anyway.
Let's get back to that. Oh. Anyway, so this week, what I've been playing, bro, this Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, what's going on?
I'm telling you, they're in a fight with Fortnite. They're in an absolute fight with Fortnite.
I heard the engagement's a little low.
I got two bad. No, I don't care about. I don't care if nobody play. That's their business. I got 5 matches. I don't care about.
No, not that nobody play. I just say like I'm used to them in the like top 5 to top 7, and I checked.
Fortnite?
No, Fortnite doing what Fortnite
doing.
Okay,
yeah. I'm about Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, this is the first week I checked Marvel Rivals, and it was at least on Xbox. I don't know what it is. It was the first time.
That's because Fortnite just invaded the Death Star.
What? That's what I'm saying. Fortnite did something because I checked the active most played games on Xbox fairly frequently. So I'm like, let me see what's going on. So I'm looking at the Double Fire, and then I saw Rainbow Six got something new because they like in the top 5. And I'm like, where's Marvel Rivals? It was like outside of like 10 or whatever. But continue. Tell me what's going on with Fortnite.
You got to go to the casual machine, which is the PlayStation. You got to look at their top. Because they don't have, we got games, so they don't have games over there.
No, so realistically, you would have to look because there's more people playing it on those platforms. So
there's more casuals over there. We playing real games over here, so we got games. So
continue, sir.
Let's talk about the whole slate. Yes. Anyway, so Marvel Rivals, every other week, they're dropping new skins, and they're dropping these little skin packages, pause. And what you do is you get them, and then it forces you to engage in order to get out all the stuff.
Package?
Yes, I was engaging with skin packages, and I was using baby.
Okay, all right.
All right. So
be careful how you engage those skin packages.
I'm heavily protected. Relax. So skin packages is definitely a thing, especially in Marvel Rivals, right? Because they got a lot of waifus over there. Talking about a game with a lot of waifus, son. There's a ton of them over there, right? We believe in generation.
Generational waifu. Continue. Messy.
So anyway, Fortnite, I go over to play Fortnite. I swear, man, I'm like, what is you got two baddies fighting for your attention, and they literally take you away from every other game that's in your library. Like I downloaded and purchased Final Fantasy 16 for Xbox, and I was like, I didn't even get a chance to crack that shell. Pause. I'm like, so many games, and then there's more games coming this week. So I gotta make it a concerted effort to just say, FTW, I gotta focus. So yes, guys, I'm playing my games on easy.
I respect it.
All right. Yes, guys, I got to get through these games because I do want to see the end of the games, and I definitely want to play through the games. So listen, Doom: The Dark Ages. I'm moving through the game now, and I'm gonna continue to stream these games and finish these games because guess what? I just purchased a new console, and my Switch 2 is sitting there because I can't get past these games because I want to put it on. I got to show the world I'm tough mode. To hell with you dudes, right? I'm not tough.
Not everybody has to be Lord Addict, man. You know
now let him do him. But he's beating these games though. See, that's the problem, right? So he beating them on rough them up mode and easy mode or whatever mode he got, but I can't get finished with him, so I got to do my thing.
I don't have an issue with people playing games like on easy and stuff. I have an issue with people that play like me. You can't review a game and criticize the difficulty, but you played it on easy.
Oh no, I feel you. I
feel that.
As long as you keep it away from those conversations, I don't think anyone has. Because I'm also the same person that said if some From Software wanted to make an easy mode, I don't care. Because it's like as long as they build it from what we initially have and build it down, I don't care that other people play the game as long as you don't mess up my experience.
Well, what I realize is this. I'm a streamer. I'm a struggling streamer. I'm a struggler. I'm a struggle streamer, like a struggling rapper, like Jim Jones. Yeah. I'm like Jim Jones.
Jim Jones is streaming.
I'm the Jim Jones of streaming, son. So like I'm trying to be better than Casanat. Since you put my bars up against Casanat.
Yeah, like just like he's better than Nas. Yes,
exactly. So the fact of the matter is this: I gotta have fun streams, B. Like my streams got to be fun. If I'm dying every 5 seconds, so it don't work right.
Moves that I play games are hard. I have a digital personality to upkeep.
Yo, you'd be making a small fortion off that if you actually did it.
I know. We love it. Yeah,
yo, kid.
Yeah, I would never forget when you was playing it was a
Bloodborne, right?
Uncharted 4.
Yeah.
There was like 8 of us in the Discord watching you play.
It was amazing.
Yo, my thing with Kid Smooth is he personally puts himself through pain in order to gain that cash.
And he does rage out the best, and I hate to laugh at his expense, but it's hilarious.
Yeah, see, my rage out and your rage out is two different things.
It's different, it's different levels of it, and his is so raw, naturally pure, and hilarious.
Yes,
you know like that's what he feels at that moment.
Yo, kid, go get another hot chip and shut up.
Anyway, that's it, kid.
I'm done.
No doubt.
I'll pay another hot chip for you. Son.
And of course, returning that as he missed my whole intro for him, most technical gaming lord again, the solo gaming list for the single player selfish experience, and also the Nostradamus, the Lord of Clarity, Messiah, and Lord Patron of the Iron Bank, PC Master Race's own Lord Sovereign. How are we doing, sir?
Well, I'm glad how you rushed through that. You know,
we got to give you the remix. What's going on, sir?
Good. Apologies for my tardiness. I was doing some running around with wifey early in the morning, and and you look at the clock and like,
running around with wifey early in the morning. Check.
Check.
Certain people are gonna like that.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Since all cards have been put on the table as it is, so you know, I'm not seeing color. So you know.
Oh, that part. Yeah, that part. No, there's colors in there. We turned the AI off.
I'm not beholden to anything.
No doubt. What's going on, man?
Good, man. Doing well. You know, playing Switch when I can. So on the Switch, after our discussion last week, I said, all right, I got to do it.
What you do?
I said, Kyle gave the okay. I said, let me get this MLB The Show, right? I have to do it.
We put it through its paces. Let's go.
Yo, I have to say, it still looks it's still disgusting.
Don't worry about the hair textures. Don't worry about the anti-aliasing. Don't worry about the hair textures.
It is still jaggerific, but it is a 60 FPS jaggerific game. So it's so playable now. I'm like, oh my God. I didn't even bother with this newest version on the old Switch. I don't know what kind of a slideshow it was.
Yeah.
But I said, okay, let me go with what Kyle is talking.
Please, you don't have your old Switch anymore?
I have it, so I can do that. I can do that.
So please, for the love of God, play it on old Switch first.
God.
You are going to bust out laughing what they tried to ship to stores. Continue.
Oh my God, yeah. So yeah, playing it on the Switch 2 runs beautifully smooth. I gotta say, like, it almost, I don't know if it's a different engine that what they put on PlayStation and Xbox, because it to me, the physics are even better than the PS5 and Xbox version. I have an issue with the PS5 and Xbox version that when it comes to hits, I feel like the ball physics, the baseball physics don't, like, it's just very simple. I wound up hitting a lot of line drives right to position players, like, or outfielders, like line drives right at them. No weird quirky bounces, no funky, like, I don't get a lot of that. In this game, almost immediately, the Switch 2 or the Switch version, I'm hitting doubles in the gap, line shots down the line the third baseman's diving and it's hitting off his glove, and like things that you see in the game that I just see so much less of in the big game. It's a little weird. So I kind of wonder if it is somewhat of a different engine, but
possibly.
I'm having fun. And it's not a slideshow. I can see the baseball when it's being pitched to me. It's amazing.
It's amazing.
You know what's funny, Saul? I played baseball for like 5 years of my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow. And you don't care.
Wait, you
legit
play baseball? I never knew that.
Yeah, for like 5 years of my life.
Let me
He was the catcher.
Wait, was your pause? Was that your dad?
No. When I was I played like almost half of my teenage years.
What?
I was
next
shortstop.
Snap.
Okay, I got that arm. Hold up, got the arm. Playing shortstop.
I did first base for a little bit.
Okay.
You did a lot of catching.
Oh wow!
You gotta stop trying to make him a catcher.
Wow. I gotta make him the backstop.
This energy of you trying to make me a catcher for some reason.
Hilarious. Continue,
so then so I played a little bit of Slow Clap's new soccer game rematch.
Yes. How do you doing?
So I love Slow Clap. I remember, I forgot what the hell.
Baby. Seafood.
Seafood. I mean, obviously Seafood, but the first one that they put out that was on PlayStation early on, Absolver, right?
Yes.
They are very good at tight gameplay mechanics, right? And I think Absolver was great for that. It had some issues, and then just in Seafood, they gave us that kung fu movie we always wanted, right? And in this, for me, I don't play soccer at all, right? I don't play any kind of soccer. I stopped playing.
Remember when we tried to do that a long time ago?
Yeah, I know. We tried to do all that. We tried to play FIFA and all that. Like, we used to, no matter what, like, we used to be such sports heads. We play every simulation sport, right? We play baseball, football, whatever.
Hockey.
And right,
But EA Sports was good though. Yellow tab on the cartridge.
Yeah, we all played all of those games. Not even those games taught us about those sports. And so we fell off of that. But for me, I still was always a big fan of the arcade versions of these games. Like, I'm an NBA Jam stan. I'm an NFL Blitz stan. NHL Hits. I remember that.
Yep.
All those fun games. The I forgot what the name of the baseball games were, but I even played those. Like, even Mario baseball stuff like that. It wasn't Baseball Stars. Baseball Stars was over the top, but it actually did a decent job of simulating baseball for an NES game. Like, it did a good job.
No, I'm talking about the one.
Oh, you mean Neo Geo? Oh, yes. But even then, like, the mechanics of baseball. So I looked at this. I'm like, oh, dude, they're doing an arcade soccer game, and it is that to a certain extent, but it is considerably more involved. It is very addictive, and it plays super well. but it is not your run-of-the-mill arcade style game. There is a lot to it in terms of control. You know how in a lot of games, like when you pass, when you're dribbling or when you're kicking, whatever, anything, you pass the ball, you're not necessarily directing the exact sort of trajectory of the ball that you're passing or whatever. You're in the general direction, or there's a button that's associated with a player. You're throwing it to that button or whatever. Here, everything is controlled with the buttons and the analogs. Aiming for everything. Like you have to dribble the ball and then aim it with the analog to who you want to throw it to. This is all happening in real time.
And it seems complicated, but it's not.
Is it very intuitive? It's very intuitive.
It is intuitive.
Addict, let me ask Addict a question. Addict, does it feel like Pragmata? Remember when we was using Pragmata and then you was using every aspect of the controller? Does it feel like that?
No, I wouldn't go that far. It feels like where I want the ball to go, it will go. Like, I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to like compare the two.
Precision control type thing.
Yeah, but I really enjoyed it. I would honestly say that like I didn't think I would ever like tell like you guys with a straight face, but I actually like that soccer game.
Wow, that's big. You don't play no sports.
I don't play, and I don't like soccer at all. But I
He used to be a baseball player.
I love
like the Wayne Gretzky.
Shut up.
the Wayne Gretzky.
The Wayne Gretzky of baseball.
So it's a great playing game. It does feel like it came in a little hot. There are no single player modes. There are no single player modes whatsoever.
Oh, you gonna play with your friends.
So for me, that's like, oh God, I don't know. So yeah, no single player modes, no story mode. None of that. And there's no crossplay at the moment. I would hope that these are all things that they're going to bring to the game. There's no crossplay at the moment.
Get that done.
How are you going to force people?
Yeah, it's in Game Pass. It's in Game
Oh,
Pass.
it's a Game Pass.
Yeah, it's in Game Pass.
It's funny how we all perked up. Oh, it's a Game Pass. Now we have interest. We frauded just now. As soon as he said Game Pass, now everyone. What's the name? Who's the developer?
Rematch. Slow clap.
Oh, you got a friend in me.
Wow, hilarious. Continue, son.
So that's the Game Pass effect, son. It's different now.
So yes, it's in Game Pass. You can go and mess with it. I do feel like they're gonna add a bunch of stuff to it because it would be great to have like a story mode, like a campaign mode, whatever. Just single player, kind of get your bearings before you have to go in there and do this against actual other competitors because you know how people are online is beastie. They had some issues with the netcode too, so again, stuff that they need to work on. And the last thing is something that I've come back to after many years because of the conversations that are going on now. I said, all right, let me give it a shot one more time. I've delved into the Death Stranding.
Wow, Kojima, you back?
I'm over here. I'm dealing with the dooms and the homo demons. I was like, what are they called? The homo demons.
They're legit called that. This is not a slur.
No, it's not. They're the homo demons.
We're just talking what's in the game.
What?
And just like.
I'm trying not to get canceled today. I'm trying not to.
The unnecessary exposition.
Exposition and
the
every moment is reminding the player character who you are. You are Sam Porter Bridges. You are the Sam Strand Porter Bridges. America needs you. America. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, shut up. Shut up, Die Hardman.
Die Hardman, that name is amazing. What about the connective tissue, Sav? When you go across the world, you see the social people. When you put a bridge down, you get a like. What's up, Sav? You don't see the genius?
I get that. And it's cool because you've never really seen it before. It's so far up its own ass that I have to, I'm just like, all right. I have to suck it up and try to get through this game. I need to.
He needs to suck it up.
Yeah, pause.
You gotta get caught.
But bro, I just
somebody put a collar on card.
I ain't can't for today. Continue.
I don't know, man. Like I just don't like. It's a beautiful game on the PC.
Maddie's playing it right now. He's going through the same thing. He's like, there's some things I love it, but it just over, like, it's a word, like, it overfeels itself. It's just so much exposition.
Shout out to BG.
Yeah.
Fake deep. It's fake deep. It's him taking simple concepts and trying to over explain them in a way that they don't need to be explained. And it's just like,
I always felt like if you need a notepad to keep up with a story, they done too much.
It's just like, I don't know, man. But I'm gonna try to get through this game. I want to, because I heard
save your time.
I heard good thing about part 2. I heard good
thing about 2.
Save your time for Snake Eater, bro.
Well, yeah, I'm definitely gonna play Snake Eater. Pause. But part 2 of Death Stranding, I heard is much more of an action game. Is much more what we want, Metal Gear Solid-esque type stuff.
Yeah, Gene is covering it.
So Gene is like, I need to talk about this, and I can't. So I think tomorrow is embargo.
He was talking to Code around me. I'm like, damn it, I want to know.
So they said it's much more action-oriented, gunplay, stuff like that. So I'm excited for that.
Because the sales of the first one didn't reach what he wanted.
It's so fine.
Nobody cared about your fake deepness, bro.
Stop it, King. Oh, that's why he can't Xbox. That's what you saying?
Well, no. I ain't
what you implying?
No. What I'm saying, first of all, it should have been everywhere anyway.
All right, around on King quick.
No, because he's a console warrior. So I'm not paying him no mind. So, but if you're gonna be a third party distributor, and I understand you're a struggling artist, you're trying to get your studio up, you get your bread, all right. You gotta Jim Jones yourself all over the place. I feel you. But at the end of the day, it's supposed to be everywhere because Metal Gear is supposed to be everywhere as well. But the game, be honest with you, nobody cared about delivering no damn packages. We wanted to shoot something up. We wanted to do some stealth stuff. We wanted to do what you're known for. So if part 2 actually delivers on that promise, then he understood the failures of the first one.
Okay. I mean, all that stuff, I commend him for taking the risks that he took. Like, all that stuff, nobody's ever put that in the game. But like, how does it feel to carry like 10 packages in a book bag and you
UPS driver
and you falling back and forth and having to balance yourself?
Physics.
Like, the things that he tried to put gameplay to. It's you've never seen it. I commend it. I just it's just it's just too much.
Rory Killer said it insists upon itself.
That's what it insists upon itself to project what it wants to tell you at every moment, and make sure that he leads that projection off what a Hideo Kojima game. Everything is. It's too much. It's too much. But I will try to get through it. We'll see.
Fair enough. I appreciate you doing that before part 2. And we have a special guest who's been very patient while we've been bloviating. Lord Jess Corden, editor of Windows Central, on behalf of the Xbox 2. Can I get a mic check, sir?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Glorious.
What's up, Jez?
What's going on, Jez? The hair is glorious. Everything's glorious right now. Are we in UK? Are we in Germany?
My man got camera on. I love him.
I love him. Let's go. King has boycotted your one half of the Xbox 2 because he doesn't have a camera on.
Like who?
My good friend, my bestie.
Rand's not a fan of the whole camera.
I know,
but
and he's a handsome man.
I've got a camera.
I know. Tell the truth.
We have the technology.
We have.
I've decided that we're gonna bully Rand.
We gotta bully our man.
It ain't gonna work, son.
What we gotta do to get Rand to do this?
It ain't gonna work.
It doesn't matter. He already did the bullying. He said he hit it after 100 G's.
Yeah, how long ago was that? I don't know.
100 G's ago.
But enough about slandering Rand. How are you doing, sir?
It's my guy.
Doing all right, man. How are you guys?
Yeah.
I've just been chilling here, listening to some people play soccer instead of football.
Sorry, that's what I call it.
That's all about, man.
Football.
That is true. That is true. Us Americans.
Yeah, I need to try that game. It sounds pretty cool. I don't like football either very much.
It's in Game Pass. You could do it too without no money down. You could do that.
Good old Game Pass, eh?
Yes. It's a beautiful thing.
What you been playing, Jess? Have you got a chance to play anything? I know you've been so busy.
Oh man, nah. I've been actually chilling a bit this week, and I got next week off. I've been absolutely addicted to a game called Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader.
There we go.
Turn-based CRPG.
Ooh.
In the vein of Wasteland.
In the fam of Wasteland? Wow.
Yeah, I played it.
Yeah, it's like Wasteland 3.
Yep.
Isometric, turn-based, grid-based combat. Okay. It is so good. I've got over 100 hours in it now, I think.
Cog is new to the Warhammer universe.
I'm brand new to this, yeah. Rogue Trader, you said, right?
Too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rogue Trader. It's on Game Pass as well.
Oh, say less.
Tell it.
Say less.
It's Xbox Play Anywhere too. And
tell it.
My brother played it, and he was like, "Oh, it's really good." And like, I'm not someone who's, I wasn't big into Warhammer 40k lore, but this is a great way to learn it because it kind of just goes through everything. There's like a text highlighter thing where it, explains the terms and all this stuff. And now I find myself buying the little figurines and buying the books. And they've got me. They've got me. That's it. It's over.
Let me tell you something. So Jez had talked to me. We was talking behind the scenes about statues, right? And I was like, "Yo, they cost prohibitive, bro." And he was like, "Yeah, I wouldn't be able to hide those from my wife." But these Warhammer joints, they're little. They cost a lot of money too, but they're little. Let me ask you a question. Are you getting the kits that you get to paint them yourself? Are you doing that? Did you get that deep yet?
Yeah, I did.
Oh God!
I bought because of Rogue Trader. I bought the starter kit. I painted them a couple of weeks ago at the weekend, and I was just like, "This is it. This is it."
Jazz and Henry Cavill doing it up.
Yeah,
he's in now.
Owlcat Games.
I was there for hours trying to paint some eyeballs with a tooth.
Yep.
Henry Cavill could have potentially lost his role as Superman because of that game.
He did lose his role because of that. But the wildest part about that is good. Now you're in, bro.
It's over. It's over for me, man. So like, Warhammer Darktide, he's getting DLC.
Yeah. Which we played at Summer Game Fest. It's amazing. Yeah.
Speaking of Warhammer, nobody's talked about the remaster of Space Marine.
I didn't get a chance to play. I didn't play 2 yet, bro.
I've been playing that as well today.
Nice.
I had a lot of people in my chat, so they didn't like it.
Wait, this one, Jez, the Owlcat Games, this is it?
Yeah, that's the one.
All right, let me install them on the Xbox right now. Yeah, continue.
If you like Wasteland 3, it's
you said the right thing.
It's got a lot of AA-ness about it. So like the animations aren't great. The frame rate's not that great either. So like, but this is the studio that are putting out that Mass Effect like kind of game, The Expanse.
The Expanse, yes.
The Expanse game, which looks amazing. So it's like, how did they go from the tech in Rogue Trader to the tech in that game? So like, and they're doing a sequel to this game called Dark Heresy. Well, it's not a sequel, but it's like they're doing another turn-based Warhammer 40k game called Dark Heresy. Okay. And they did the Pathfinder games, which people really like. But honestly, in terms of like role playing and branching narrative and my decisions actually matter, I think this might be like a top 2 or top 3 for me. You can be a supreme dick in this game.
Language.
And I like games like that where you can just be horrendously evil.
Okay.
But you can be kind of nice as far as you can in Warhammer universe. But yeah, it's a fantastic game. It's so satisfying. The combat's really deep. I'm pretty near the end of the game now, and my little dudes can do all kinds of crazy shit, and it feels so
language
satisfying.
on the Lord's Day. I know we forget.
Oh, sorry.
You're good, brother. You're good.
Yeah. But I'll drop no F-bombs this time. But
it's really freaking good.
It's freaking good. Yeah, that's what I've mostly been playing.
Nice. No, I got to pick it up, man. I've heard of good things about it, and once you said turn-based Wasteland, I'm in. So it's all good. And of course, I've got the Gaming Ninja himself, the Shinobi. Lord Cognito got my new joint today. You see my new joint today, King? I'm rapping Joe Musashi, the new.
Oh, that was So the craziest thing was when I was working out yesterday. I was Ninja Brother. I had on the black
the black joint.
So I was doing my thing.
Yo, they joint clean, son. They joint clean with the shadow dancing joint.
Yes,
that joint clean. I go hold you.
She looked at it and she was like, "Oh, so you a ninja today, right?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm a ninja brother."
That's right, my ninja brother. You already know the Shinobi Lord Cognito. Spread everyone else to the Rub ILP. I tell you what you want to hear, what you need to hear. Just pay the bills, right, kid? Go get that sour. We got that advanced GG. You know what I'm saying? That's the black energy? Cherry. It's the focus because we about to do a 4 to 5 hour podcast, so I need to focus.
Yeah. Focusing. I'm saying hydrated.
Use code ILP30 and then you'll solve. Check me out, baby. Fast GG.
let's
Fast
go.
GG got the shakers, y'all. They got to be your
Wait,
favorite sports
they got
teams.
team sports?
Yes, we do. We got the MLB, we got NBA, we got NFL. So go get that.
Rep your
You can
favorite
rep your
team.
squad. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want baseball, you don't want to do the best. You know what I'm saying? You want to get your football on. You know what I'm saying? You want to get your 90. You want to get your gang, Niner gang. Let's go. Now, code ILO 30 does not work on these. Use code Iron Lord for those. You get 10% at least off of these because there's NBA and NHL and the NFL. They want their money.
Wait. They get 10%? Do I have
we get
more
10%.
than 10%?
If you use code Iron Lord.
I got a promo though.
All right, yeah, but that ain't gonna work. So, yeah, code Iron Lord for sports shakers. If you want one of those nice sports shakers, you do that, and you get 10%. Now, if you want product, please use Iron Lord 30. It's 30% off until this week. So go check that out. As far as me, I've been playing. Oh my God, I'm playing the alters. Man, this might be if they land this plane, this might be a sneaky game of the year candidate. I am so impressed with this. I'm on Act 3. It's really getting difficult. I would say the outside of the world is kind of like it's a little Death Stranding, but you're dealing with combat of like kind of taking out anomalies and stuff. But this game is about humanity and ethical things about making creations of yourself and at different timelines of where your life would have passed off, and it is outstanding. 11-Bit Studios has punched above their weight. I'm thoroughly addicted to this game. I cannot stop playing. I knew I'm addicted because I've now replayed the game, and I have now beat it over twice because I had it on Steam first for the review, and then I was like, nah, that's what Xbox. I want to play anywhere to go back and forth. And I did it again. Man, this game is phenomenal. And it's a really good-looking game on the outside. The only time you see the AA energy is when you get up close on some of the faces during the conversation. But like almost Mass Effect type choice and consequence. You've got a little bit of Fallout Shelter where everybody's kind of moving around in the base. The UI in the base and everything that's going on is really good. You've got to manage resources. And I will say, it's dope, man. The Alters, I got to see how they end it. But if they land the plane, this is a Game of the Year nominee. It's that good. Did
you play this War of Mine back in the day?
I have never played that. People mentioned that before. I have not played it. Talk to me.
It's by the same team who made that game, right? Which is also an absolutely phenomenal game, but has that sort of budgety jankiness.
Yeah.
But this War of Mine is it's one of my favorite games. It's probably a top 10 for me of all time because it's like it's similar in tone where it's just you sit there after doing some of the decisions and you're just like, yes, man,
yes,
I am exhausted now.
Yeah, like what did I do? Yeah.
It's set in like an Eastern European war zone, and it's like you got you're trying to help your little dude survive.
Yes.
Basically anarchy.
Yes.
And it's like, do I kill this guy and steal his food and stuff like that, right? It's a brutally depressing game. So it's really like the Alters is definitely what I'm going to next after.
Please, Jazz. I think this is so you. Me and you have those sensibilities with those type of games and the sci-fi nature of it. And then again, this kind of shady corporation in conjunction with who you are and what you're trying to do, and when you create these alters, it's so great. I can't rave about it enough. So if you haven't played it, go check it out. We got that going on. But yeah, it's been pretty much it. And obviously Final Fantasy 16, which we will get into, and all that other stuff. But no Patreon questions this week. But Sav, you want to catch up on Super Chats and then we start?
Yeah, what's the last thing that you guys read?
All right, I put the little logo. So the last one, hold on, because there was a lot of people super chatting. We got we up to last one with Jovar. So we're up to Legendary Yobi. Yeah, that's what we're up to.
Legendary Yobi, $5 super chat. Game will wash. We will wash Jim Jones with 1 bar. Didn't get game started, y'all. Don't know game is Mr. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 bars and running type of dude. Jones bugging. I'm not a Jim Jones guy, so everybody watch Jim Jones for me. I don't care. Then we have Never Nude, $5 super chat. First time I've ever caught you guys live. I'm used to listening at 1.5 speed, so I'm going to need y'all to talk a little faster. Grace and peace to all.
I couldn't imagine what it's like to hear me at 1.5 speed.
That is crazy.
What's going on, you guys?
It's weird how many people do stuff like that.
That's a norm for a lot of people.
Yep, because when we have a 5-hour podcast, they have a 2.5 hour.
Yeah, that's true.
Streamers do it a lot. Streamers do it a lot.
That is true.
Let me see then. Brand MCK31, $2 super chat. John Jones is the GOAT. Beat all while on the cola. That is true. I mean, he did. He is on that Coco Roco for sure.
Allegedly.
Then we have Jorvar Ingi Haraldsson with 300 Icelandic krona.
Nice.
Berserk Guts versus Zod, the real anime.
Okay.
Berserk. Berserk is very bloody. Yes, that's very bloody.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Then we have legendary Yobi, $5 super chat. Saab, you are loved, sir. Thank you for returning home to the ILP family. The team dealt with foolishness.
You try
it is your turn. Hashtag protect the king.
Oh yeah. For sure.
Yeah, that day it was bugged out.
Thank you, Yobi. I appreciate it, but King can defend for himself. So
you see that guy? Yo, who is this
dude? I'm here for all the smoke. That's what I'm here for.
He's got catching up.
Too long.
He's been going long. Saab's been going a long time.
Then we have Astro Parrot King, member for 15 months, Lord Bronze. I'm currently at the Panthers parade. Perhaps I'm drunk. Either way, let's go Cats and Lords.
He's doing
Shout
well.
out Astro Parrot. Yeah, Astro Parrot's all over the place.
He's doing well. Shout out to him. Shout out to my man Alex Nuche.
Yes. Then we have Will, $2 super chat. Lil Wayne the GOAT, Carter 6 out playing some COD.
Somebody told me that was trash.
Okay, so I got to say this. There's only 3 songs that I heard on it that was good. The rest of the album really is
That's what I heard. It was like, son fell off. But
and I don't think he fell off. I just think that he makes better freestyle albums instead of studio albums. And if you want to put up the studio albums against his freestyle stuff, his street albums is better when he's rapping over other people's beats. His production. He's like Nas.
No, don't do that. Moving on. We don't do that.
Then we have Con Artistic, $10 super chat. As a fellow graybeard growing up with Ninja Scroll and Fist of the North Star, I don't think COD will feel Bleach, Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, etc. Solo leveling is the most recent one I'm betting on for COD.
See, I trust this guy. Who is this guy? Con Artistic? I like this guy. I like him because he's once you said North Star and what you call it,
Ninja
Scroll, you know real anime.
Vampire Hunter.
So now, but see, I needed an old head to say it. Now I believe in solo leveling. Now I believe in whatever this is. I believe.
Shut up.
How many anime recommendations?
Yeah, because they mad because I'm old, Jazz, and I slander all the youthful anime, and I say everybody has blue hair, and I call it bleachy bleach, and I just slander them. So basically, they have
freeze,
Chari Chars and all that. So my thing is
that's a gaming that's an anime sin right there.
So because of my slander, they're trying to find me modern anime. They think I would like, and the solo leveling keeps coming up. So I'm like, all right, I would have given it a shot because that con artist guy, he's in my pocket. What you said, those 2 animes, some of my favorites from back in the day. I think I'm gonna like it. Yeah, got it.
Put the fraud alert on for this.
Speaking of, since we ran Cognito through the renders, like I don't. Is it Solve up now, King?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Due for some Road to Tokyo suffering.
The Iron Lords have reached their goal. Thank you
so
so
much.
We have
not. No, we have not, sir. We still have to get the TGS, sir.
All right, so one, he definitely has to do the pain challenge. So whatever that is.
Yes.
So I was thinking about the Thigh Master since he want to be up close to the camera.
Dude, that is.
Yeah.
We might get that's terms in service.
Yeah.
That's YouTube terms. We cannot have soft styles on display.
I have to sit on a stool for that, bro.
Nah, just angle your camera down.
We can't do that too.
All right, so what? Okay, so what we gonna do? We got to give him a shake weight or something.
He got to do one physical challenge like we all do.
So all right, so first is the physical challenge, right?
Yeah.
So we already started with the physical challenge. All right, Addict in the chat.
Yeah, put the Road to Tokyo physical challenge for Solve.
Put shake weight or squats. Because we can see him do squats.
All right, and you're reacting to Rock Lee versus Gara, by the way, because that's what won.
Oh yeah, definitely Rock Lee. I want to see that.
That's Cog or me?
No, that's not you. You got a physical, sir. You got a physical.
Solve.
Can you show me how these people look?
We already
showed you what Rock Lee looked like. That's to do with the old leg warmers.
Make this work. And you know what's gonna be sad, King?
He gonna love it.
He gonna love it, but he gonna act like he hate it.
No, he not. He gonna bend it.
I'll give it up if something's good. I'll give it up.
Nah, that fight.
All right, so what's the vote for Saul? What's the vote for Saul?
To make up for lost ground.
Yeah, physical
We
challenge
do,
first.
I mean, they would do
What-
some
what's the first
tricep
one?
extensions or
Hold
whatever.
on, but look
I'm
at the
sitting
chat.
here.
Wow,
you know what I'm saying?
Hold on, look
I
at
think
the chat.
two-handed with the shake weight is
Yeah, we gotta
I
do
like
the
this. I like this for him.
Yo, we gotta get you
Yeah,
in.
we like that for
We
you. We
gotta
like that.
get you
Well,
in. Hey,
you're sending me your shake weight because I'm not paying for another one.
Nah. You gonna get it?
I'm not paying for another one.
I got no problem with dropping it off.
Yeah, drop it off. Yes.
If you want to use another man's shake weight, I ain't got no problem with giving you my shake weight.
you clean it off well before
And just make sure when you grab, make sure you use two hands when you grab it.
Yo, Cog.
Both
He gonna
hands.
get this shake weight dirty.
What you said,
So,
Jess?
shake weight.
Jess is going like, what did they get into today?
This is embarrassing. I thought shake weights were a South Park joke.
Oh,
I
you didn't
they're
know?
a real thing.
That's a real thing.
Oh, you didn't know this is a real thing?
They're a real thing.
This was a real, like, what was it, 80s? It was 90s, I think,
Yeah,
right?
that
It was
was
a
a real thing.
90s infomercial thing.
Hold on. Shake weights. I guess we could put squats because Cog had to do squats.
Right, shake weight squats. That's it. That's all we got. We can't.
That's all
do
we can't do treadmill.
Yeah, we can't because you.
Yeah,
you
because
got
I
that.
had
Yeah.
to. Yeah.
Yes, you have that. So yeah, so that'll be the poll for this week, and we
Yeah, so
vote
put
on what
in
Saab
there
has
if
to
you want to
do.
use King shake weight.
Yeah, Road to Tokyo physical challenge for Saab. Let's get that vote popping. Continue with the super chat, sir.
Yeah. Let me make sure it's nice and limber for you. Boy.
Exactly.
Let me hold on a second. Let me cancel.
weights while doing
Let me
squats.
cancel these hotel
Hey,
reservations.
no. We are good. You
Hold
continue.
on a second.
Yo, stop. This look like your future. Yo, keep it away from your face.
So good.
Yeah,
so
you know the realm need to see that.
This is so good. This is what happens,
So what happens when you
I
go
leave.
away?
We
Continue.
got
sir.
legendary Yobi $5 super chat. King, last week, Fight Night Sundays between me and Mega, it was going really good, back and forth. But when Jump Force was on, Annihilation Fatality. Oh, I guess so.
I didn't
You
know.
guys get for playing jump for it.
I didn't know that Fight Night Sundays was a thing. I know Fight Night Fridays is a thing. I've been calling somebody else. See you when you get there.
All right. Continue.
Then we have Miguel Q. Smith, $5 super chat. Hashtag Glizzy's out for Phil. It's a
Whoa,
movement.
whoa,
It's
you
a
be bugging,
lifestyle
bro.
endorsed by King.
Nah, ain't nobody endorsed that.
Yo, I'm gonna actually ban you.
Nobody pulling out glizzies for Phil Spencer. So we're gonna move on.
Wow, crazy.
We're gonna
Then
move
we
on.
have Darn Thread with the 20 sex.
Love that
Shout out to the
currency.
sex.
Love that currency.
John Jones is the GOAT C. C as in clown.
Facts. He's the duck. That's what he says. John goes the duck. Duck feeds.
Duck feed.
Hell yeah. And we got legendary Yobi once again, $5 super chat. Question for the Lords. What can you tell gaming potters the tools that are needed when it comes to longevity and keeping a team together? It being about friendship and not money, first and foremost.
Okay,
If you lead
okay.
with money, is a problem.
Okay, what's your advice for the first time potters?
Consistency. and
Consistency. Yeah.
dedication. First I'm gonna tell you don't podcast with somebody that you don't trust.
Yep.
Right?
That part.
Because and when I'm talking about trust, I'm talking about trust that y'all both are working towards the same goal. That thing, like honestly, when you close your eyes and you know that they're both are going to where you want to get to. Because if you see the Xbox 2 podcast, those two individuals are working towards the same goal and they have a rapport with each other that actually stands the test of time. So if you look at successful podcasts, you got to look at what the dynamic is in between the two.
Yeah.
You never hear Rand talking bad about Jez, but you hear Jez talking bad about Rand. I'm just but no, I'm talking about as far as friends and stuff like that. It's a good dynamic and it works well on camera. When he does have on camera, but exactly, I gotta slander you.
Red.
But it's fun. It's a fun show and it's informative. That's what you got to do. You got to learn how to balance entertainment and information.
I like that. Addict. What about tools needed? He says what for first time potters.
You gotta actually enjoy games. Don't do it because you're bored. Like, you know.
Yeah, do it because you need money, Addict. No,
definitely, because
in
no way, shape, or form have any of us gotten rich from this.
But they tell you we well funded.
We're well funded. We're well funded, according to the
well funded. We had to do a whole push to get to Tokyo.
Have you seen Rand's Lamborghini?
Yeah, Rand's. He's caked up. Big time
Rand's
YouTuber.
Lamborghini. I haven't seen Rand's face.
That's why you haven't seen his face.
Yeah, that part.
That makes sense.
That
That
part.
makes sense.
Yeah, so
Young Tim Dog.
Yeah.
make sure you do with people that you want to do with people that you actually enjoy having conversations with. Too. It's not even just about friends. Like some friends, they won't let stuff go.
I know one.
I know you ain't talking about me, but comes down to it. There's a lot of aspects that comes into stuff that you need to take into consideration.
Facts. Yeah, I agree with Addict. I would just say also, I think when we started Addict, it was more like, we were super passionate about something. Find people with passion and allow them to express their passion, the things that they want to talk about, stuff like that as well. Because if you try to dictate and try to make everyone do something, you're not going to get that raw, natural reaction. That's one thing we try to do. Even before topics, we'd be like, so I was like, hey, I want to talk about this. We'd be like, all right, cool. Say this is where, his head's at. Where I think you're going to get the best version. And then also, Addict always gave good advice. Don't always worry about trying to get the most high-end equipment from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Like, get something decent. Yeah, like, because you got to see if you still love it and you want to do it. You know what I'm saying? Kind of thing.
I always tell people, you do want to, like, if you can invest a mic first. Doesn't have to be a Shure mic. I know a lot of people like to say just record and go. There's nothing that's going to frustrate you more than no one watching you at all because they can't hear you.
Yeah.
If you if you're passionate about this, you can find $40 to invest into one of those low end mics.
Yeah, get a Blue Yeti.
Well, those are even more expensive than that.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Probably like get like a little snowball or
like
something.
150. So I mean, what comes down to, I think the biggest thing too is just like you got to figure out where everyone is. Everyone wants to do something. You got to figure out what the overall motive is, because even though that we're all in this on the island, we all have different motives that we want in the industry, and you got to make sure everyone is established what they want from the industry. So,
no doubt. So I'll continue with the Jazz is in there.
And we have Jess Corden with the €2 super chat. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, sir.
A little stick or two. I like that.
Cool. Then we have Donna Taco, member for 25 months, Lord Silver. We need rematch, but basketball. That would be amazing. Slow clap, get on that. Yes, I would love. Bring basketball, but like Sifu fighting in it as well.
That'd be crazy. A
new arch rivals.
Yes, from arch rivals. Salute.
Then we have Saggin Nutsack, £2 super chat. It's football, not soccer. Well, over here on this side of the Atlantic, we call it soccer.
It's American football.
We call it soccer here. Footy ball. None of that foosball here.
Continue.
Then we got Zip Davis, $5 for chat. Hey, Lord, Zip with the drip here. I wrote a haiku for King.
Oh, wow.
King Glizzy is him. There's so much sauce on his chest. Take it to the face.
Hey, yo.
Hold on. King Glizzy is him, 5. There's so much sauce on his chest, 7. Take it to the face, 5. Beautifully constructed haiku. Well done.
Yes. Glizzy approved from King Glizzy himself. The Glizzy Gobbler.
It's been a minute since I've been in the realm.
Yes.
The stamp of approval.
Continue, sir.
Then we have Stitch. We just Stitch. I'm going to say Stitch. $5 for chat. Oh, man. I can't imagine Sav eating sneaks. Pause. Or snacks. Pause. Also, can we call it the Nintendo Brick 2, a.k.a. Nintendo Switch Pro? Save your money for something better. Okay, it's a bit. Too much slander.
Continue.
Then we have Fiammarie, member for 8 months, Lord Bronze. Rogue Trade is amazing. If you find you love it, Lords, then try Pathfinder, Kingmaker, and Wrath of the Righteous. Also, Owlcat, Peace My Liege, and Lords.
Lady Fee.
Shout out to Fiammarie. Lady Fee. It says Lord Bronze. It's Lady Bronze.
Lady Bronze. We appreciate you.
And we have BT Maverick, 707, member for 6 months, Lord Bronze. Xbox should bring back Bo Jackson for Bo Knows Xbox next-gen hybrid console commercials, showing it can basically do everything. Sadly, only old people know. Yeah, Bo knows.
That's the homie. That's an old school cut right there. Bo knows.
Then we have Big Mad Mo. Hold on a second. I got to jump. Big Mad Mo, member for 59 months. Wow. Lord Bronze. Shout out to the Lords. Salute. Just one question. All the Lords have been in shenanigans. When is it? We've already answered this question.
Saul, when is Saul? Saul will be right on true.
Thank you for bringing that to light. We didn't know.
Yes.
We have forgotten.
Road to Tokyo with Saul is right on cue. Yes.
Hollywood Rules, $10 super chat. Moving along quickly. Happy Sunday to my NYC West Virginia cousins. Love how Team Green is moving on all fronts right now. Game Pass cooking with hot fish grease. Sega is advertising Shinobi on X like crazy. Hashtag no PS6. Salute General.
Messy at the end. Continue.
Then we have Hollywood Rules once again, $5 super chat. Poor Cog gotta watch this new emo bleachy bleach anime. Big haired dudes in a perpetual feeling stuck bubble. Fist of the North Star is the go.
My man, Hollywood Rules. You know what time it is. Slander that new anime. I love it.
Then we have Tipped Whale, $5 super chat. Played Baby Steps demo. Lord Addict, how much did Sony pay for your likeness? Yo.
That's wild, crazy.
I forgot there's a demo there.
Yeah, I forgot about that too. I forgot how much the character do look like your face. But we move on.
Then we have Let's Play with Each Other's Joysticks, $5 super chat. I wonder who this is.
Yes.
We need to see Saab with a big black shake weight. Hopefully with the spray attachment after these. What spray attachment on a shake weight?
What's going on? That was wild. Oh, look at all your fans have come back. So look who's next.
All come back. Mysteriously, they've returned to the fold.
Your fans are back.
Dr. Strangelove, $2 super chat. Savi, I have a personal shake weight you can use. Pause. Wow.
Hey, yo,
wow. Behave. We have company. What is wrong with you? Then we have Sagging Nutsack once again, £5 super chat. How can you use your hands to move the ball around and call it football? At least with real football over here, you use your feet, not hands. Question I ask myself every day. So. Then we have Black Ronin 357, $2 super chat. When Nintendo bricks your Switch 2, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Thank you, Hulk Hogan. Anyway, moving right along to topics, because it's time to talk games a little bit. Shout out to the homie Robin Kelly in the building. Gonna get a mic check, sir.
Hello, do you guys hear me?
Yes, a little low. Talk a little. Give me one more time. Let me hear.
Hello.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, I'll move my computer a little closer.
Yeah, just a little better. There we go.
Hopefully my video quality is good because I'm using the Nintendo iToy as my camera.
Oh, wow. How much did you pay for that, sir?
$55.
Wow. Switch to okay, so we coming at 1080p maybe, potentially. Okay.
This is not the Piranha Plant version, right? This is regular.
It's not. That's 480p, and if I'm paying $60 for a camera, I'm getting good quality.
All right, fair enough. I respect it. Sorry, we got one last one before we start.
Okay, hold on a second. I got away from it. We have Stitch, $5 super chat. New anime Sob, the double fister of NY. Jesus. Pause. Take that. Sorry, I meant to write snakes.
Oh.
Very long snakes, great daylords. Wow.
All right.
That autocorrect betrays yet again.
So look, it is time. Sob, this is actually your topic.
Oh, okay. I'm going first.
Yeah, we're going with you first. Donkey Kong Bananza. What's going on?
Listen, man. When they announced Bananza, I was very excited. It's the first 3D Donkey Kong game we're getting since the N64 generation, and that game was a collectathon. And I never really quite finished. I found it a little boring when comparing it to obviously Mario 64, Banjo-Kazooie 1 and 2. It didn't feel like it was up to snuff with those games. So we really haven't seen a whole 3D Donkey Kong since then, right? It's been Donkey Kong Country, and that's been great. But I really, really, really wanted to see a 3D Donkey Kong, and the fact that we're gonna have one in a month's time, a little bit less than a month's time, is insane. But I really didn't know what to expect from Bananza when they initially announced it. There's still speculation that it's the Mario Odyssey team working on it, but it's Nintendo, so we don't really know. So I was excited to see this direct, even though I kind of didn't want to spoil anything for myself. I just wanted to be super excited by the game, but I needed to know. And then after watching this direct, I kind of looked like, okay, wow, Donkey Kong is back. I was really, really taken aback by the depth of this game and what they're trying to do with Donkey Kong in the 3D space, in terms of traversal, in terms of the malleability of the world and breaking off pieces of the world and what you can do with that. This idea of digging deeper and deeper down towards the Earth's core, where you find all these different sort of biomes and ecosystems down there. It is crazy kind of what they're trying to do with this. And when you look at what they've been trying to do with their biggest franchises, you look at, Bowser's Fury, right? Kind of really going into like the 3D space again with Mario. You see what they've done with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom about, taking this world and you being able to sort of mold it and play how you want to play. It kind of feels like Donkey Kong is that next step for them and taking that character in that direction as well. I was just really taken aback by kind of the depth that seems like is on offer here. When it comes to like I talked about the traversal and how you're able to sort of break up the world and use parts of the world to sort of get around. There was something that I didn't notice the first time I watched the direct was there's softer, like I guess there's softer terrain that you can kind of throw and kind of pile on itself in order to create structures to climb up and things like that, which is kind of crazy. The idea of the transformations and all the different characters he can transform into and their associated powers that give him variety in how he traverses the world. The big secret that his rock companion was actually a young Pauline, and what that means for like her gameplay in terms of her using her voice in order to alter things in the world and help Donkey Kong as they traverse the world is super cool. All the different, banana-esque collectibles that kind of give you all sorts of different things.
Get those bananas, South.
Yeah, get those bananas. Get your banana. Everything is banana this.
Too much banana talk, but we gonna move on.
I kind of feel like this is the Donkey Kong game we've been waiting for a long, long time. And I'm glad he's getting that treatment. I've always felt he's deserved that treatment. He hasn't really gotten it, although the quality of the 2D games is absolutely amazing. But they're not for everybody. They're super difficult platformers. They're really not for everybody. This feels like it's something that could be. What? Oh, yeah. He'd be good at that, though. He's very good at stuff like that.
I don't know.
No, he's good at that stuff.
I know he's good at 3D worlds. I don't know if he's good at this.
Oh, sounds like a challenge.
But I'm super excited now. Like I was excited to get a Donkey Kong game, but I didn't quite know what it is. And after this direct, I'm like, wow, okay, I really feel like this is going to be something special. I hope it is anyway. So what do you guys think?
Well, before we just change up the order, because we got my man RK, Robert Keller from lordsofgaming.net. And I'm very curious, because obviously he was one of the first to go on hands-on with Switch 2 before anybody. And got some amazing articles here at LogNet. Also editor of the month, doing his thing, as he always does. I got to give you your flowers, sir. But, yeah, man, how we feeling? How we feeling about DK Bananza? The DK Direct went down, and talk to us.
I can't believe Nintendo dropped Game of the Year already, but man,
oh,
I guess they did.
Oh, we doing that? Okay.
We have Otaku seconding that in the chat.
Okay. Are you under duress from Don Otaku?
No,
from lordsofgaming.net. Are you under duress? Blink with your They sound like he's got a hold of you, sir.
Look, I respect my Nintendo brother Don, but I've been on it with DK Bananza being one of the reason to get this since we talked about this a month or so ago. Okay. Like Donkey Kong Bananza, I was already impressed with it. It was one of it was the Switch 2 game, not Mario Kart, that really impressed me with its gameplay mechanics and being able to break everything, try your own path, and I was able to
a great tech demo.
not even just.
Oh, King Messi. Oh, I thought he was going to
I
come with
wouldn't
that.
say
Continue.
it's a good showcase for what the system can do, but I think now that Nintendo put a new demo out for GameStop and all the retail stores, having elements from the Nintendo Direct in the game, so Pauline, the Kong Bonanza, some of the secret levels, all that stuff is accessible now, and it was in handheld mode at the demo I played at my nearest GameStop this week, and whereas the demo I played at the Nintendo experience had minor frame rate drops and docked mode, and I was even able to see it in portable mode. So being able to play in portable mode at the GameStop demo, it ran at a silky smooth 60 frames.
Nice.
It looked at native resolution on the Switch, on the handheld, and punching, using the DK forms, the music, everything was, it was, man. And that Nintendo Direct, like, it showed so much stuff about the game that I did not expect to see. Like, I expected the core mechanic being, oh, DK can just punch everything and just go on this path around the environment, and the Nintendo. The tree houses at the whatchamacallit after the Direct kind of went into detail about like what some stuff Saab mentioned, like there's different aspects of the environment, have different properties. You can stick objects on a wall, or you can use this chunk of gold purple rocks to blow things up. The difference now is that they completely opened up everything in terms of what the game can do with the Nintendo Direct, and they didn't even reveal everything. I'm pretty positive we're gonna get 2 more Bonanza forms if you look at the skill tree. So that's something that might be in the game too. But the Bonanza forms, and the fact you switch.
Wow.
I know, right?
Bonanza form?
Bonanza form, son.
Bonanza.
You don't want to see my Bonanza form?
Nah. Nobody want to see your Bonanza form, son.
You want to see me in my full glory?
Nah.
I want to show my Bonanza form.
Nah, that's why they
King
gonna
go
Switch.
full Bonanza.
He's already with full Bonanza.
That's how they go
Full Glizzy and now full Bonanza. We got the next one for you. Banana suit for you. You can go full Bonanza.
Yo, I'm doing. Shout out to Addict. I mean, not Addict.
Oh, no, it's Alex? Yeah.
Oh no, it's Alex. I see you going for the glizzy suit, pause, and I'm going for the banana suit, pause. That's going up next, but I'm not going full banana.
We want you to go full banana because you really like this. Continue, though. I'll let
we
you
all
go.
should do an episode where we all in a banana suit.
My bad, okay.
I got it. Yo, why don't we all play our switches with Donkey Kong, all in banana suits?
Hey, we should do a
if the realm votes for it for Tokyo, we
let's
should
do
do
that.
podcast where we're all different fruit.
different fruit. Yeah, that would be lit. That'd be lit.
Yo, who act like you ain't know who the Fruit of the Loom was?
But he young, you don't remember.
Yo,
Continue,
we're gonna dress him up
RK.
as a giant grape.
Okay.
Continue, RK. We interrupted, RK.
My bad, sir.
It's all good. It's all good, man. You old guys almost killed me. Then a piece of meat bread. Jesus. All right. Okay. So basically, the thing I really like about the Bonanza forms is as you get so much gold that you can continue to be in the form relatively often if the demo meant anything.
Like that.
And the fact that you can switch between them at will, as they demonstrated in Direct, means like you can chain them. Like you can use the Zebra Bonanza to run across a large gap, then turn into the Ostrich Bonanza and glide across an environment, then turn into the Kong Bonanza and go in the earth.
To the cog bonanza? They got a cog bonanza?
The Cog Bonanza.
No, Kong.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking about me. My fault. I'm being messy. I'm sorry. I apologize. No. This is very exciting. It's very exciting.
All right, so the visuals are beautiful. The music, I love the fact that all the Rare era music is being preserved, remixed, and returning. It's so good. I love
DK Rap is back.
Yo,
Oh, we gonna talk about it. Go ahead.
DK Rap, man.
Wait till it's my turn.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the other DKC remixes because if you notice in the Nintendo Direct, the 2D levels seemingly are all based off the OG Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Country, and there's like a whole Vine one, so I'm like, oh, Sticker Bush Symphony, that getting remixed, Aquatic Ambience getting a remix, and I'm just like, as a big Donkey Kong fan, like I remember, like I rented Returns HD for my Switch, I was surprised, I played for that like half the game in like 4 hours on my Switch 1. I was like, oh wow, and that's why I wrote the review for that. But
is Diddy Kong in it?
Yep, Diddy Kong.
Diddy
Diddy
Kong.
Kong.
I'm just saying, I'm done.
No, I'm kidding.
Maybe not. Maybe perhaps not.
I'm out of here, son.
They might have to retcon Diddy.
I want to be Diddy Kong.
Diddy Kong is on trial right now, so.
Hold on.
They caught him for a freako.
Poor Diddy
We're
Kong,
not gonna
man.
ignore what Kong just said. He wanted to be
I
Diddy Kong.
want to be Diddy Kong. I want to know if he's in it. Is he does he have the Bonanza for him? Does he?
That's a slippery slope, Cog. That's a slippery
I
slope.
Why y'all laughing?
You know what? To not kind of feed into Cog's foolishness, I will just say both Kong, like a number of the iconic Kongs from the past BKC games, do return, and I'll just leave it at that because I'm not opening up that.
The iconic Kongs.
That's iconic. He's like Diddy Kong's iconic. I will be.
He's iconic.
A special case.
But man, like I'm as someone who loves the franchise and seeing like all these elements of not just Donkey Kong Country, but the original Donkey Kong coming back. Like the fact that they could have had Diddy be like on his back, like.
Oh yeah,
Yes, yeah. I'm about this one. I'm about this one.
Yo,
Well
somebody clipped that right there. He want Diddy on his back.
Diddy was the first one, right? He was.
They could have had Diddy on his back.
Diddy was on his back in the first one.
Well done.
You
did it. You did it. You was looking for it. You got it.
I told you I gonna want this Nintendo topic. I told you. Anyway, moving.
You guys know what I mean. You guys know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean. I know what you say.
Whatever.
So, overall,
I'll recontextualize my comment.
Yes.
Donkey Kong teaming up with his trusted allies. That could have been something that could have been the case, but instead they have Pauline.
Yes.
And I feel like that, and that's like a homage not just to the original Donkey Kong, like from the back in the day, but also a reference. I feel like it kind of bleeds into the idea that this is the Odyssey team, because so much of Odyssey's DNA in this game.
Yeah.
While obviously there's some differences, like the core collectibles feed into a skill tree instead of like not just progression, but you still have the outfits, you have the music, you have the freeform gameplay, you have the transformations. Which look at that, Mario can capture people with his cap and basically turn into things too. Ain't that a coinky dink?
Yeah, no. A lot. The rumors are that Pauline age is something. Having to wonder if it's a Mario Odyssey prequel. That's what
it's technically I'm under the belief that it's either like some type of prequel, or maybe this is just kind of like Pauline's daughter or niece or something.
It can't be Pauline because you have Cranky Kong. Cranky Kong is the original Kong.
Is the original Kong,
right?
Yeah.
So it has to be some form of lineage to it. I was gonna jump on that pause when I get there, but
all right, no doubt.
He out there wilding.
The lore elements is definitely interesting, and I'm kind of curious because apparently stories are bigger focus now than it was in the previous videos. And that's something that is definitely interesting for this. So that's something I'm looking forward to seeing Nintendo kind of go into, because they have their own unique way of telling of their storytelling. Like you have games like
with no voice sounds.
She's talking. She's got voice, right?
Yeah, that King does bring up a good point though. That all the animal characters have the whole like banjo-esque kind of sound.
Got it.
But Pauline is speaking clear English, so that is a very interesting thing. So good thing pointing that out, man. Like I'm wondering if that implies anything.
All the women in Mario lore can speak in the
except for the other guys can't speak.
Let's get Nintendo enthusiasts just Corden in on this. You know, he's
absolutely.
big. He's huge on Nintendo. How are we feeling about Donkey Kong Bonanza?
You got your Switch 2 ready, right, man?
Well, when you're talking about Nintendo, I was just kind of fading in and out of consciousness, and I started hearing things about bananas and Diddy's DNA all over the place.
DNA? I didn't say DNA. Come on, man.
Diddy on his back with his DNA, and I'm
He did say that.
He did say that.
They said
that was factual, Judge. You on that
So
one.
I'm just like, man, Nintendo's gone down a path that I just can't follow. To quote Padme. I don't know why I quoted Padme there.
Any interest at all in this latest, addition to Donkey Kong series? Not much.
No.
And then we have Jen's going to discussion.
The last time I played a Nintendo game, I was prepubescent.
Okay.
Jeez.
Donkey Kong game.
Not even
Donkey
the
Kong
original
game.
Donkey Kong Country games?
No, I played that, the original, when I was like 8. but I never really owned Nintendo systems. You know, it's like jokes aside, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was too expensive in the UK. They priced my family out of the market.
No, fair enough.
Like,
Fair enough.
Majora's Mask was like 90 quid.
Wow.
Which is like what, 150 quid in today's money?
And dudes is upset with $80 games.
Yeah.
This is wild, right?
Yeah, for real. Like, So I never had that nostalgia for Nintendo anything. I played Super Metroid when I was in the hospital, and I loved it.
I love Super Metroid.
But that's
you said Nintendo make hospital games.
No, you funny.
Well, I was in a children's hospital, right? And they had Super Nintendos in there, and that's where I played Mario All Stars and Super Metroid, and I really loved it.
Mm-hmm.
But then at home I had a Mega Drive, which
he said when he got out, he said when he got out of the hospital, he got the real games. He said Nintendo preying on kids in the hospital.
Just turn your mic up just a little bit. You're a little low. Just a little bit.
All right, sorry.
There you go.
Is that better? Is that any better?
Yeah, a little better.
Yes, sir.
Yes, continue.
So when I actually got out of hospital, my parents bought me a reward for staying alive, which was my PS1. So I went from like the Mega Drive to PS1 and just completely skipped out Nintendo completely. I kind of feel like I missed out because Nintendo fans are just crazy passionate.
Yes.
But now, like, as an adult, I can't really connect with that.
You know why? Like, I think you associate.
Why can't I murder things in this game?
I think you associate a bad experience with Nintendo, like, because you was like, I'm in hospital. He was like, I don't want that console.
Astro Parrot already got him. He got arcade with the Diddy Kong on his back. Oh my god, he clipped him already. He clipped him. Sorry, continue.
I need Lord King David to give me some therapy, I think.
No, pause. We ain't giving no therapy out here. Y'all doing a lot today.
So tell me about your childhood.
But he's got a
experience with Nintendo.
But he's got to switch to his Bananza form first, then he can give you therapy.
Hey, don't worry, I'm gonna give you my Kong form. Pause.
Moving along, Lord Addict. Where are we at with Donkey Kong Bananza? Obviously, the new announcement went out. We got more gameplay details, more information. How are we feeling about the Bananza?
This is not for me, man. I'm gonna be honest. Like,
wow.
Nothing about this game appealed to me. If you go back and look when it was announced, I didn't look interested then. Wow. Seeing like the 15 minutes of gameplay still didn't hit with me. Maybe we see more. Maybe I'll change my mind. I could tell you I'm not going to play it, but that's probably foolish. I'll probably still try it because I'm hoping, after, the Switch 2 only got so many games coming out. So fortunate for it, it's probably going to get bought by proxy. But, it just, I don't know.
Did you like Odyssey? Did you like Odyssey, or that wasn't your jam either?
I didn't mind Odyssey, but I didn't beat Odyssey. So I will say that I feel like ever since, because this felt like very open world, like this Bananza game, and I feel like Nintendo has just, ever since the success of Breath of the Wild, they're like, we're going to try to turn any formula we have into like a Breath of the Wild formula, because they did that with Pokemon Scarlet and I didn't like that. I feel like that's one of the worst Pokemon games they've ever made.
Get to me.
And I feel like they ruined the Pokemon franchise for that. Now I feel like now they're looking at the Donkey Kong. No, did you like Pokemon? Cause I know you are.
No,
a Pokemon
I ain't playing.
fan, Jazz.
No,
because I played you in Pokemon. Did you like Scarlet?
Yeah, so
and Violet.
Yeah, I loved Pokemon. Like, Pokemon was the Nintendo thing that I did have nostalgia for, which was like, I had a Game Boy, which was just Pokemon, and then a DS, which was just Pokemon, a Game Boy Color, just Pokemon. I never I wasn't even aware that these machines had other games. Like, every kid
it was the Pokemon machine.
every kid at school had like a Game Boy Color and then a Game Boy SP if they were rich or whatever. And like everyone was like, you know, Pokemon, and like there was just nothing else. It was just Pokemon. So I did have a bit in the Pokemon nostalgia, but like, I just like when I came to play like Sword and Shield, it was just like, how is Nintendo like such a big rich company and they're putting out games that look like they've been cobbled together from free Unity assets on a $100 budget. Seriously, the game was just trash, man.
And
There's just no other way
one
of
of the better
putting it.
running games on and of the Pokemon lineage on the original Switch, and you thought it looked like bleh. Imagine playing Scarlet and Violet. Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, I was just done with it from that point. I mean, I even remember like Pokemon Stadium back in the day because my brother had an N64.
That was fun.
Yeah, and it was like
Yeah,
Pokemon
they need to make
Stadium
another
had better
Pokemon
graphics
Stadium.
and more animations than the most recent Pokemon game. Like I mean,
it was
fair
bad.
enough.
The last
there was
Pokemon
fewer
game,
Pokemon.
The last Pokemon game was the very first time I seen the Pokemon audience push back.
You talking about Power World? Oh, sorry.
No,
that's lawsuit. That was a lawsuit.
but
we hate Nintendo for that one.
Essentially, what they did to make it play more like Zelda is they're like, okay, you know what we're gonna do is, let's. I imagine like that. You know that meme where they throw someone out the window? It was like they say, okay, we need to turn this to more like Zelda. What are we gonna do? And then they're like, okay, we need to make it open world, but we can't make it open world because you know they've always had a formula for Pokemon. You go through every town, do every gym leader, and then you fight you have a story among this all. Then you fight in the Elite Four. You know, okay, what we'll do is you can go anywhere you want. But then how are we supposed to tell a story? We'll just make it to where all of them is the story. And I felt like it had like a very lax story because they wanted to make it to where you can go anywhere on the map first, and it doesn't really, because they used to lock down parts of the map because of this, because you didn't want to get to certain areas.
Donald Tackle, I got to break protocol. Donald Tackle's on your head. Sorry, Saul. Addict so stuck in the past. He don't want anything to evolve. Zelda, Pokemon, Final Fantasy. Besides Final Fantasy, Zelda and Pokemon are more popular now.
Oh, really? Okay. Pokemon Scarlet. Let's go down memory lane there with you.
He got time.
Metacritic. Oh no, I got time for him. At least to show him one thing. At least to show him one thing, I got time for him. All right, so I'm gonna share a screen, and we're gonna play show and tell.
We play show and tell. What we doing?
Yeah, we're gonna play show and tell.
Said I'm here to bust your butt. Bust your butt. I'm here for it.
So we got Pokemon Scarlet 72.
Oh wow, that's not that.
That's kind of stinky.
That's not that good.
3.4.
Oh, user score. Wow, look at the user score.
But you know what? Maybe I don't know. Pokemon Sword.
So those are recent ones?
80.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh, so the sword is the older one. So that would be the older ones are better.
Before that.
Yeah, they were received.
Pokemon. We'll go with. We'll go with Red. Pokemon Red. We're going back to the old version.
Okay.
81.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow,
let's go
good.
Pokemon White.
What we doing white? There we go. Oh wow. So there's the older Pokemons is better than the new ones, right?
But he said the new ones are better than the old.
So he kind of coming for Don on
Yeah.
this.
No. I'm saying
let him cook.
I'm saying that ever since they did this Zelda success, they're trying to turn now Donkey Kong an open world. Now Donkey Kong has had similar games in this vein, but not to this degree. So I mean, look, it might work out for them, and I hope it does. But it's just like, to me, I'm just not amused. Like it's nothing's grabbing me. We'll have to see when the game actually comes out. But it's just like, look, I played these games before. I played Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong 64. Like I played these games. But my thing is just like just like the Pokemon. Now look at the sales. Okay, so we're gonna compare one of the biggest phenomenons for Nintendo ever to handheld versions. Okay. Got you. That makes a lot of sense, Don Otaku. That makes a lot.
Y'all messy today.
I will say this about Pokemon. I personally feel like the issue is them going with the open world format and more so just Game Freak just being ill-equipped to make 3D games. Because I mean, obviously there was an exception on the Xbox stage we just saw recently, but in terms of like for the Pokemon series in general, my personal favorite Pokemon games were on the Nintendo DS with Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Black and White.
What does this got to do with Donkey Kong?
No, it's the duration.
Let's get back on focus. King is right.
It is focus because in my opinion, the success in Zelda led to what happened in Pokemon, which is arguably one of the worst Metacritic score going on. Then a lot of their games are heading towards that direction.
Addict, I'm going to fight you on this because I need to, right? And I'm going to fight you only because there was a game called Super Mario 64 that was open world that was way before Zelda. And that is the formula that Nintendo is going to. So it really has nothing to do with any of the stuff that you're talking about. It has everything to do with the success of Mario 64 that formulated Nintendo's idea to go to 3D platforming games. And 3D platforming games has been a staple in Nintendo's arsenal ever since Mario 64.
So we're talking about an N64 game that they no longer, they've been doing that from the start. You know what? I'm not taking the bait. You can have that. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. I'm officially ending my portion. Goodbye.
I said I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. King, since King Addict is not doing that. What's your thoughts on Donkey Kong Bonanza? You was hype, man. This was the game. That when you saw the Switch for the first time, you were lukewarm, but this was the game that said, yo, I'm hot. Now let's go.
Facts, and I understand them being smart. They said, all right, let's put the game in the box that if we put this game out, I think the game that would sell 1-to-1 with the Switch 2 would have been Donkey Kong Bonanza. Because it's a tech demo. It's really showing you what the system is capable of, right? Destructible everywhere. We all get this with every console. We always get one game that shows you really basically what the functionality of the box can do.
Right.
And we start to look at the box differently, based off of this, because we think that all the games are going to emulate something of this nature. You saw the open worldness of Mario Kart, and you was like, whatever. It was just like Mario Kart, more carts on the screen. It's like, whatever. And sometimes racing doesn't equate to a lot of people. But put that with that sells. Now, a month later, we're going to get to the actual game, a platformer, what Nintendo is known for. I hated this direct.
Wow.
I hated this direct in the sense that, and let me tell you why.
I'm shocked by this.
I'm getting the game. I love monkeys, right? Monkeys is my thing, right? Like I don't know why I love them so much.
Since Ape Escape, they make you laugh.
I love them. No, since Donkey Kong.
Oh, okay.
It really goes all the way back to Congo Bongo. It really goes all the way back to ColecoVision. Yeah. So, and then, from all those games, like Diddy Kong Racing, all that stuff, I'm totally about the ape life. Right? Yo, let's get it, right? I got a gorilla on my chest with a ski mask on. Yo, trust me, I'm crazy. All right, anyway. My love for this, they showed too much.
They showed a lot. Like,
it's like going to date a girl. Like, all right, you go to her house, you go to pick up your first date. This is your first date. You go to pick her up. She comes out with a mini skirt that is crotch length, right? Not wearing anything, not wearing it comes down, everything. She show you the kit and caboodle. Now, some dudes could say that's what you like. Me personally, I like a little bit of mystery, right? Until we get to that day, we gonna consummate the situation, right? I saw too much. Like, please, lady,
the whole situation.
Close your legs. Like, yo, I'm okay. They had the little rock on his back.
Yes.
I did not need to know that was Pauline. All right. I did not need to know that you had Kong forms. I did not need to know any of that, but I think it's a form of desperation. I think that you thought that it would be leaked out ahead of time, and you want to get ahead of it. We're in a now era where everybody needs to have all the information and everything. Nothing is sacred anymore.
Right.
Nothing is, we get it and you find it out. I don't need to know how many forms I got and maybe 2 more forms is left. Like, leave me some imagination in an exploration game. It's a game of exploration. And you told me, oh, you know, in level 5, when you get to level 5, 10 hours into the game, you'll be able to take some clay and make a bridge. Why can't I find that out? Nintendo, like, but see, this is the double-edged sword. Now, I know you're going to say, yeah, King, you didn't have to watch it. My job dictates I need to have information. All right? And during this, I got to watch in order to inform to you guys. Right? So I can't sit there and say, oh, man, they spoiled it for me. Right? I'm in a unique situation where, yeah, I spoiled it for myself because I got to get the information to bring it back to y'all guys. Right? So I just felt that they showed too much of something that I really wanted to explore. So my exploration, my thirst for knowledge when it came to the game is my cup is already. I come into the game halfway full. I come to the game as, oh, yo, I can't wait till that cutscene that they showed already about the great reveal about Pauline being a rock on his back. That would have exploded my mind if I would have found it out in the game. But you guys have said, you know what, King? We're going to take that from you, but we still want your $80.
70 for this one.
70.
Whatever. If you want the Ghost Me card, you're going to have to, yeah. So that's
where you at with it.
So other than that, I guess it was a success. But what it did?
What?
Your thirst in order to trap the people that wasn't interested before because your pre-orders and stuff went up, you didn't trap Addict by revealing everything, right? So that girl that revealed everything and the guy ghosted her after, Addict ghosted you anyway.
But in fairness to the Nintendo fan, like I think I'll talk when it's my turn. My fault.
It's just. I wish you would have left more. I did not need to know the curtain matched the drapes when we were just going out for lunch.
Jesus,
right?
Such analogies.
Right? Well, listen, we were going out just for coffee. I just really didn't need to know that.
So, King, I have a question.
Talk to me.
How would you structure the direct then if you think they revealed too much?
I would have held back that big direct, that big reveal on Pauline. Okay. I think that was a major gaffe, right? Because everything we saw with it up until that point, Donkey Kong was running through the world alone, right? So now you watch the direct, she's on his back. And then you have to talk about the move sets as far as now she can use voice and far as singing and stuff like that. I think Pauline was your great big reveal, but your thirst to get the female demographic in so bad to pander to people that don't give a damn about you because they don't care about you, honestly. No, we got a girl in the game. She's in here. So you can get in. She's right in the monkey's back. All right, so let's get it. Let's get it. Pause, right? Whatever. But the fact that I understand, like you said, they could have had Diddy on his back. Pause, right? They could have had another monkey.
What the sales would have did.
But exactly. But you decided, let's put a girl on the back, so let's get to this demographic. Cool. If you want to DEI Donkey Kong, I want to see how it work out for you.
Jesus.
But me personally, you could have left that great reveal later. Then you just decided you just got verbal diarrhea and just started telling everything. Yo, you know he got forms now, right? You could have used Destructible World. You were able to take the world, toss it around. It has story elements. We have the bad guys. We have the bonanzas that make you stronger. But there's more, and we can't wait for you July 17th to make it happen.
I can understand showing like one form change or just to show that he could change forms in some way without showing any of them. But they showed like 2 or 3 of them.
They showed 3 of them, bro.
Well, what if they got a lot? I mean, I'll jump in. Oh,
Go for it.
You know, he's back. You know, shout out to Saul for the breakdown. I'm surprised Saul picked this topic. I didn't know he was riding hard for the.
You know what's funny? Because the other topic that you picked, I was like, I feel the way King feels about that. With the
okay.
I feel about that because I was like, you just told me that you're continuing to date the girl you already dating.
Right.
Thanks.
Oh, no, we'll get into that. We got Jets for that part. We got that. No, but it's like for me. I was like, because I obviously I didn't know you had a topic of that. So I was like, if he's looking for something, I was just gonna throw something to him. But yeah, I was like, oh, okay, so I'll pick this. This is cool. And look, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I really don't follow the Donkey Kong series. Like King, I honestly haven't really played one since Country from back in the
original one, the last one you played?
Because I thought like I was a Mega Drive Genesis kid, and I remember seeing Donkey Kong Country for the first time. I said, uh-oh.
Yeah, that's when I brought it over to the house. That thing was $100.
When I saw that side, it looked like a cartoon on side. I was like, Genesis is not doing that. There were moments like Super Nintendo always have a moment to check me. Right? Like I remember that for the Genesis, it was when I heard the Super Nintendo sound chip. And when I saw Donkey Kong Country and Act Ray, I was like, oh my God, okay, this is a jump. And I remember Mode 7. When I saw Mode 7, I was like, oh, Genesis ain't doing that, right? Pilot Wings and F-Zero and all that. And then the second moment, and obviously 64 and all that other stuff. There's moments. So Nintendo would do something, and I'm like, damn, they here now. It's on. And Donkey Kong Country was one of that. But outside of that game, I really don't really follow the series. It's really not a favorite of mine. I'm like Jazz. I'm more of like a Metroid, guy. I'm more of a, Zelda. I like when Zelda come outside.
And you got to remember too, though, like Donkey Kong, you had moved on already. You had already seen PlayStation. Remember?
So I was out of here.
You knew it was coming, and then King got it. King got it early, so it was only a couple of months until we were able to see the PlayStation 1 and be like, all right, never mind.
I was like, once I saw PlayStation 1, I was betraying everybody. Saturn be damned. Nintendo be damned. I was a traitor. So anyway, like with that joint, with this, look, it looks cool. I do agree with King on the fact that there's some aspects of it that it feels like it's a full game. I ain't gonna be disrespectful, but there's a part of me that feels like a tech display. We want to show you we can manipulate this world, we can punch, we can blow up stuff, and those physics are dope. Like I thought Arcade, or what is it, the Chunks, where he's riding the Chunks and surfing, that looked fire. Cool. I ain't going for it. It looked fire. I think they're not getting enough credit for the 2-player co-op. Because that is good, because it's going to be kids or people who don't have the dexterity to do everything with Donkey Kong, but they could ride the back paws and do the thing with Pauline or whatever.
And you can use Game Share one.
Yes, I thought that was cool. I thought if they really want to be evil, they could go hard with these customizations if they want. If they want to put microtransactions, I doubt Nintendo goes that far, but they probably won't. You know what I'm saying? But that's something that people would just, again, because you got the different suits for the different situation and stuff like that. And I will say this: I know Amazon is very happy that their relationship with Nintendo is mended. Because you saw who's the #1 pre-order all over the world, Donkey Kong Country. So look, I get it, King. I agree they did show way too much for me. But at the end of the day, I'm like, look, it looked like it had its desired effect. But Nintendo, I gotta bring you to the front of the conversation for another reason. So Sav, why do I watch this stream and I hear certain raps? Certain freestyle, certain Donkey Kong raps. And I'm like, all right, cool. Then I do the research. Nintendo, you got to come to the front of the congregation. Why you ain't got this man? What's my man named? Grant Kirkhope.
Yep.
Who not only is responsible for the Donkey Kong rap, not only responsible for the greatest pause music in the history of video games, which is the GoldenEye pause music. This man can't get credits in a Nintendo game. He ain't get credits in the movie because Nintendo, they don't credit the composers. Bro, read this quote. I was like, I was floored by this. So speaking last month, this is Grant Kirkhope to Eurogo. He says, Nintendo decided that any music that was quoted from the games they owned, they wouldn't credit the composers, apart from Koji Kondo. They said it, anything with a vocal will be credited, right? So he's like, okay, the DK rap has a vocal, it scores there. But then they decided if they own it, they won't credit the composers. And that was the final nail in the coffin. He said then the composer, Grant, he went to Nintendo, appealed to them about being left out in the movie credits, but the company wouldn't budge. Grant Kirkhope says to Nintendo, hey, man, I appreciate you got your policies and the rest of it. By the time the credits roll, the movie just showed the songs. He said, the theater's completely empty. Everyone's gone. It's only me and my wife and my 2 kids sitting back looking, and they're like, where's daddy's name? And he said, for the love of God, I can't get a couple of line of text to say that I made this. And these guys are using the stuff. Bro, Nintendo, that's horrible.
I mean, they replaced the Peach actress without telling her. Same thing for like they don't care.
Nintendo has always been the villain, boy.
They have always been the
villain.
villain.
Act like they some nice family friendly stuff. Listen, Jez told you. They troll the hospitals to get the kids early. I'm telling you.
They troll
that is dirty. The last thing he said, shout out to Greg Kirkhope, though. Shout out to Greg, because he's taking it. His fans are upset, but he's taking it. He said, look, he said he's remained humorous about the whole thing. He said, my tombstone will read, here lies the body of Greg Kirkhope. He wrote the DK rap and the GoldenEye pause music. Nothing else ever matters.
What he should do is go write the Banjo-Kazooie rap. Go write the raps on people that's going to give you credit for it. Stop signing contracts with people that they told you in the beginning they're going to screw you over. And then after you do it, you crying. Me and my kids look for it. You should have got it. This is not a Marvel movie,
King, but they literally themselves said that they would give composers.
They lied.
And
They've been lying.
Yeah, they pulled it back on them. Like, well, we own it, so we don't have to give you credit.
That's right. We the villains.
That's crazy, man. So I just had to get off that.
As you got control, go make another rap.
Oh, don't do that. Right? No, but they using the joint in the movie. That's dirty work.
You know they got other movies coming up.
Dirty work.
Go be the villain to somebody else's story.
I'm gonna be honest with you. That should be illegal. You shouldn't be able to.
It is illegal.
That's dirty. Yeah,
but you know what they got? They got the best lawyers.
Yeah, they do, and they will sue you.
That's Power.
That's Power. Power know what time it is. But yeah, that's just because as a person who. Okay, soft, please.
No, I mean, King is right. They've always been the villains. Somebody directed me to a YouTuber, a female who had been like doing Nintendo content forever, right? And just since the kind of the announcement of the Switch 2 and everything around it, the pricing and stuff like that, like she's kind of changed her tune on Nintendo, and mostly because she feels like there's a cynicism around them now. And the fact of the matter is, and I appreciate that as you know, as a fan, she's a fan who grew up with them, who had very special moments in her childhood,
we all do.
Defined by Nintendo, right? The problem with that is that they've always been that company. We just were too young to care about that aspect of the business or to even see it. They cater to you in a way that you're not going to see that stuff when you're a kid. You're not going to understand that stuff when you're a kid. So when you look at it now and she's like, well, I'm not messing with them anymore. They've become too cynical. They've become too money hungry, too much. It's always been that. It's just us realizing it now. And then you having to make the decision whether, hey, am I going to put that to the side and still understand, hey, the games are still great, right?
Which they are.
Which they are.
The wildest thing. They put out the worst, most egregious DRM machine I've ever seen in my life. Right? Okay. All right. Okay. And they know that you're going to get it, right? Yeah. All right. So tell me they told you ahead of time, in our bylaws, you do anything loose over here, we're going to brick your joint. Right? $500. $500 on your joint. You pay $500, right? You clean, you outside, you running the streets. You say, yo, I got this little MIG joint. I want to back up my joint to have my memory. No. You violated term of service. Brick them, son. Brick them.
It's even worse. It's even worse because there was this one thing. There was a whole truck of Switch shoes that got stolen.
Yeah, they're all gonna be bricked.
And they are bricked already.
Wow. You know why?
Remotely bricked them.
All right. You know why? Your joint is bricked from the get-go. Y'all brought a bunch of consoles that's bricked from the get-go. You got to turn your joint on. You got to have the internet. You have to have the internet from the beginning.
It's bricked unless you have the internet already.
So you dudes thought y'all gonna steal 1.5 million worth of switches and y'all's gonna get up. Nintendo knew what you were planning. That's why there was no security around them. They said, go ahead. This is the tax write-off. So we got insurance on them. So they bricked them You did all this heisting for no reason. You did Mission Impossible for no reason.
And you
Your
know what's
joints
funny,
is brick,
King?
son.
9
Nah.
times out of 10, Nintendo ended up with them switches anyway.
Yo, so listen, Kai. So Addict, check this out.
Yeah.
They got the insurance money.
Mm-hmm.
When them bricks joints come to the store, they're gonna collect them as evidence.
That's wild.
And they're gonna unbrick them and put them back in circulation. Shout out to the real villains. And listen, we support. I got one.
We all
but you know
love
what I'm not gonna do?
We just don't like certain
I'm
practices.
not gonna have brickable offenses.
No, look, it is what it is. Again, as a person, you know me, I champion composers, video game music. You see, when I put my gym posts, it's always about, I don't feel they get enough credit. And then also, let's be honest, with the way games are made, the budgets for audio, you know what I'm saying, was always small. So when you do something special with audio, you need to get praise. That's how these guys get jobs. That's how they name ring. But I remember, this is my man. This is one of the few dudes from Nintendo.
Yep.
Bro, we remember that pause music. What? That is the greatest pause joint ever. Addict, remember the TikToks that was going crazy?
Them Battletoads?
Yeah. Oh, man. So many things he did,
See,
man.
The sad part, though, is like, I'm not, you know, here's the thing. It's Nintendo's fault. But it's like, look, man, like, if Nintendo has, Nintendo will have the stigma and people will still work with them. So it's just like, I'm never going to, like, that's Nintendo for taking advantage of the market and people that really need jobs. But it's just like, sometimes, like, you know, you got to be understanding. It's like the thing that we just had with Alex. It's like, you know, because he's very vocal on, like, subscription services hurt sales in certain ways. And it's like, but you keep putting your game.
Yeah, no, you talk about 100%. Yeah, well, we had the conversation. We had a dope conversation, which I need to listen because there's a lot of misinformation going on.
Yeah, dudes out here misquoting.
I highly recommend. I got to plug us a little bit. Go to ILP, go to our exclusive interview section. We challenge Alex Hutcherson about the comments. And he gave us. He did not run for the fade. He definitely answered about, you know, being in Game Pass, being a subscription service, and all the comments. And a lot of stuff is getting misquoted. And if you want the real, please listen to our video with him up there about.
Me and Alex went at it over licensing games for streaming.
And streaming, yeah, like and salute to him for his transparency and really being honest, so we can understand where he's coming from.
And he even admitted, like, look, maybe this isn't for me to know or for me to understand in the end. Like,
no doubt.
Yeah, but Grant, I mean, when you look at his, God, man, when you look at this list of games
that my man Kirk,
like, I mean, Banjo, Donkey, DK64, Perfect Dark, Star Fox Adventures, Grabbed by the Ghoulies, Conquer Live and Reloaded, Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning, Viva Pinata, the Castle of Illusion remake from 2013, Mickey Mouse Castle of Illusion.
So good.
Oh, wow.
He can't get a credit in a movie. He can't get a credit.
He's God tier.
So
if they disrespecting God tier people, you know, you got to think about it.
The Rabbids games. He
came back for the Rabbids game. He did Sparks of Hope.
Oh, he did the Rabbids?
Yeah, man.
Wow, I didn't know.
Like,
he worked with Yoko Shikamura for the second one.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
so he's still messing with that girl that doing them dirty. I mean, so at what point in time do you got to say to the guy who keep going back and looking for validation for a woman that's not repping you?
But come on, King, don't do that.
She's going out with you. She's taking the ring off.
You acting like it's bad jobs in the video games industry, King. Come on.
It's okay to say that why you keep going back, but it's also okay to be like, why are you taking advantage of him coming back?
Like, yo, because that's what she do.
But that still doesn't make it right.
Yo, it didn't make it right when I gave them $500 knowing they can brick my joint, right?
But we have all kinds of regulations on that stuff.
Listen, I'm out here. I'm buying $500 machines that could brick me at any moment, son.
Anyway, let's move on. We beat this thing to death, but I just wanted to put this out there. Let's solve. You got all your bars off, and okay, you got all your bars off for the rest of the
week. So before we go into it, clearly, you are doing the shake and weight.
Shake. Oh, song is taking it to the face.
I gotta get that shake weight.
Yes. Yes. His fan base will love him.
Don't be sorry for him. Because when I got it, nobody was sorry for me. I ain't gonna do that, man. Get out of here.
Fair enough, Arcade.
So you're doing the shake and weight thing. All right. So
I gotta call it shake and wait.
Shake and weight. You gotta wait with the shake.
Yeah, make you lean back, two hand motion.
So,
you be good, brother.
Are we putting it? He gotta use two hands. Is that?
Nah, he gotta put two hands. Come on,
You gotta put that.
You gotta
in
take
there,
that to the
'cause they had
face.
them over there. So let's get these super chats.
Let's get this super chats going.
Let's get these super chats up, people. Let's
get back to that.
So we're gonna do $10 super chats for Saul to do it. With
y'all know what to do. Y'all know what to do. Y'all know.
Yeah, play with each other, joystick.
Where you at now?
Yo, get the soft glove.
Saab needs to fly first class to Japan. Let's go.
Unfortunately, those flights have been bought. So, you are.
You're ready where you at. That's right. Stretch your legs. Walk in between the flight.
All right, no doubt. Yo, Arcade, appreciate you, brother. Where can the find people find you on lordsofgaming.net, sir? Tell us what you got going on before you head out.
You can find me at lordsofgaming.net. I recently put out a review on both the Nintendo Switch console and the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller.
Oh my god!
You can find him looking for Diddy Kong on his back.
No!
Hey, yo!
You were very out of pocket for that.
It was out of pocket.
You were very out of pocket.
What makes it funny, the way Actual Parrot clipped it, is the way Addict laughs and reacts to when you didn't realize what you said, Arcade. Like, it was so funny because Addict knew immediately you was in trouble.
I fell out of my seat.
I'm just talking so earnestly, and you guys in the realm just love taking the fun out of it. It's all good.
No,
Arcade makes another moment.
Like, man, I don't care. Look, I'm the first person to be like, I don't care about pause-worthy moments. I would have said that.
At least I made everyone laugh.
Yes.
That's what
You did.
But I got more stuff coming.
Oh, look at that, Saul. They already won.
So...
You finished. Like,
Yeah, how many people? They already super chatted for it?
already won.
Oh, for the shake weight?
Wow. Already.
Let's
Okay,
go.
bro.
That's
I'm
crazy.
gonna the show. You guys have fun. And
Bless
thank you
him.
for being in the realm.
And why would you say some low down dirty shit like that?
No doubt. Okay, man. Good to see
Zip
you.
with the drip.
No doubt. Yeah, you on it. Let's get the super chats up, and then we got that main event for Jazz.
The main event. Hold on a second. Yeah, we got to hold up. Let me run back a little bit.
Shake that weight, Saul. Shake that weight, Saul.
I like what Addict said.
We got.
Don't say it the whole time. Shake that weight, Saul.
Hard to find. Remember, for 48 months, Lord Bronze. Assalamu alaikum, my brothers. I'm trying to clear out all this freakiness going on this Lord's Day. My dad's 50th birthday. Peace and love.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to your dad.
5-0.
Yeah, baby. Blessings.
You a young boy if your dad's 50.
Yeah.
We're 50.
Yeah, how old is you? That's a good
Shout out.
That depends on how freaky his daddy was.
Yeah, it's true.
That part.
My mom's not even 50 yet. So.
Oh, wow. That's what's up.
Good God.
She a hot tamale. Tell
She's
her.
about to turn 50, but she
Youngins.
ain't there yet.
Youngins.
Then we have Don Otaku, $5 super chat. Donkey Kong Bonanza's easily the most ambitious game of the year and probably on the level of Tears of the Kingdom in terms of innovative gameplay. Hope so. Hope so. Then we got Spoony Love with the 500 yen. Shout out to Spoony. 500 yen. Big pause. At first, I thought the chat was a little zesty, but turns out Lord King Glizzy-san, Lord Beefy, and Rob are just as zesty.
Wow.
Why you Glizzy-san?
Glizzy-san.
Lord Glizzy-san.
He threw the Japanese flavor to it. That's hilarious. Yo, if someone in Japan come up to King and be like, Glizzy-san. Yo, I will pass out if I hear someone in Japan do that in Tokyo.
Lord Glizzy-san.
That is wild.
That's disgusting business.
We got Spoony Love once again with the 200 yen. Shout out to young Gandalf the Red, a.k.a. Just Corden. Shout out.
Blessings. That's right.
Yes.
Then we have Donataku again, $5 super chat. Addict so stuck in. Oh, we read this one.
We broke protocol for that one.
Then we have Donataku again, $2 super chat. Now look at the sales. He just wanted to make sure he reiterated that. Then we got Legendary Yobi, $5 super chat. I've said this many times. Mainline Pokemon games lost its shine. Peak Pokemon in all areas was Pokemon Black White 1 and 2. After those two, it fell off. Then we got Donataku with the numbers. $10 super chat. Pokemon, I guess Scarlet Violet, 26,790,000. Pokemon, I don't know what these are. SWSH, 26 million. Sword and Shield. Yeah, that's right. Sword and Shield. 26,720,000. The sales were going down before these two. These are the highest selling Pokemon games since Gold, Silver, Crystal on the Game Boy Color.
Like, I'm curious to look up
Still
what
a lot of sales.
And I'm curious to look up what the sales for the platforms on these other Pokemon games compared to the Switch. But we ain't going there. So continue.
Then we have Donataku once again, $5 super chat. I also agree they showed too much, but like Odyssey, there's definitely more that's still hidden. I hope so, for sure.
Hope so.
Then we got Forte chiming in, $10 super chat. Shout out to Forte. Red, Blue, Green, 31.1 million. Sword, Shield, 26.7 million. Scarlet and Violet, 24.3 million. Gold and Silver, 23.7 million. Diamond and Pearl, 17.6 million. The Switch games did great, but let's not act like Pokemon hasn't always sold.
Oh, he on Donataku head with the numbers.
The numbers are going up. Yeah.
I don't know, you're in trouble, Don.
I tell you, stop pressing with them GameStop dudes.
Them GameStop dudes, they ready. They got the numbers ready.
They're different breeds.
You're gonna have to come on next week, Forte. Clear your schedule. You're on next week.
Then we have Richie Torres MMA, $5 super chat. David Wise is a go-to, yes. Kirk Open Wise together. Stick Brush Symphony is goated, yes.
My music lords.
Then we have Chancleta Mangu, member for 18 months, Lord Bronze. Welcome back, Sov. Wish there were less people asking how Xbox is giving us more helps Xbox, and more people asking why others aren't giving us more. Put gamers first. They ain't gonna put gamers first because it's business.
All you gotta do is just stop playing them other dudes and just come home, man. Just come on home.
Then we have Donataku again, $10 super chat. I'm not going to deny that Nintendo be on the BS with that and the lawsuits, but we're not gonna act like they're any more the villains when they don't do mass layoffs every year like Xbox and PlayStation.
Can't lay off people when you're talking about doing generative AI. Stop the madness, boy. Don't act like they nice. I'm not gonna act like they nice. They the absolute worst out of all the three. Don't act like that. You're talking about a $3 trillion company that has 10 times as many employees. Stop equating them little dudes that's beating you up every day to them other dudes that's over there making away. They got mad different businesses. Then you want to compare them to Sony? Stop doing that. You want to talk about the real villain in the room? Go ahead and put a mag switch on your joint right now. Let's see what you get. Your brick. You got a hot paperweight. Don't play with me, boy.
Continue.
There we got, let me see, Shake That Weight Saw from Astor Parrot King, $2 super chat.
Yo.
Yeah, all right.
We already got two out of 20.
2 out of 20, you hit that goal quick.
Already.
Then we have Brandmick 31, $10 super chat for Saab, no Diddy. Keep the guest appearances. John Jones and Metroid are the GOAT. Jim Jones is the oldest YN in history. Nintendo is sus.
I agree with everything except that John Jones cover.
Nah, that Jim Jones is the oldest.
YN is wild.
Funniest thing.
That's hilarious. I like that.
Then we got Forte once again, $5 super chat. That's one cross the temp agency. That's one cross the temp agency wouldn't let me bear soft. Good luck taking a shake weight to the head, bro.
Take it to the face. Yeah.
About the shake saw.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I mean, we could, listen, I'll gladly pay you to take that.
Nah, that's all you.
That's all you, buddy.
Wait till we get to dress up time.
Oh, that's the part I can't.
I'll gladly recompense you for this.
And see, if we hit the go today, next week we talking about Saul's first solo costume.
Oh God!
Yes, and I got some stuff I can't.
We got some good votes. We got some good votes.
Because the goal is to get Soft caught up on Road to Tokyo goals.
That's
before
right.
we start doing the last group ones.
Oh, remember, I'm not here.
Remember, he's next week, but
I have to work.
Yeah,
next
don't
week.
worry, but
I'm sure you guys will make sure that.
No, but I need his horror face reacting though.
Listen, when I wasn't here, y'all got me in a glizzy suit. I don't care about him being here or not.
All right, fair enough. We'll see.
Get this work. Nah, hell with y'all. Yo, And this dude went out and brought me the best glizzy suit I've ever seen in my life.
Designer glizzy suit.
Yeah, I had to make sure. Had to make sure it fit properly. You
You
know?
heard that? Yeah, this guy here with a whole leather head.
Had to
man.
make sure the mustard looked correct.
Yeah, we like the sauce on his chest. We like that.
This dude
He
here.
like it too.
I'm glad that you got Cog in the collar. That was the best thing ever, son. How that tail going for you, Cog?
Someone clipped you, Cog, said, "You don't want to see me in my banana form?"
Yeah, somebody got me already with that.
My banana form.
Yeah, they like the banana form. Yeah, they got me crazy.
Oh, it's wild business. Man. Wild dudes are
Anyway,
loose.
we are caught up.
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the heavyweight. This is the big one. Hold on, Jess stepped away from it, but I'll still set it up while we wait for Jess to come back. Xbox and AMD. And shout out to Xbox Wire, y'all. Big announcement. Advancing the next generation of gaming together. So we talk about some excerpts here. They said that they are actively building their next generation lineup across console, handheld, PC, cloud, and accessories. As part of this, Xbox unveiled that it has entered into a strategic multi-year partnership with AMD to co-engineer silicon across a portfolio of devices, including future first-party consoles and cloud. They said this work is part of Xbox's commitment to deliver an enduring gaming platform that enables you to play across devices in entirely new ways. An Xbox experience designed for players not locked to a single store or tied to one device. Obviously, we had the Queen. Good to see the Queen outside, King. Talk Sarah Bond talking about president of Xbox, sharing how Xbox and AMD are working together to advance the state of art in gaming. She had a lot of statements in reference to that, but we also heard from AMD's Lisa Su on what that means for the future of gaming. Dr. Lisa Su, Chair and Chief Executive Officer of AMD. They share how the Xbox and AMD are building on 2 decades of partnership, innovation, and trust. AMD will extend its console work to design full roadmap of gaming-optimized chips, combining the power of Ryzen and Radeon for consoles, handhelds, PCs, and cloud. So, yeah, they say stay tuned as we continue to bring this more news of the next generation of Xbox to life. So this was interesting. The timing was interesting. This was after the showcase, not during the showcase. We got Jez Corden in here, and I gotta ask some questions, Jez, because obviously you're one of the people to really break this on Windows Central as far as what was going on between this partnership, which was an amazing article. And I just want to get your perspective as far as, I guess, one, the timing, right? Why the need to say this now, and then 2, a lot of people, I guess, maybe were concerned about Xbox's future in hardware. Would they be around, kind of thing. So what do you parse from all this information and the timing?
Well, I think because I was investigating all this stuff after the showcase, and obviously I've got a pretty good track at the moment with their sort of strategy. It's coalescing in terms of like, the bits and pieces that we know are starting to paint a broader painting of what's actually going on. So it started with Kenan, the information about that a few weeks ago. Time's an abstract concept to me now. And it was always like, the fear was, oh, this is the way Xbox is going now. It's like they're going to be making Xbox consoles in partnership with OEMs rather than making their own hardware. So one of the things I was very intently trying to investigate was, are they actually still going to make their own hardware? Then initially it was like, yeah. And it was like, oh yeah, okay. So they are making their own Xbox console and they are making a handheld. But then like not long after that, it was like, there was like a meeting internally where they talked about like shifting priorities and that their handheld that they were making themselves, that had been put on hold.
Right.
They said internally that had been put on hold or on hiatus while they focus on making Kenan, the Xbox Ally, as good as it can be, right? So again, that sort of began raising questions like, is that maybe they're just, again, this is where they're going all in with Asus and the next Xbox could maybe it's a ROG Xbox or something like that. Right. So I think Microsoft, like after the showcase when they announced the Xbox Ally, I think one of the prevailing questions coming out of that show when all of it was public was, is just the way Xbox is going now? Is it all going to PC? Are we going to be restricted to Xbox Play Anywhere? as the next gen system. The Xbox next gen system is just a Windows PC. That means all of our digital library doesn't come with us, right? And that was the thing I was getting the most DMs about. That was the thing, like, you know, people seemed most nervous about. And I really think Microsoft tracked that sentiment internally as well, where it's like, these are the big questions people are asking about next gen. And you had some other commentators like The Verge, Tom Warren pointed out an article that was sort of raising that question, which was like, is the Xbox Ally the
future of
Xbox?
right,
yeah.
which I covered, like, is that the thing? Continue.
So the first piece of information that I came upon was like, the next Xbox definitely plays your existing games, right? So if the next Xbox definitely plays your existing games, that has a lot of technological implications, doesn't it? Because in order to play your existing games, it has to have certain technology in the device, right? It has to have certain silicon, it has to have certain APIs, it has to line up with what the Xbox One and the Xbox Series S and X are doing, right? So if it's lining up with that, then how can we have Steam and all these other rumors that have been floating around? How do we get all that other stuff going in the fray? So I think Microsoft wanted to sort of, this whole announcement was like a multi-pronged thing. It was like, we want to reassert that we are definitely still making hardware in amongst all this confusion, right?
Which is huge.
Which is what they've done, I feel like. Second of all, they wanted to say, yes, definitely, these new devices will be backwards compatible, which is great considering Microsoft was, you know, one of the sort of foremost proponents of backwards compatibility.
Absolutely.
Right?
Shout out to shout out to Jason Ronald and Bill, you and you for pushing it, but also the great Bill Stillwell from back in the day when the program started. You know, it was really awesome when they did that, and obviously they're very cognizant of the fact that the community really likes backwards compatibility. Who knew that the things we want, the things we buy to last a long time?
I know, right? Who buys a new console for old games? I'm just saying.
Yeah, but you had to wonder, like, what's Microsoft's thought processes here? Because obviously Phil Spencer runs a business, and there are things that they would like to do, but the bean counters and the spreadsheets are really what shapes where the business goes, especially now when it's like Microsoft's invested so much money into Xbox, and there's probably more scrutiny than there ever has been about what Xbox is doing, right? So I think the timing was revolved around that, really. And I think if they'd announced it at the showcase, it probably would have taken the shine a little bit off the Xbox Ally, where I think that it was good that was allowed to stand on its own separately. And then a few weeks later, it's good that they put drew a line under this speculation, so people didn't have to spend the next year wondering if Microsoft was even going to still support their shit, right?
Yeah, no,
sorry, I swore again.
You get passionate. Appreciate all the Lord's day.
But yeah, I think that's. I think it was good.
All right, let me ask you. I got a couple questions for you.
It also threw up some more questions.
Yes. No, but this is good. I think you nailed it as far as basically the sentiment of basically they're kind of gauging public sentiment right after the showcase, and you kind of put out that, hey, they probably want to assure people that they are committed to hardware, right? So I guess my questions for you is, one, a lot of people, I guess the sentiment was high. Are they committed because, they become the biggest publisher in gaming, but now they got this multi-platform approach, right? So people are like, hey, this is a perfect exit strategy for them to get out. That was the talk, right? To get out of gaming, number one. And then two, what you said perfectly, which was like the Xbox, the ROG ROG Ally X, which I covered at Summer Games Fest. And, a lot of the talk, as opposed to how great the device was and how they get rid of a lot of Windows 11 bloat, was that, hey, it's really PC Game Pass and Play Anywhere dependent, and that your entire library wouldn't be able to play on this device. So people were thinking, hey, this is how the next generation of Xbox is probably just going to mirror what the Asus did. So my question to you is, one, do you think it was more so because of the fact that people were so terrified that they are not making hardware, and two, because of the compatibility issues with gaming?
I think they were definitely aware of that stuff. I mean, you know, I speak to people at Xbox, and I'm like, this is, you know, these are the questions we need an answer for, right? These are the questions you're not really answering about some of this stuff. So, yeah, Sarah, in a video, she just sort of went by blow by blow those kind of concerns that people had about what Xbox will be doing. And to be fair to Sarah, they said before that they had this forwards compatibility team. But again, it's like people didn't know exactly what that means.
Yeah.
So putting it out there sort of more definitively shuts down some of the questions of speculation, right?
Yeah.
But the proof will always be in the pudding at the end of the day.
Yeah, fair
so
enough.
you still doubt? I said, so you still doubt?
He's asking if you still doubt.
Yeah, do
the
you still
commitment to
doubt?
Huawei.
Because
That's what it is.
Yeah, because I think that is the sentiment even after, okay, they can sit down, they can show you physical, they can show you a roadmap, they can have dudes come out and be like, yo, it's gonna be this and that. And I think that's because of what they do to themselves, right? Because you know, Phil coming out saying it's just 4 games.
Right.
Relax. It's just 4 games.
Right.
It's just 4 games. Bro, we 6 games in.
right.
We 6 games in. So again, my question is, being that you're so close to it, right? And you have more information than we would, are you a normal cynical person? Or is it that you're cynical? and just asking, are you being cynical based off of information that you can't share?
I mean, I'm generally cynical. I don't doubt that Microsoft, this is the plan, right?
Right.
But the thing is, like, Microsoft has created doubt by themselves, like you said. They said it was 4 games. They even said, no, it's not Indiana Jones. And then it was Indiana Jones. And not only was it Indiana Jones, it was announced in a sort of, one more thing, it's coming to PlayStation, guys, be excited. And it's like how you couldn't possibly undermine your own statements any harder than that, right?
Right.
That was a huge instance of you know, PR catastrophe, I suppose. And that's a problem, right? Because it makes people doubt what you're saying, you know, until it's actually there in their hands, right? Microsoft are the kings of this. When it comes to consumer products, yeah, they are. When it comes to consumer products, they promise things and they announce things and then cancel them. You know, you see Apple doing that. Apple doesn't do shit like that. They don't announce a product and then cancel it. You know, because they understand that half of the battle with consumers is trust. And Microsoft's never really cared about that so much. You know,
right? You're right, because Apple announced that they was going to do VR, right? And so did Microsoft, right? Microsoft was like, yo, don't worry, we're going to have a VR solution. And then, boom, they pair up with MetaQuest and like, you slap our name on a box on an existing thing, change the color, and that's us. And Apple said, nah, here's this $3,000 machine that nobody's going to buy. But at least we did it to keep our word to a fan base that don't care, right? So it's like, it gets down to who's really pulling the strings type of thing. And I think they hang our talking heads out there as puppets, where the dudes in the background pulling the strings pulls the rug underneath them at the worst inopportune times. Do you agree?
I do think there are elements of, like, you know, Microsoft at the top level miscommunicating with the Xbox team and the Windows team and the Surface team. Right?
Facts.
You know, like Surface, the Surface teams announced multiple products that never made it to market. Surface Neo, for example.
Yeah, remember that.
Surface Mini.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not sure if they announced the Surface Mini or if we leaked it. But but you know, like they had a big blow for the Surface Neo with a slick product trailer and, you know, prototypes and all this stuff, and then it just never came out. And it's like, Apple would never do that. Apple would never have a trailer for something and never come out, because you know what message you're putting out there to consumers, that you can't be trusted, you can't be relied upon, right? So I do think Xbox needs to do better in that space. Definitely, because a lot of these discussions wouldn't even need to happen, you know, if you feel like you can trust this stuff. Amit Kumar says Surface Neo was never announced. It was. Surface Neo was definitely announced. It was announced at a Surface event with a trailer alongside the Surface Duo. You know, there was videos of it, and I actually think, if I remember correctly, I actually think the tech press went hands-on with it, man. So, you know, but I think Microsoft's heard that message to some degree. I hope they have, because it's something like a lot of people have been banging the drum about for a long time, not just myself, but like other tech press that Microsoft, you know, will read into and just kind of be like, I think I wrote about it last year, whereas like the doubt over Xbox is forged in the fire of products like Windows Phone and Surface, which had all this promise and all this hype, and then Satya just pulled the rug out from under it.
Yeah.
Like you said. But you know, it's at the end of the day, this is more like with the hyper engaged user, because I think when it comes to the mass market, there's a different kind of tone you need to strike potentially. And I think like talking points that the most engaged users share do filter down to like the wider market to some degree, and creates sentiment, if you can measure it, right? So negative sentiment about Xbox in general is forged around these kind of mistrustful statements and contradictory things they've done. Things like Redfall back in the day. And I think it's harder to it's easy to lose trust when you have it, and then much harder to win it back. So Microsoft just needs to sort of, you know, keep the momentum in going in an even keel, and then it'll get rid of some of that cynicism.
I agree. I got one quick question before we open it up.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. No, please finish your thought, please.
Just to emphasize on King's question, like I don't have any information that would suggest like that would contradict what Microsoft said in the last week or so. But like you can see, like with Tom Warren's reporting about the Xbox handheld being sidelined. That was sidelined is what they said, as this is my understanding. Microsoft told their teams internally that it's on hiatus, it's sidelined, whatever. And then Tom Warren's sources told him it was cancelled because they, even internally, Microsoft staff don't believe what Microsoft said. And they say like, well, if it's sidelined, that means it's cancelled.
Right.
And how often has a product that's been sidelined come back from the dead? Like, like the cloud project Hobart. The cloud device that was sidelined, and it's probably never going to launch.
Actually, what they did was, and you're right, because they sidelined it and then they announced their partnership with Amazon Fire Sticks that totally actually canceled that device. Why make a device that you already have a device that you partnered with somebody that has a larger, more robust this distribution system, cloud system, and ability to get that into the hands of their consumer base than you would. And to your point, the Asus ROG Ally X, that machine, they already have a pipeline, they already have a distribution, they already have manufacturing plants, they already conceived the form of the machine and the innards of the machine. So why would you bring out a device that you already established this pipeline with this manufacturer that is a partner with you and doing all this PR stuff with it? It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, yeah, in the short term, but I think in the longer term, I think people would still be excited to have a true Xbox handheld that runs Xbox games. And I think that's the new silicon. It sounds like the new silicon will solve that part of it, right?
Yeah.
But I also think like some people just don't like the way that Asus ROG looks. You know, it looks. I'm not the biggest fan of it. Like everyone
feels good. I'm telling you, Jazz, you gotta get your head on it, man. I'm telling you.
Everyone I've spoke to who's used it said it feels really good.
Really good.
Well balanced, and it looks that way for a reason.
And trust me, Jazz, I'm with you. Before I got to the event, I was like, it is the ugliest looking thing I've ever seen. No, I'm with you. I came in as the most cynical, like, nah, we gonna see though. You know what I mean? I like the ROG, but I was like, we gonna see it. And then when I held, I was like, oh, okay, no, this feels really good. But continue. I just wanted to get to that part that I was just definitely in your camp coming in for sure. But continue.
No, I completely appreciate that. I mean, I felt the same way about the Legion Go, you know, and then when I held it, it was like, oh, I get why it's like that. But even beyond that, it's stuff like Asus's angular branding stuff they do.
Yeah. Yep.
The weird, you know, symbols, the ROG branding, like all that kind of stuff looks a bit toy-like to me.
Gotcha.
You know, I much prefer the Xbox industrial kind of design that they've got going for themselves. And that's just like a weird personal preference. But I just think like it'd be cool to see Xbox put together a device like that.
Absolutely.
But are any of them going to sell? Because I think it's an aggressively niche market, and the price points that we expect it to be, it's going to be
up there,
niche
boy.
within a niche within a niche. Because the form factor's niche already, and then you also add the price equation to it, and then it becomes even more niche, right?
Right.
But presumably the whole point about this, and the woman who runs Xbox hardware now, Roanne Soames,
who I met,
is her name. She used to run the Windows OEM business. So she has all the knowledge of working with partners. What do they need the device to do? What does Microsoft need to do on their end with Windows in order to make these devices as good as they possibly can be? So there's that sort of internal pipeline from the developer angle that was just never there before. Right. But like Paris says in chat, shout out to Paris. He says there's going to be, Asus won't be the only partner. Sure, that won't.
Nope.
I can envision like a scenario where, I don't know what the other partners are, but I imagine that Microsoft. Go on then.
Go ahead, King. Leak. Lord Leaker.
No, I'm not a leaker at all.
Lord
They're already any device that has Windows 11 on it is already a partner. When they sat down with MSI and they put out the Windows device with them, you just have to look at the CES show. That's about it. And nothing that is hidden that has not been revealed yet. But I think Asus is an established partner with it. Remember, they're a partner with G Cloud. When it comes to that stuff as well. So they have partnerships with different devices. I think they're going to be more aggressive with stating those devices that are Xbox branded devices with the seal of approval like Nintendo does. I think you're going to start seeing a lot more of that when it comes to these small niche devices, because why expose yourself to the criticism, the fact that it doesn't sell, because I don't think these things are made to sell in a large number, like you were saying. I don't believe so, but I do believe that there's a small market for it.
Yeah. No,
yeah, it's just another arrow in the quiver, really. I think the idea is that we flood the market with devices that have Xbox experiences embedded in them, like this rumored VR headset.
Yeah, it's rumored from my former company that I worked on and worked with that I may or may not know about.
Microsoft announced it last year, and a lot of people forgot
about it. Yeah,
so everyone was like, "Oh my god, Meta and Xbox leaked a headset." It's like, nah, they announced this last April. I forgot about it too, but they actually announced it last April. But it's just like anything else. It's just like the Samsung TV partnership. My Samsung TV came with xCloud installed, But you can imagine with this AMD partnership, maybe there's a Samsung TV that comes with the
chipset inside,
the chipset inside, and some stuff like that. It's I think this is Microsoft's strategy here, which is ultimately like get the Xbox experience on as many devices as possible, and just be in as many places as possible, in as many ways as possible, cloud, native, whatever it takes, And I think that's what Ryan Soames was particularly brought on to do.
Yeah, they've got to get that Windows.
I just got to say one thing. I'm sick and tired of you dudes that's watching the show. It's 700 and some change.
Please hit the light. Yeah, please.
Hey, no, not even that. I don't care about that part.
I do.
You dudes, y'all, not 1 second it took for y'all dudes to get me to do a shake weight. Right? Let me tell you something. Y'all are disrespecting me in a level that sucks. Like, I think y'all against me.
Yes.
Like, this dude comes back from hiatus, and y'all are not putting him through his rigmarole.
Oh, you talking about Saul?
That's because they.
Saul is supposed to be shaking this weight, and I'm sick and tired of you. Yo, where are y'all at?
It's because I'm a nice person, King.
Yo, not a nice person. Yo, hashtag Nintendo Solve is not a nice person. All right? Listen,
Anyway.
man, get back to that.
All right, fair enough. Y'all know what you got to do because Saul is back.
I'm upset with this.
But I do have to ask just one last question before we open it up. Okay, Saul, what you gonna say?
No. It's fine.
I'm really mad. I'm mad. Like,
I'm just
really
enjoying
upset.
how livid he is. That I just King. I just don't have the I don't have the pull that you have. You know what I mean?
Like, damn lie. Yo, I'm upset right now. Y'all don't ever see me take these glasses off because I'm looking and I'm like, yo, just two dudes gave a damn. Like, and I'm upset right now that y'all really just want.
We have a lot of show left. Don't worry.
It's actually 4 out of.
It's 4 out of 10. We have a lot of show left.
I mean, y'all have a lot of show left. I know.
Yeah, I know. But we that is true because you only got to put this one topic left. Oh, there we go. Yobi's on. All right. So, okay, so now let's get back on.
That's like the choir. You preach to the choir. The choir answered. Yobi.
Anyway.
Are you saying he's a yes man?
Pretty much.
I'm just saying.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
Do that
I'm
to
just
Yobi.
saying the people. I love you, Yobi, but the people that are gonna answer are
You ain't
predictable.
gonna do that to Yobi. So if anybody else
Love
want to
you,
answer
Yobi.
my call, if anybody else want to answer my call, we 5 down. We need 15 more.
They
Let's
won't.
get this guy to shake to the floor. He needs to really understand what it feels like to do this. And we want him to take it to the face.
Saul, we get to the point. Maybe we got to change that go to King does it again.
That's what I'm saying. That's how we actually make money.
Anyway,
I'm out of here.
Getting
As a
back on
financial
focus.
officer for ILP, I think that's the right move.
I bet you do. Back on topic with the Xbox and Asus partnership. That one question I did have for just before we open it up, and I know Saul's limited time too, but in reference to one thing we keep hearing is storefronts. And we keep hearing storefront, and there's questions, Jazz, and people want to know, like, okay. One of the ones that I see come up a lot, and shout out to, good friend to the Realm Colin, and shout out to the homie Genki, a couple other people that are friends of mine. It's like, hey, how does Microsoft benefit in this world with a potential multi-platform storefront future, right? How does that work for them? And people are really, concerned, and I see you jumped in a little bit on socials, Jazz. So I'm just curious, like, obviously we don't have the full roadmap in the plan, but what do you think is how do they do that? Because some people say, hey, why would anybody get anything from the Xbox store, right? If it's a world where Steam exists on the platform, right? How does that work with the splits? And are they killing themselves just to do this? Like, what do you say to that? Or how do you think it may play out?
Well, it's really strange, right? Because I've tried to dig into this as well, right? Mm-hmm. And when I talk to people, sources and stuff like that, they just kind of come back to me with like, "Yep, you're right," and it's but part of me wonders if like Microsoft is trying to get ahead of regulatory moves, because it does seem like when you look at Android and you look at Apple, the regulators in the EU and even in the USA are trying to crack those stores open. So maybe eventually there comes along legislation where it's just a brute force legislation which covers everything. It just says you can't have a hardware that's locked to one system or something like that. I don't know. So part of me wonders is like, are they getting out ahead of this? Or is it really just like a differentiation play? Like, I will say this, like most like the mainstream video game content creators, they're talking about Xbox in a positive light for the first time I've seen maybe ever, because of the Steam angle, right? They like the idea of a Windows device, a Windows experience that can give you full platform access, mods, all that kind of stuff.
PlayStation
but
games.
That is, but that's friendly for the living room,
right.
And today, if you want to achieve that, you've kind of got it. You've got to build a PC specifically for it. and then like you can run Steam in big picture mode and all that kind of stuff. You can do it. It's like not impossible, but like that sort of plug and play experience that a console offers. The idea of a plug and play Steam device that's more powerful than a Steam Deck. That's like a pretty compelling argument, especially if like not only is it Steam, it also gives you access to Riot Client, Genshin, the Hoyoverse launcher, all these other storefronts which make up the other 50% of the PC market. Like Steam doesn't have Fortnite on it or Minecraft, if I remember correctly.
Point, yeah.
So there's a lot of games which just aren't on Steam, like World of Warcraft as well. So like a device, an Xbox that can run all storefronts is a potentially strong differentiator if they get the price right, if they get the power right, and if the experience is polished. You could even conceivably see like scenarios where publishers try to adapt their launchers for a controller. It's like, Microsoft's made us a platform where we can like get a potentially huge new market of PC living room gamers, of which today not that many people play a PC from the living room. They're playing like from a desk or whatever, or a laptop. So it could be just like the really powerful differentiator precludes all the sort of like the stuff you were talking about, like how does Microsoft make money in that universe? And like that's the big question I have now. And it's like when we talk about like, okay, well, the AMD partnership sounds amazing. Really glad that my games are going to come forward. That's awesome. But now I'm wondering, like, if Steam is present on the device, are you creating a scenario where developers start abandoning Xbox and just being like, oh, the Steam version will get it. Then I don't get Xbox achievements anymore. I don't get, everything into one store because, that's kind of what I want there. Or does Steam do something like Xbox verified program, like they do Steam Deck verified program, where like a game on Steam has Xbox achievements and stuff like that? I think my earphones just died, so bear with me.
No, you good. It's cool.
But yeah, I don't have answers to a lot of these questions yet. I will dig. I'll always dig. But it really depends, like, on a lot of that stuff, like licensing, the way developers will look at it, and the rest of it.
Yeah, no, this is a good question, and I know a lot of people. I think that's probably like one of the last. Oh wow, they're hitting this goal for Saul. Saul is just getting blown up. They have answered the call. Saul will be waiting it out because they are not playing. King was upset, and they have listened in full.
Yeah, so like you said, my people stand up for me, and I put out the call. And shout out to y'all for doing what y'all supposed to do. I respect you people so much.
No, but back up. But I hear what you say, Jen. These are good questions. Addict, man, let's go to you because
if you don't mind.
Saul, yes, go to you because you got to go. Yeah. So Saul,
Yeah.
let's go to you. Obviously this news is out there with AMD and this partnership, and obviously we see Sarah Bond and Lisa in reference to this. What are your thoughts about this partnership, next generation hardware, and then the future of Xbox and this potential storefront thing?
Yeah. So the reason I didn't want to do this topic, and I said that I found it, on its surface, a little bit boring, I guess, was just the idea, like, you're telling me you're going to keep working with AMD. So it's like you've been working with AMD for the longest time. Yes, this is a broader sort of partnership for Silicon across a number of different, pieces of hardware. So that in and of itself is interesting. But overall, I was just like, oh, well, you want to blow me away, like tell me that you're working with Intel, tell me that you're working with NVIDIA or something like that, something different like that. This was kind of expected. And then, obviously at some point in time, my expectation is that PlayStation makes a similar announcement, just not to this, not this breadth of sort of a partnership, but they will probably be working with them for whatever their next hardware is. Both portable, if they do go that route, and whatever the base console is. Yeah. Yeah, the camera. So
It's off.
Yeah, you might be muted, not need to be muted, Jazz, if you need to be muted.
All right.
You good? Try to protect you. Continue, Sal.
So for me, I find all of this very well intentioned. I find what they're doing very well intentioned. What's the saying? Like, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So for me, the thing with them is just execution, right?
Right.
I think everything that they're talking about in terms of the software, in terms of creating this Xbox-centric front end to compete with Steam, I think that's where they need to go, right? With the hardware, though, it is that thing that, you know, Des was talking about and we talked about last week, where it's a niche within a niche within a niche. These are not going to be inexpensive pieces of hardware. So the key is to get that software where it needs to be for it to be a front end that runs on pretty much anything. And I think that's the exciting part for me, is like, okay, we'll get that software where it needs to be, and then we will see ubiquity, you know, or at least a real chance at ubiquity with getting this Xbox front end on a number of different platforms that will actually sell to, because this is not what we're looking at right now, aren't mass products, right? These aren't products, even though, right, we're looking at a world where a Nintendo Switch is a $500 machine, right? And we're looking at a world where, you know, a PlayStation Pro has given these companies kind of carte blanche to make $700 base home consoles a thing, right? So that we're getting used to paying more for these devices. But I really do feel that it's the software that's gonna really, really, really shine. And so I just worry about that. And I know that I see that Microsoft, in kind of shelving their portable hardware for the moment, and maybe not ever dropping it, is saying, we don't want to take the full risk on this. Let's partner with somebody that can benefit from, hey, we're partnering with Xbox and Microsoft. And B, we can benefit from the fact that they're already in that space, in that market. They kind of know what they're doing. They have one of the most successful one of those out there. As you know, it's right there, to kind of secondary to the Steam Deck in terms of, you know, sales success. So I think they both benefit from it. I just think in the long term, when you're looking at, okay, what do these devices look like? What does, you know, what do they mean by this? I think the leash is kind of short when it comes to, hey, if this hardware isn't selling, the focus is going to be the software and trying to get that in as many places as possible. I commend them for continuing to try to go down the hardware route in a world where,
a lot of people said
you know, right, where the status quo in the gaming space is still, hey, console sales, and in that regard, they've gotten blown out by both PlayStation and Nintendo, right? I commend them for continuing to try to do that and pivoting in a way that feels natural for them, right? With something that's going to offer an even broader way to experience their ecosystem, and hopefully, right, the goal is to fight Steam head on and try to make a dent into you know, that monopoly that Steam has across all these devices. So I want to see what it means, right? What it means, that what kind of silicon are they building in conjunction with AMD across, you know, a range of what type of, you know, power, you know, differentials and power spectrum and stuff like that. What does it mean? What does it look like? And again, executing on that is the key. And to Jez's point, you know, they've said a lot of stuff that has not come to pass. They've said a lot of stuff that, you know, beyond not coming to pass, it just hasn't been kind of been spoken of again. So again, the issues people have with trusting them is kind of a rake that they kind of stepped on for themselves. I'm excited to see where this goes, because again, anyone else probably walks away completely. 100% walks away completely, and they've now figured a way to pivot multiple times, whether it was, you know, Game Pass years ago and now this. They're continuing to try to find a way to stay in this space, and while still trying to kind of win in their own way, right? They know that they're not going to win the hardware war. So let's go do what we do best, and hopefully try to put something out there that people care about in the software space. And, you know, whatever they're doing with hardware in conjunction to that, let's see what it is. Let's see what it is. But again, I just, execution first and foremost. And I think, you know, I think the sad part about them shelving their
The handheld?
Their handheld is that I still saw the next generation as a 2 SKU generation.
Oh, okay, got you.
Right?
Yeah.
And for me, the portable, the handheld was their new Series S. But in my mind, it's something that you could still dock to a TV. And that, again, it's the portable thing. It's almost the hybrid thing, like you're talking about with the Switch, where it does both things. And if that's how you choose to engage with Xbox at home, that is your Xbox at home, and you can take it with you. Whereas now that also opened them up to be like, hey, the base Xbox console experience at home that is not portable is going to be a super high-end premium. Hey, we're going to charge you $700-800 for this, but we're not shortchanging you on power and this, that, and the other. That's kind of the scenario I envisioned, and that's not going to be the case now, right?
No, please finish.
Yeah, so that's it, right? That I would have liked to have seen what they did with that, because when you look at price wise, right, when you're looking at what we kind of what has leaked about these ROG machines, the lower spec one, which is kind of on par with the Steam Deck, is looking to be about $500. A Steam Deck non-OLED you can get for $3 something now, right? $400 even, I think, for the OLED. Obviously,
Microsoft, it ain't that Z2 Extreme.
Exactly, it's not a Z2 Extreme. It's a Z2A, what it is. So it has to be, those comparisons are going to be made, right? So they have to make something that's comparable to that, and then something that differentiates it from it in a way that would make somebody say, hey, I'm going to pay $500 for this thing instead of this thing that's already proven and been out there. And then, like we talked about with the Ally X, that's going to be an $800 machine.
I'm kind of with you, but get your wallet ready. Just
get your wallet ready, right? So for me, I think all of this is great as a testing ground to continue to evolve whatever that Xbox experience is, and I think that's where they're really going to have an opportunity to win. The hardware stuff is difficult. It's difficult because, again, you're trying to really break into a market that hasn't helped you for a long time. It just hasn't. So we'll see.
Last question, but I know you gotta go.
Yeah.
What as a person who you play on PC most of the time now, PC master, like, does this, does a console, a next generation Xbox console that has a multi-platform, multi-storefront, approach, does that excite you? Would you be purchasing day one, or this is something that you gotta wait and see?
As a tech head that wants to see if they can actually, come through on the vision, yes. As it being the machine I want to play on, no.
So you prefer to play just on PC then still?
Yeah, really. Like for me, it's like, again, spec wise, whatever the next machine is not going to be comparing to a 5090. Even, you know what I mean? Like it's not. But
are you sure?
It won't. It is not.
Uh-oh.
I mean, are you sure?
I am 100% sure. Unless the next Xbox is a $5,000 machine.
Well, okay, or unless people are speculating there will be a multi-tiered approach the same way 3DO attacked the situation. They have their SKU and then they have a baseline SKU with the multi-tiered approach on attacking the marketplace in a way that Steam machines tried but couldn't actually truly achieve.
Well, at that point, you're talking about the software, though. Like, would I want an Xbox front end on my PC?
Right.
If it's good, sure. Why not? Because for me, it's never bothered me. A lot of the criticism of these machines up until now has been like, hey,
you like to tweak and twerk.
Right. I just go in and I go into my Windows interface and I just go into Steam, I load up my game, and then I start playing my game. I don't worry about everything else that's going on in the back end. For some people, they don't want that at all. They want to turn on something that looks like a Switch and be able to interact with it like a Switch, and they're not there yet. So yes, I get it. If that works well and it is everything that I hope and imagine it to be, sure, I'll give it a shot. But I can't say that I go, my PC, Des was talking about how many people play their PC on their TV. I'm one of those that does. So my PC is attached to my television, right? So I don't turn on big picture mode on Steam. I just go into Steam, click on the game I want to play, and load up the game, and that's it. I don't really worry about anything else. Like, but I understand people's desire for
like that, y'all.
Yeah, I just understand people's desire to be able to do that. Will I consider that an Xbox machine just because I can put an Xbox front end on it? I don't know, whatever.
So you're one of those old heads that feel that you need an absolute box that's made by somebody in order to make you think that that box is their box.
It just, to me, again, if they get this Windows thing right, though, right, then everything that you interact with on that has some Windows tinge to it. All the back end, even if you don't see it when you turn it on, it's all Windows driven, right? So yeah, sure, it is a Windows machine, 100%. Whether that means it's it's licensed or it's something that Xbox puts their seal behind, right? Because I think a lot of this is going to be Xbox branding, not Windows branding. It's going to be Xbox branding. I'm going to be interested to see what that means for them. Because again, it does make sense for them to partner with either ROG or in the PC space, whatever these bespoke PC, these boutique PC manufacturers are, and be like, hey, we have an Xbox branded PC.
Like packet.
Yeah, exactly. It would make sense because they're not taking on the brunt. Yeah, shout out to Omen. They're not taking on the brunt of the risk here, as opposed to I'm building my own thing from the ground up. So I can see from that perspective why they would kind of shelve a handheld if they're trying to do this. But again, for me, it is. I want to see if they can do it, because if they can do it, nobody's ever challenged Steam. Nobody's ever challenged Steam, and Steam, as good as it is, it's still not as broad as Windows. If you can get that sort of front end on something that has Windows underneath it, Linux can't compare to that. Linux still has a lot of limitations that again, Valve has managed to work wonders with that. But when you're telling me that you're trying to do that same thing and then one up them on Windows, and we talked about this last week, and Jez alluded to it also. We talked about, Steam verification and what can Microsoft do and Xbox do to sort of one up them on their own front end. Well, it's like, well, hey, if you're trying to bring in console gamers, right? Steam verification doesn't always mean, hey, the game runs great on here, or the game is optimized and it runs as well as it can on your Steam Deck. That's not what Steam verification always means. So maybe Xbox should shoot for that, but like, hey, we know you can go into the options and mess around with settings and this, that, and the other if you want to. Or we have these
like this Xbox standard.
Yeah, exactly. We have these 3 different presets, just like on a console: performance mode, fidelity mode, this, that, and the other, and that's all handled for you like it is on a console.
That's appealing.
That's super appealing, because then you go in and be like, hey, in this mode, I get 60 FPS. In this mode, I get 40 FPS with ray tracing, whatever the heck, and you can just look at it very simply and pick, right? Because that's what you want. You want simplicity. You want simplicity. And to me, that is the only real way they have a shot at this, because to be very honest, man, Steam is just dug in. Steam is so dug in, and the people that want to be on Steam don't want to be on anything else. So you really have to give them something compelling to even look to the other side. So again, I commend them for doing it. I'm excited to see what they do. I just want them to execute, and I don't want, when they mention something and then we haven't heard about it in a year and we start asking questions about it, I want to be, I don't want to see that.
Right.
Have the conviction. You came out and made this statement. You seem very sure of yourself. Keep that energy throughout. And I hope they can do it, because it would be super, super cool if they actually put something out that can really, somebody can look at it, be like, objectively, like, hey, this is as good as or better than Steam. That's amazing. So that's what I want to see.
No, I appreciate you, brother. You got ahead. So just wanted to get your bars on that. And real quick,
Love y'all. Love y'all. And I hate you guys in the chat.
Yeah.
Shake that weight. Shake that weight off. Do your thing. We would talk.
That's right.
Love y'all.
Love you.
I'll see y'all in 2 weeks.
See you
Jazz,
too.
pleasure, my brother.
Wait for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Later,
drive
man.
right to his house and drop it off.
Yo,
Shake
he
that
is.
weight.
I know he is.
2 hands to the face.
2 hands, baby. 2 hands.
2 hands to the
There you
face.
All right, brother. So, Addict.
Peace.
Got to bring it to you, man. You know, you've been very, fairly critical of, and I think rightfully so, of what Xbox's plans are going to be for hardware. You're like, all I care about is hardware, all this other stuff, means nothing to me. I believe it when I see it. I think that was the quote you had said back then. So now you got the announcement. How we feeling? How we feeling about this AMD and Xbox partnership and consoles and potential commitment?
I mean, look, regardless, if it comes out or not, it's like still got to support the thing for the entire generation. Mm-hmm. I've been very vocal. There's more to a console than just releasing it. There's more to a generation than just releasing it. It takes millions of dollars a year to keep that thing afloat, to keep it supported, to make sure it doesn't break. To this day, Uno doesn't work on my Xbox. To this day. So it's just like, look. So it comes down to it. It's like, look, like I'm glad they're gonna make one, but there's just a lot of. Until I feel like they care about it, why should I care that they care about it? We see them pulling back on marketing. We see them redoing stuff how they've done for generations, and how they do stuff on behind the scenes of PR. They're redoing all of it. They're pulling back on stuff like FanFest. They're pulling back on the way they interact with influencers around the world. They're raising prices on stuff. They're not doing anything to incentivize people to go to the platform. They're letting Call of Duty be a bundle on PlayStation. So until I feel like they care about selling it, I'm not going to care if they sell it. So...
Damn.
That's it. That's where he's at. So are you now that it seems that it is definitely they definitely announced it. It's coming. Like, would you be there day one, or you ought to wait and see?
I'll have to see how I feel closer to launch. I'm going to be honest with you. It just depends on exactly how they go about it. Because my thing is like, got the point too, where it's like, do I necessarily need an Xbox at that point? I don't know. I have to see exactly. Most likely, if I'm still making content, I'll have it just because of like content creation. But I don't know. Like, I really cannot tell you 100% left or right if I'm going to purchase it or not. So, I mean, and people say, well, they. I think I've heard you say, Jez, how quick did they cancel the Windows Phone?
Oh man. It was just weird.
I think you told me multiple times. Well, it was like a week before they were going to release it, wasn't it? Like,
oh no, the Surface Mini is what they cancelled. The Surface Mini. It was like the stock was heading to the retailers, and then it was cancelled. It was such a strange situation.
I cannot wait to wrangle this topic like a dog.
Yeah, we got you.
I got you, you Xbox dudes. Y'all ready? Y'all been hearing the doom and gloom and missing and stuff. I got you.
So doom and gloom.
I got you, baby.
Fine. Can I speak?
Addict's a hair.
You're hair, bro. Huh?
That's funny. Continue.
Addict's a hair.
So, I mean, people can sit there and say doom and gloom. Okay, people like that is the reason the industry's in the way it is. All this toxic positivity, everying got to be positive.
It's up.
Are you going to let me finish?
I'm just saying.
You're just going to keep interrupting me. See, I let you speak.
Here we go.
Speak.
Yo,
I
go
kept
ahead.
myself muted the whole podcast.
I'm going to shut up right now. Go for it.
So, look, I'm sorry. Just like Jess said, I am one of the people that don't believe anything they say. Because when you sit there and tell me in November that you need to do better on how you handle exclusives, and by February the next year, you put in 4 games and saying it's just 4 games, and by June that year, you put in one of those 4 games on the platform. So it's just like, no, like, you sit here and tell me all you want to, you blue in the face. You've changed the direction of your company. You've changed the principle of your company like 8 times in 3 years. You make me think that that's not an option again?
Not to be trusted.
No, it's messaging. It's communication, and like Jess said, they have done a poor job at it.
No, I hear where you're coming from. I definitely hear where you're coming from. I guess my final question to you is that you did say that you go wait and see with the joint. What about the potential multi-storefront approach for said new console? Does that excite you? Because you've been on the record to say, look, I'm a console guy. I don't
care about none of that.
Okay, but I'm just going to ask you this question. What you for the most part said, like, I prefer to play on my console as opposed to PC if you put a gun in your head, right? So the question is now with a potential Xbox that has, a Steam storefront as an option or, Battle.net and all this stuff as an option, does that appeal to you if they're able to pull it off?
Not really.
Oh.
If I'm going to play games on Steam, chances are it's cool that it's an option. I'm curious on how you make money in that kind of platform. I don't know. It's not my business. It's not my job.
Right.
But it's, in my opinion, when I see Steam sales and I compare them to like big sales on Xbox, Steam usually has decent sales, sometimes way better sales than the Xbox sales. So it's just like, if you offer the people the option to leave your store and go other places, I'm curious on if you see that money slipping more and more. Like we seeing it now. You offering more places to play exclusives. You're offering subscription services to play exclusives, and we've seen sales decline on Xbox because of it, to the point where some developers are choosing not to even port to the platform. So it's just like, is that going to get worse? Is that going to get better? What's the option with that? We finally getting Final Fantasy games, but if next gen starts and they sell half of what they thought, that's half of what we thought they were going to sell, does Square Enix have a conversation behind closed doors? Is it worth porting to Xbox? But if it's on Steam and you talking?
No, I was reading somebody. Somebody said doom and gloom to me.
Lying. Continue.
No, actually serious. I got a whole
interrupted,
so
your
that.
IPS is high right now.
I didn't even mean to say that. I just read it.
Every podcast.
Stop. We ain't doing that, Addict. Addict. We ain't doing that. You're the IPS king. We're not going to do that.
No, I haven't said nothing this whole podcast.
No, you've been fantastic this show.
Well, and see, that's all people going to highlight.
You don't get one
but
day
you don't get one day out of
say
years and years.
About him interrupting. At all. It's just going to be, if I interrupt one person this podcast, today, it's going to be me. No, I'm going to keep, from now on, going forward, I'm not talking when anyone else is talking.
Right,
I'm muting my mic. I'm not saying a word.
Please, lock this day down, and so we can remember this.
Continue, Addict.
Back to you, Colin.
Back to you, Colin. All right, I see what we doing. All right, but all I'm saying is you ain't gonna get away with it just because today you were fantastic, though. But anyway,
be nice because Jez here.
Nah, I'm just I was about to go.
No, I'm talking about him.
Oh, no. He good. He doing his thing. But clearly, you have a lot to say.
Oh God, yes.
So the whole thing. Obviously, we saw the Queen outside. As far as Sarah Bond and the announcement, and then obviously AMD and Lisa. So where are you at with this potential partnership and what's going on here?
All right. So a lot of times in businesses, what they do is they line up their agendas and they market into, so it doesn't look as hodgepodge and out of place and out of order. So like Jess said, last year they talked about their partnership with Meta. And having that partnership with Meta, we didn't know what that partnership meant. But this last April, they did talk about their lining up with the VR and getting you to be able to have an Xbox branded Meta Quest VR. And that's cool. But last year, when they announced that partnership, they told you the Game Pass was available in Meta. And because I have an Oculus and an Oculus Pro, I was able to go and do big screen mode and play my games in Oculus. So they announced it last year. They gave you the app. So that's what that announcement was. It wasn't that it went into the ether and that you didn't know anything about it. They was announcing that part. So let's clear that part up and get to the announcement in this April, talking about the actual devices coming at a later date. You got that announcement, or you're going to get that announcement because it was leaked out. Now, the reason why you will always have hardware is because AI and cloud is dependent on the servers. The servers are based on Xbox's operating systems and devices. these devices, this is the reason why when you saw Sarah Bond talking, you saw the AI, the AMD CPU and the Radeon chip, and they talked about the Radeon and AMD chipset. You saw the server blades. They were talking about that. Mm-hmm. We're talking about that actual hardware. That is going to be the hardware, basically going forward with the device. So at some point, you will have actual hardware. They're in a different business. Right, so people trying to figure out, are we going to still have hardware? Is my library going to be safe?
I got that voice.
All right, super investor. All right, and if next year something going up,
why they gotta have that voice?
I know they're dropping games right now, but I want to worry about something that you might not be here next week, B. What the hell is wrong with you? Play some games and shut up. The problem with you doom and gloom is you're not appreciating what you have now, right? Y'all want the stuff next year, right? Mm-hmm. So, okay, y'all investors, you fake stock investors, you fake insiders. Everybody wants to, because you think Jez does this easy, right? He told you that he does investigations. Y'all don't do no investigations. Y'all read what he puts out, and y'all think y'all did investigations. So, and then y'all get mad at him when he puts out something that you didn't like. Oh, man, Jazz, he did investigations to get you the information that you get upset about that you didn't do anything for to get, but y'all upset with it. Let's get back to what they told you, right? They told you just gonna be 4, right? Then they realized, yo, it's money over there. Have you ever said, yo, I'm only gonna go see Shorty a couple of times and realize, yo, she could cook too? Realize, yo, she got heat in her house and your house is an ice box. Did you realize that over there was kind of good? Yo, I can see a couple more times, right? So what happened? Y'all mad they gave the Bond villain Indiana Jones to announce at Gamescom.
You was mad too.
No. Well, I wasn't mad at all. I don't care.
You said they killed themselves.
Well, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
I'm just saying you wasn't happy at that point, sir. I was away and I tuned into the stream.
Why did I say it? Because we knew that same day that game was going to be announced. But why did I say it? Mm-hmm. I said because they were stupid to say it then, right?
I agree. We thought the messaging was not good.
And then somebody hit me in the background. So tell the truth. Then somebody tells me in the background, this is why we did it. Mm-hmm. That's their biggest crowd. The biggest crowd, y'all, I'm going to tell y'all now, y'all happy. Remember, we played this story last year. Y'all was happy with the Xbox's show. Y'all happy with this show, right?
Yeah.
Gamescom is coming up. Mm-hmm. Again, that's for the PlayStation dudes. Mm-hmm. Remember, at the end of Gamescom, y'all were pissed off with something they did for the PlayStation guys.
Yes, no one did not like Indiana Jones. Yeah.
History might repeat itself again.
Okay, you're bracing us for impact.
Yeah,
okay.
Hold on. It might happen again. All right? Mm-hmm. Again. You fake stock investors, you fake journalists, you fake. You guys do nothing but consume, but y'all want to act like y'all doing more than this. And half y'all don't even got the consoles to do this, but that's another part. That's another part. You're still playing on PlayStation 4s and Xbox 1s. We already identified you guys. We know why. But they told you that we're going forward with hardware. They told you that, okay, you want a handheld. You know why y'all don't want this? Y'all know why y'all don't want this? Y'all know why y'all don't want this? You can't afford it. That's why you don't want it. You want Microsoft to come out with some fan-friendly, affordable console, right? I remember this. Remember this handheld? It's not going to come in more than $300, King. Nintendo for the win. 500 on your back, and I told you it was going to hit you early.
You did say that.
What did y'all say? Ah, damn, I might not get it. It's finances with y'all. It ain't nothing else but finances. Y'all know that ROG Ally ain't coming in cheap. And they telling you they don't care about you. They telling you, save your money. So you got now into October to get your money right. And y'all don't care. Y'all can't save. Y'all fake investors, y'all fake stock investors. Yeah, so not that I won't ever consider that an Xbox handheld because Xbox didn't make it themselves.
Stop that voice, sir. I like that. No. It's very condescending.
I got a PlayStation VR 2 that PlayStation made themselves. Mm-hmm. This thing is $600 when it came. I told you it's gonna be $1,200. Y'all had to add the PlayStation 5 to this. Remember this thing? I tried to sell it to GameStop. You know what they told me? Take this back.
That is true. They're not taking it no more. They're not taking it no more. That is true.
I said, what can y'all give me? Nothing. Get your thing and get out the store.
That is true.
So
and Beat Saber, you know it's bad when Beat Saber stop support. With Beat Saber for better stop supporting your device, VR device, you're in trouble.
Beat Saber's on my phone. You know what they said? We still got updates for your phone, King. But those guys, we're not holding them down any longer.
So are you implying that it's not up to us to what is it? To just consume? We supposed to not speculate?
This is what I'm gonna say. That you can speculate all you like. That's all you're gonna ever do. You're not buying. You're speculating, but you're criticizing and you're dooming the same and trying to take the fun out of people that's excited. I'm excited for that ride. You know why? I invested in the last one, so I'm investing in the next one, and because it's fixing all the things that I want. But you wouldn't know because you don't have it. I don't like what it looked like. Shut up. You don't like what the price looked like, all right? Because the basic thing to it is the only reason why your guys is playing your champion PlayStation now because they're the cheapest out of all of them. Right now, Xbox said, you know what? I'm sick and tired of y'all. If y'all didn't get an Xbox, price is up today. Price is up today. Then how the hell the last place console developer raised the price? You know why? They pulling your bluff. You thought around this time it'd be $250. I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna have all the games.
Historically, that's how it usually goes.
History changed. History flipped up on your head. Yo, everything that you want now costs more. And y'all are looking at the bits like, this can't be real. This I can't understand it. Y'all know the next Xbox is gonna cost a pretty penny. And you know what Xbox said? You know what? We got a streaming device for you. Oh, I want Xbox to make their own streaming device. No. Go buy an Amazon Fire Stick, right? Damn, but it's not Xbox. So if it had Xbox on it, you'll buy it? No, you won't. They know you already. Use a liar. So now y'all dudes that really like Steam so much, and we know PlayStation ain't gonna put their games on Xbox. You know what Mr. $3 trillion company said? We got a workaround for you. We're gonna put out a device that we're able to get your games. You don't want to come over here? You don't want to be part of this? We're gonna make you part of this whether you like it or not. And when she said multiple storefronts, that's when your hearts fell out your behind because y'all knew at that moment there, they have bailed the mouse. It's over. So they're going to have every storefront there, and I don't care if you don't buy an Xbox game from them. You know why?
Wow. Break it down.
I don't care about, these dudes don't care about trophies. They don't care about gamer score. They don't care about nothing.
What about the people who say
for them.
that, hey, how does Xbox benefit by people buying more Steam on them? Okay.
I don't care about what they do. Like, you're going to tell me I'm supposed to care about a $1 trillion company that's giving me more? Or you're going to worry about the $1 billion company that's giving you less? Okay. So they said to you, see, y'all, what Microsoft and Xbox is doing, and this is how spending them out of business look. So good. This looks so delicious. Yes, I love Matt Booty. I saw Matt Booty. I didn't even have a chance to talk to the shooter. Why he had an entourage? Shooters was outside. So I couldn't even run over to him. I couldn't even say nothing. Actually, he was eating. I didn't want to bother him. But the bottom line is this. Now the one box to rule them all is real. The one box to rule them all. See, what y'all not really understanding, your tentpole titles, PlayStation has to put them on PC to make money. Xbox been did that. They already bent the knee.
True.
PC's where the money's at. They're a software company. They're not a hardware company. They're a software company. They actually make hardware, and some of you guys like it. They put out the best hardware. This series console, they're the best. Quick resume, all that stuff.
Sell the best.
It ain't selling.
Yes.
It ain't selling. So you know what they got to do? They got to flip it up and switch it up. They're sick and tired of fighting you the same exact way. No longer are we going to sit there and brawl with you. I'm going to stick this jab in your face and this right hand is coming behind it. And if you can't see it, that's your problem. Your hands are too short to box with God. And that's on you. So right now, Don't get mad because they're every place. Don't get mad because they're in your TV. Don't get every TV. Samsung, LG. We don't do TCL. We do not do TCL
Paris is gonna
over
take
here,
that
right?
flight.
Well, Paris. Hashtag no PlayStation 6. This is how this happens. So next year, when that console comes out, y'all be like, King, it's not coming out next year. Y'all told me they wasn't going to do what they was going to do. I don't believe nothing y'all say. I believe the real people that do the investigative work. I believe in what Jazz said. So when Jazz turns around and be like, yo, King, I don't think so, well, we never know. I know an accelerated plan. I saw some white sheets, and I'm figuring next year is about to hit you upside your head because next year is the 25th anniversary of Xbox, where you're going to have Halo, Gears, and Forza. You're going to have Fable and Perfect Dark. You're going to have a year of punches that's going to hit you upside your head. And you're worrying about who's making the hardware. I don't give a damn if I got to sit inside my Tesla with my controller to play these games. As long as they're playing good, that's an Xbox to me. And you guys with this fake investor talk, well, they don't sell millions, and I don't know if they're going to be around in 2046. I don't give a damn. I just want good games. And apparently y'all like good games too, because that's all that's going on in the PlayStation store. So that when Sarah came out and she talked about all that wonderful stuff, I'm so mad that Addict did not interrupt one time. I'm upset right now.
He's waiting because he's not falling for your bait.
I'm trying to pull him in the whole time.
Yeah.
When she came out and told you hardware's gonna be there, shut up and believe her. Because you know what you got in October? You got a Xbox ROG Ally X. And no matter how bad y'all want to say that's not an Xbox, when I'm playing it and my little toes is twinkling at the bottom,
don't see your toes, sir.
And my toes gonna be doing just like this. And I'm gonna have the controller in my hand, and I'm gonna have my Valari pillow with my elbows on, and I'm gonna be playing with my toes up. That's right. And I'm gonna be jumping from game to game and stuff like that, because my whole library comes over, and then I'm gonna switch over to Steam and play some PlayStation games. That's how the world's supposed to be. We want you, we're going to get you by any means necessary. I don't care if you fight or struggle. You're coming over to Xbox, baby. And,
I like a threat.
The smart thing that Sony would do right now, just bend the knee, don't make the PlayStation 6, just be one good box, and start putting your tentpole titles over here anyway. We like them, we're going to get them anyway. Ghost of Tsushima, anyone?
Yeah, well, there you have it from the kid. I guess I'll get my thoughts, unless Jess has something to say before I go. Yeah, this is an interesting topic. Look, off the bat, I will admit, this was actually reassuring to me. Because unlike King, I do agree with Addict on this point, in the sense that we got to be honest, with all the recent real-time messaging pivots they've done, hey, exclusivity, and obviously we had the famous business update and what's going on there, and then obviously even the verbiage, have they deprioritized hardware from the standpoint of no console required, right? Then we saw when the economic stuff and the tariff situation, they were one of the first to like, hey, this is the new prices. Even when things calmed down, whatever, the price remained high. There was no reverting, said price of the Series X and the Series S. And look, I can't get mad at anyone who at least says, look, with a strategy where you are the biggest publisher in gaming, where you are now putting your games over other places and PlayStation, Nintendo, and they are selling like hotcakes. You're dominating the PlayStation store. You're dominating pre-order. It's hard for someone to not. I could see someone say, yo, they might not ever want to come back to the console business. I could see someone say, hey, this is really profitable just doing this, and then kind of skirting out. We've got history from, even Peter Boyle we had on, where they was like, hey, they were trying to get out the console business since the 360 days. We've have evidence of that. So to me, this was reassuring to see, but it's reassuring for a different reason for me. Shout out to the Queen Sarah Bond, and obviously her coming out and saying everything, what they're saying. But to me, it was actually AMD that reassured me. Yeah. It was the AMD to see Lisa come out and say, no, we have this partnership. We're doing this. We're making consoles. We're leveraging this. We're leveraging, the future of gaming as far as, all different type of devices and stuff like that. And then obviously the Play Anywhere stuff comes in. That is very reassuring to me. I'm selfish like Addict in this respect. All I care about is console. I'm just selfish like that. Look, I like to consume on PC. I love play anywhere. I love that I could go to PC. I love that I could go to ROG Ally. I love to have a secondary device. Obviously, the Rumid, MetaQuest, all that. Love it. But at the end of the day, I want to be in front of my OLED with my Valari pillow, with my advanced GG drinking, and I am going to be playing, Xbox games the way I want to play it. That's how I choose to consume it. So for me, this is a major confidence builder. And let's be honest, to what Jez was saying, the forward and backward compatibility thing is huge, because I think the timing was important because, again, I went hands-on with the Ally, right? Mm-hmm. Amazing device. Get rid of the Windows bloat. Loved all that. Go straight to an Xbox style UI that is gaming centric, that is fully controlled, with a controller, no mouse, no keyboard, right? But what was the conversation coming out of it? People were like, oh, well, that's PC Game Pass. Oh, that's, you have to make sure everything's play anywhere. There is a legitimate concern if you're an Xbox console only user that wants to play all only Xbox games, were they going to mirror that strategy with the Xbox ROG Ally, which was still a work in progress as far as every single game being functional on the device? That to me is important. The fact that they are saying these things, that they are saying, hey, you're going to have the console experience again. Yeah, I'm all about it. This is where I want to consume. Now, I will say, where I agree with you, King, I think the days of that subsidizing $500 price is a wrap. That's just me personally. Hey, I'm all for it. If you want to subsidize, great. But I think we're going to pay. I think they are now like, hey, we're in this unique future where we are a multi-platform publisher, the biggest publisher, but we happen to have a console. And by the way, we're not taking a loss anymore on the hardware. So, obviously PlayStation PS5 Pro, which I had when they jumped out. Remember initially, was it $699? What was it before I got it? It was
$900.
Well, that was your price, but whatever it was,
that was with the pregnant baby character, the stand, and the game.
At the end, listen. At the end of the day, I would get like the console market. Not that it's dying, right? It's obviously we see Nintendo's doing what it's doing, the PlayStation's still selling, but the pie is not getting any bigger. And now to stay in this business, the way I look at it is like, hey, they're going to charge. They want to get that money back on that, and then also do software. So, look, for me, I'm good. I'm where I want to play. Game Pass to me is the number one, the number one reason, not the number one reason why, but I prefer the platform. But one of the main reasons to stay in the platform in a world of $80 games, in a world of things being so expensive, I get all my stuff day one, and I prefer to consume it that way. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. I think the AI thing is interesting. With the leveraging that, obviously going hands-on with the ROG Ally. They did talk about how the NPU and all that stuff is in there. That's part. I feel like machine learning and AI is also part of this technologically advanced future where either game development tries to get easier or they try to do some things to kind of leverage that technology, and we'll see. But no, that's pretty much what I got on there. I think I was really excited. I was really happy to see like this. I will say this last thing. The future of, again, if they pull it off, there's a lot of big ifs here, right? This is the first time I'm seeing Windows and Xbox actually feel like they're merging, Jesse. You correct me if I'm wrong. Like, I really feel like for the first time, like, this is, and I don't know if it's because they're forced to do it because SteamOS came out and was kind of running circles around them, but it just feels like, okay, they are finally forced to make the Windows gaming experience better. And that I like it's, as opposed to lagging behind and really making that going in the right direction, getting rid of the bloat, getting rid of the, the UI stuff and going there. And that excites me. And I do like the idea of a storefront that has, Steam and Battle.net and GOG and, Epic and all that stuff. So that from a gaming standpoint, no game is missed. The key is going to be the implementation, right? The key is going to be, how do these games run? How does that work? As with King, I'm with you on this part, though. All that worrying about how they make money. I am a consumer I'm not going to the dealership like, yo, why is this car on sale? Like, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not sitting there like, why are you giving me all these great things? I need to look at your books. I'm not doing that. I'm the consumer if you're going to give me my console experience with Game Pass, with Windows Play Anywhere, with the way I want to play, and it works, you figure out what you're doing on the numbers on the back end. That's not my concern. My concern is you're making a console. That's what I care about. So that's where I'm at. But Jess, it looks like you was going to jump in before we move on.
Nah, man. I mean, you pretty much all covered the points I would have made already. I mean, it is true that like I do think very analytically about this kind of stuff because like as you can see when I'm tweeting my opinions, it often just gets me into trouble with my actual opinion. You know, and so when I'm sort of trying to be professional and speaking analytically about things, I try and look at it from both angles, right?
Absolutely.
And some people say like, oh, that, you know, it's a negative, it's doom and gloom, that kind of thing. But that's just, it's just that way I think about things as a result of my job.
Right.
If I'm talking about my personal opinion, I think Xbox's strategy is absolutely fantastic. And it's something I personally very, very much want to be in. I really love Xbox Play Anywhere. I love
it too,
yeah, I am someone who frequently uses alternative devices to play Xbox games, because I'm often traveling.
Yes.
I'm often, you know, unable to use the television. And you know, and just the ability to fire up a cloud game or, you know, move to another system is absolutely awesome. Like when I was on vacation, I used my Lenovo Legion Go not just to play and complete Hollow Knight, but I also used it for work and wrote up some articles and did some stuff on, you know, I had the little keyboard, put my Lenovo Legion Go on a stand. It's got a kickstand, you know.
Nice.
I love that sort of multimodal versatility. And I think that multimodal versatility is why smartphones just became the default compute solution for all the normies. You know, that's sort of accessibility. It's with you all the time. You can do anything you want with it, whenever you want with it. And that's kind of, I think, what I feel Microsoft is trying to bring Windows up to speed with the way the youngsters now are growing up with technology. They want it to be easy. The youngsters can't use Windows. You know, they can't install a program or take a screenshot. You know, it's painful sometimes talking to younger people about game PCs, just in general, not disregarding gaming, just like the absolute bare bones basics of how a PC functions has been lost in the smartphone universe. So I think like Microsoft aligning their vision with all the convenience that smartphones has created this expectation for, I think is absolutely the right strategy to go with. But it all comes back to content, you know. You need those, you don't just need great games, you need absolute bangers because the competition is insane. So I think Game Pass as a vehicle for, you know, piggybacking on those bangers and being like, hey, Claire Obscure's viral right now. It's also in Game Pass, you know. Having more of those viral experiences and tying them to the Xbox brand via Game Pass is kind of like the smart play to do in a world where exclusives are no longer the, you know, the thing people are interested in. People don't like the idea of exclusivity because there's so much alternative stuff to play. That's why, like, you know, a lot of the games that PlayStation put out ended up doing better on PC for whatever reason.
We're
because
seeing that
it was available in more places, right?
Yeah, not that
virality.
Yeah, not to interrupt you. It's just that we're starting to see developers, you know, really want or gravitate towards the multi-platform approach, right? Because it's like they want to be part of the zeitgeist moment and really capitalize on all the platforms where we're there. You're seeing, you know, obviously we saw what Helldivers say, hey, you know, we really like, you know, what there was like initial PlayStation thing, but hey, you know, with our next game, you know, we may not be locking ourselves in. We're seeing with Crimson Desert. We're seeing with potentially, what's the one, Stellar Blade, you know, talking about, you know, they be going other places and stuff like that. So I obviously Square, which we'll talk about next, and we probably can just transition to it, is that, you know, it's more money out there. You know, it's not that exclusivity is dying. There's always going to be people who I feel will take the bag, you know, that will benefit them from a studio standpoint. But for mass reach, it kind of hurts not being there, you know, on multiple platforms for the beginning. Do you agree?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you've got marketing dollars and you've got a marketing campaign, and you're only on one platform, you've kind of created a situation where you're marketing to people who can't access your content, right? So in order to access that word of mouth virality, which I think word of mouth is really driving marketing more than ever right now, at least for gaming, because there is so much junk and there is so much like hype. People increasingly trust people they know, to tell them what a good game is. Clearly, like Stellar Blade is a recent example of that. Stellar Blade didn't have a particularly huge marketing presence on PC for its PC launch. Look how well it's done. It's done really well. And then you can point to instances further in the past of games that went viral because they were everywhere all at once. But the game also has to be good.
Yes.
It can't like I was told last year in LA, and maybe King was told this too. But the number one predictor of like whether a game's going to do well in Game Pass is a Metacritic score. And like if it's got a good Metascore, user reviews, chances are it's going to get all the engagement in Game Pass. But But this is the issue. Like when you bring Steam to an Xbox console, you're creating more noise, you're creating more competition, and not just competition for games, you're also creating a competition for storefronts then. So it could go one or two ways. It could go like, it could force Microsoft to compete harder for sales, which is good for us. Or it could go like developers just be like, well, we'll just make the Steam version, which is what I personally would be concerned about.
Right, which is what Addict is concerned about. Yeah.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I do have a large Steam library, but I just prefer buying things on Xbox, and I own movies and TV shows on Xbox just from, 360 legacy days and stuff like that. So my question, if I ever got Microsoft on the phone in the near future, maybe a Gamescom or something, my question to them would be like, well, what happens to Xbox developers who are supporting the Xbox store today? Does the Game Pass bag become even more important to get developer support? Because the situation on that PC right now for Microsoft is, if it ain't in Game Pass, developer ain't going to do a port because there's no point.
Yeah, I mean, Steam, all the other storefronts.
The biggest issue I fear is like a lot of the time, it's better now, but how many times a year we hear about Steam having a bad port and the PC in general, not just Steam, and it's just like, does that translate to the console version well if you do play it on the Xbox hardware? Like, because one of the things that I love about hardware is a lot of these games are optimized for the hardware. But if that is the case, where they start going Steam orientated, does that mean, are we going to have bad ports when they do happen? Is it not going to happen that way? Like, there's just a lot of
questions.
Question marks.
Yeah, there's definitely questions about versions, and then even from my standpoint, if you have Steam on the device, on a console, like from a setting standpoint, like how does it have that preset? Does it know,
My understanding is there's going to be one version. That Play Anywhere is one version. Digital Foundry is speculating that the Final Fantasy 16 version of the Xbox game is the PC version.
We literally transition. We might as well just do this topic now because we got it.
I think that being that you have to have it Play Anywhere, and you don't want to give an extra workload to developers in making your game, and to ensure that your game is actually reaching your intended target, which is your fan base, your core, and then spreading out all over to wherever else it goes. One universal game made for that. I think Xbox itself put itself at a disadvantage where trying to ask developers to make a game for the last place console with your reach not necessarily being as far as you want it to be. I think that's a tough ask, right? Now, if you make that game once and that game is available in multiple different areas, well, then obviously the developer is going to say, well, good, we make that one game one time. We don't have to worry about making a separate SKU that's cultivated to your operating system. It is a game that is play anywhere, and it works inside the Xbox store. I think that's the angle where they're going for, to make sure that no game misses the platform. Every game is forward and backwardly compatible with whatever device that you have. And I told you a long time ago that the platform is Game Pass. I believe that is going to ensure your library still being around, whatever library you do accrue with Xbox.
Yeah, I mean, it's still... No, I get it. It's still a lot of questions, though, because, again, to me, it feels like Play Anywhere lately has been the platform. But lately, it seems like they're pushing that more than Game Pass. Yeah.
The past couple of years, when it comes to, like, the June showcase, push Game Pass a couple years, push Play Now Anywhere a couple years. Like, you see the way that they're pushing the brand in general changes. This year, they really focused on Play Anywhere, and there's a couple years where they focused on nothing but Game Pass.
Right.
It feels like, now they because of, like, everything's an Xbox, I think Play Anywhere would probably be the bulk of the platform, and Game Pass is one of the branches to that.
And I agree with you. I think that Play Anywhere is more of the focal point where you're going to have a lot of devices out there that has Windows 11, right? All right, so you're not asking the consumer to pay for anything.
Right.
This is something that you feel that you're offering to the consumer to entice them to actually purchase your version of the game, because that version of the game is playable on all these devices where we have a storefront, or where Windows 11 is. Game Pass itself is, we have this if you give us money. And I think that changes the conversation, where I don't think they're necessarily pushing one or the other over each other. I just feel that you're going to see the branding being made because of what their party approach is now, is everywhere and anywhere. Cloud gaming, AI, hardware, software, laptops, PCs, and other consoles, to be honest with you. And I know that that's a bitter pill for a lot of people to swallow, but other consoles is where they're making money. And like Jez says, if it doesn't make dollars, it don't make sense, and they'll shut you down quick. It's actually making dollars and it's making sense, and they're trying to figure out ways to make stuff relevant while not excluding. When that well runs dry, that's when you worry about it. I don't see the well running dry right now. I see them doing versatile different things to make that well still.
Well, look, I'm just happy that I'm getting a console. That's just where I'm at right now. And then, we'll see what happens. Let's just combine this up, because we're going along with this one. Let's combine this thing with the Final Fantasy, because it seems like we mentioned it a few times. And this is in reference to Final Fantasy 16. I just want to pull up this article. There's a lot, some talk about the sales. You know what I'm saying? I'll shout out to Screen Rant who put this out there, saying that early reports that Final Fantasy 16 was severely underperforming on Series X and S, reportedly selling around 22,000 units. He said that data turns out to be incorrect from, I believe, that Alina, I can't pronounce it, Alex, based on inferred data based on Xbox reviews, and that currently the title, as of writing, was kind of sitting at number 11 as a top seller game on Xbox. While we don't have the concrete sales from Square Enix or Xbox itself, it looks like Final Fantasy 16 is doing better than that initial report. So I know, Addict, this was one of your topics. This has been something that's been talked about in terms of Final Fantasy 16. Obviously, you got the Shadow drop. We was at, obviously, Summer Games Fest, and we saw the big announcement between that and then Final Fantasy 7 Remake, and people were very excited. So what are your thoughts on this whole, port to Xbox and sales and what's going on with Final Fantasy?
Here's the thing. Like, do I think they sold 22,000? I don't know. I kind of got to be consistent with the messaging, where it's like, as long as the game comes out to my platform and Microsoft makes it, I don't care what they sell. Is that a realistic expectation going forward to making sure Square Enix game comes on the platform? I don't know. Did it sell 22,000? Probably sold more than that. These things are always estimated, and I think Jez would agree. He's probably talked to more analysts than we have. Did it sell a lot more than that? Probably not.
That's the question.
Like, here's the thing. Even core Final Fantasy fans like myself, I'm nicer on this game than they are. A lot of Final Fantasy, like hardcore heads, cannot stand 16. But I think it's a good action adventure game. I just don't consider it a good Final Fantasy game. There's a lot of aspects of Final Fantasy that are just missing from this game. Customization is not really the best. I feel like the combat gets stale very, very quickly, and the combat never really evolves. Probably one of the best things about the game is the Elon fights. But guess what? Those are pretty much, button prompts. Move left, move right, press X, press B. I think it's great that it's there, and I think it being shadow dropped, it was probably one of the highlight to the game, it being shadow dropped. As far as like the game in general, I don't think it's so the greatest on PlayStation. So, my thing is like, I don't like this mindset where if you take PlayStation's whole console demographic and you give them a percentage. I don't even know. Does anyone in the chat know what they sold? I have no clue what Final Fantasy 16 show. Yeah. 16 sold on PlayStation.
Yeah, he just said that Squid didn't seem to be.
It sold 3 million in its first week.
Satisfied per se on it.
So let's say that thing sold. Let's say 6, and that might be pushing it, because usually the bulk of these games come out and then not to mention afterwards, it's not just selling. You get sales. They're not getting as much. Games not being as profitable later on because they have to put it on sale. Because remember, we've had developers on that says one of the best ways to increase sales on your games is to release a new game after a certain amount of time the game's out, or put it on sale and hope that it catches on, because people are like, oh, you put it on sale. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, because guess what? Other people are going to put it on sale. Right. Their stuff's on sale too. So it's like, look, 100. How many PlayStation 4s and I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy 16 was a PS4 game, wasn't it?
Final Fantasy was 16?
Was that a PS4 game or
only PlayStation
game?
5. That's why it's so piss poor.
So I mean, I don't remember. It's been so long.
No, 7 is a PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 game. 16 is only a PlayStation 5 game.
So it is what it is when it comes to that. It's like the biggest thing. Right. The biggest thing that you got to remember is like, how many PS5s is out in the wild?
80 million. That don't mean it's really out there.
Well, see, that's my thing. It's like people. It's so like what? Let's even say highest 10. Highest 10.
It didn't.
And that is a mythical creature at that point. What didn't even sold what 12-13% of the install base. And so, do you expect that from PlayStation? I mean, from Xbox? Like, they're not really selling Xboxes like that to pick up on the back end.
According to Japanese report, securities analyst, President Takashi Kirio said that Final Fantasy 16 sales are currently around 3.5 million units.
That is horrible, considering it's an 80 million install base. And it's a big iconic franchise like Final Fantasy. I mean, what did remake sell? And Rebirth?
Remake sold a lot. Rebirth, you will have to look at that because that's only on PlayStation 5.
So it's just like, look, like, here's my thing. I don't know why people expect Xbox with a lower install base and with a less growing install base to even come close to a PlayStation growing install base that's at like 80 million. Why do you expect that? And it's like, okay, maybe the Switch, if 16 came out on the Switch and it sold 200,000. Okay, maybe we could talk about that. The Switch 2 is a way
more. They are talking about rumors of a Switch 2 Final Fantasy 16 port.
So remake sold 7 million, Rebirth sold 2 million.
The developer said if he can manage it, they will do it.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, like, I liked Rebirth. I thought it was a fun game. But I wasn't really sold on that game either.
Right.
I put Metaphor of it on Game of the Year. It was a great nostalgia thing, but man, they Kingdom Hearts the hell out of that game. So it's just like, look, Final Fantasy's on Xbox. Enjoy it, buy it. If you don't buy it, my thing isn't even really necessarily like the people that aren't or not buying it. It's mainly about like for like the past 10 years, I've seen nothing but influencers coming out saying they wanted Final Fantasy on Xbox, and I ain't seen not one of them
playing
share
it.
a screenshot, not one of them share
That part.
anything of them showing no gameplay, nothing. It's like, dude, if you're gonna sit here and speak from the highest Eiffel Tower known to man that you want Final Fantasy, at least people went at Kid Smooth. Kid Smooth's been very clear. I just want it on there so Addict will shut the hell up. He's been very clear. He himself don't want to play it, but it's different from like saying like baseball when when show wasn't on Xbox. I was like, look, I think it needs to be on there. I don't care if it's on there, but I think it does need to be on there. It's a baseball game.
Yeah.
I wasn't going out there saying, I want to play it, man. I need this on here right now. It's just like, live that life or shut up and get off the boat. You ain't no JRPG fan. You just not. So either live that life or shut up.
A lot of talking. It'd be interesting. Yeah, so King, Final Fantasy 16, Xbox sales, looks like some things may be debunked from certain analytical firms, maybe not. Where you at with this whole situation?
Well, on Xbox Frontline News, I went in on them bums. I went in on every last one of y'all, like Addict was saying. I need Final Fantasy. I need to get it. I already got it on PlayStation. I brought it again. All right? And I didn't even get far in it on PlayStation because I just got too much stuff that I'm doing. I'm playing too much live service games. I got to stop. I got addiction. It's disgusting. But I brought it again. Why? Because my copy matters to me. Now, sales. Good for you, Square. Good for you for taking the bag and falling flat on your face. Good for you for now that you got to come to the the last place console. Every time I say third party, I'm thinking about them making third party games. At least now you got to go to the last place console developer and crawl on your knees to get any type of sales for a game that you thought was going to be the game of the generation. It didn't turn out to be that way. But what you did miss in the beginning was the zeitgeist. Right? We do see 5-year-old games go to platforms and perform tremendously. And maybe you was fooled to believe that you had a Forza Horizon 5. Maybe you were fooled to believe that you have a Gears. Maybe you're a fool to believe that you have an Indiana Jones. Maybe you're a fool to believe that you have a Sea of Thieves. Maybe you're a fool to believe that you have a Ground. You see what I'm doing here? Maybe you're a fool to believe that you're Microsoft. You are Square. Know your role. You, sir, have fallen far down that tree. You are no longer the hot chick in the club. Well, you got games like Metaphor coming out here spinning the block on you. You have now turned into the ops. Now you got to do something strange for some change. So I expect all of your games to be day and date now. You to realize who you were from the beginning. The individual that got hot messing with Nintendo, then you went and shunned him and went over to PlayStation. You was flexing on them bums the whole time until that well ran dry. Now look at you now. Now you have nobody to blame for this failure. It's inevitable. You will always lose.
All right, Thanos.
So at this point, I honestly see you for who you are. But I love you regardless, because I know at some point in time, you're one hit away from being that Grammy platinum artist that I know that you can be.
Yeah.
But when you locked yourself behind another company and felt that you were, I don't know, like you was a cat's meow. You're not a first-party company for PlayStation. You're a third-party company. Please continue to be that third-party publisher, putting your games everywhere that everyone can actually enjoy your games. And I'm glad that you came to your senses. So now I'm going to buy Final Fantasy VII. I'm going to go play that. I'm waiting for Rebirth, even though I got that already. All these games I got already. Yeah. I'm showing you some level of support that a lot of these dudes in my chat told me, King, I'm not supporting them. And I feel that. But for me, I screamed from the highest mountain that I wanted them here. They here. So I got to pony up. You see what I did right there?
Messy. Jazz. So it looks like, I got a question for you because I know I was listening to Xbox 2 and then you did mention that I believe you reached out to the firm or you tried to get a statement from them in reference to the initial 22,000 claim that they had made. And I don't know if you got any feedback from them in reference to that.
Yeah, I did. I spoke to someone from the company that said that they don't use reviews to infer sales, but one of their colleagues had said that and then deleted the tweet or whatever. And I was just like, well, how do you infer sales? Because Microsoft obviously doesn't share that data with you.
So how did they come up with that data?
So it's like and they were like, oh, we can't share our methods, kind of thing, And it's like, well, how far can you trust this data? Because obviously, Sakana in the United States, they do get sales data directly from the companies, and then they aggregate it and then sell it on. Obviously, they don't share the exact sales data with us. They just share a ranking, right?
Right.
But anyways, I don't expect that it sold much more than 22,000 anyway. I mean, it's probably sold tens of thousands, maybe into the hundreds of thousands, but it did hit like number 10 in the UK.
Yeah.
I think it was like number 10 in Germany, number 12, something like that.
Yep.
I looked it up earlier. So like, how many copies does a game need to sell to get to in the top 10? We don't really know.
Good point.
But I think what this does is really shines a spotlight on how important it is to hit the zeitgeist with your game. Final Fantasy does not have the cachet that it once did. Final Fantasy is they reinvented themselves so many times that they no longer get that nostalgia compound interest that other games get. Like a Persona or something that hasn't tried going too far away from their original premise, just sort of iterating on the premise. Whereas Final Fantasy's reinvented itself so many times, it doesn't really have that compound nostalgia anymore. Which is why like Clair Obscur blew up so hard, because there are people still nostalgic for that kind of game. And the amount of people comparing Clair Obscur to like Final Fantasy X, or the times when a lot of people of our generation nostalgically cast our minds back and think like, oh, this was back when Final Fantasy was good. But Final Fantasy 16 is like 15. It split the player base, or split the fan base to some degree. There are people that absolutely love Final Fantasy 16, and there are people like myself who are just like, this is just a bland hack and slash with very, very pretty graphics. At least on PC, have pretty graphics. But like the word of mouth, on the Xbox version is that it's poorly optimized.
Oh, I'm playing that port. I got things to say when it's my turn.
So I'm like a huge Final Fantasy fan. I'm like actually considering a Final Fantasy title at the moment.
Nice.
But it's all nostalgia for the old games all the way up to like, I even enjoyed 12 to some degree, but 13 was just not it for me. And then 14 was a poor World of Warcraft imitation, and then 15 was just so bland, with the worst combat gameplay I think I've ever experienced in an open world game. And Final Fantasy 16 ain't that much better than it either. The one saving grace is that Final Fantasy 7 Remake and Rebirth are both very, very good. And I think that they represent a perfect compromise between a more involved combat and the tactical kind of gameplay that I think Final Fantasy built its image on.
Right.
But I hope they look to Final Fantasy 17. When they're looking to Final Fantasy 17, I really hope two things. A, they launch it everywhere all at once.
Yes.
I think you have to.
Yes.
And B, they look to Final Fantasy 7 Remake for inspiration, not Final Fantasy 16, because hack and slash. If the people who decided that was going to be a hack and slash, go and make a fucking hack and slash. Sorry, I swore.
Like you good.
But sorry, but like go and make a hack and slash. Go and make a different game, or make a Final Fantasy spin-off. Like Dirge of Cerberus or Stranger of Paradise or whatever. I really think that what's core to Final Fantasy is RPG expression, and I think like even though these games never really there was never choice and consequence in these games, you could still have RPG expression through the way you chose your party,
yes,
through the way you designed your characters. Like Final Fantasy 7, like I'm going to choose this materia. I'm going to make Cloud a warrior this playthrough. I'm going to make him a black mage this playthrough by strapping him up with tons and tons of magic material or whatever, you know. That sort of player expression hasn't existed in Final Fantasy for a long time.
Right.
And I think that's really what's missing from that game, that franchise.
Since 10
comes back.
It's the last one since 10.
Yeah.
Look, 13 was when 12 was okay. It was Vaughn. 13 was Lightning. I don't like that game. I think that was the when Final Fantasy started like really falling downhill. 15 was a step in the right direction, but it was just literally turning around. You ain't went down the road. I think 7 Remake and Rebirth is definitely the best mergers. But like you look at stuff like Metaphor and you know, Expedition 33. Like, you know, you look at these games, and I've been gaslit my entire life into getting mad that they went away from turn-based. Oh, you living in the past. 2 Game of the Year contenders and maybe 1 Game of the Year winner, which is Expedition, proves that all that gaslighting was you, not me. But turn-based is still a very lucrative market. You just got to do it well. I just played Bravery Default. Like, loved that game. Gave you I had like my main character went from a mage to a dragoon to like 5 different forms of multiple different things. And you know, Final Fantasy like 16 is just, look, it's got a good story, I guess. That's it. Like, you know, that's it. Right, and it's got nice little implementations, which is funny because if you go back before 16 came out, I say I'm seeing a lot of summons. I'm worried they're having another 13 because that's all they did with 13 was promote them summons because they look so good, and the rest of the game was very average. And that's exactly what I got with 16.
Fair enough. I gotta jump in. This is all course correction. You know, as far as the whole, you know, multi-platform stuff. I think the Mercenary days, that's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, trying to lock things down exclusively. They tried that to play platform games. You know, even, you know, Switch got certain stuff. Xbox even got certain stuff themselves. Did they get Octopath 1? You know, for themselves and stuff like that. So,
well, they got. I don't think Xbox has had like a. I don't think Xbox is having like a traditional exclusive, because when Octopath Traveler came back, it was already
on the Switch, right? Yeah,
on the Switch, yeah. But I will say that, like, you know, they were really friendly with the Game Pass stuff for a while.
Yeah, for a minute.
Yeah. So here's the thing. When it comes to, you know, there's no secret that I'm not going to sit there and like make the illusion that there's no fan base for JRPGs in that type of style on the Xbox platform.
Right.
But it's a lot smaller than it is on other platforms, because first off, it's an American brand. Second off, what made the Xbox is still the core identity to a degree. You know, shooters, Western RPGs. Can't really complain at Square Enix when you've hand-fed us games for years and then wonder why you don't sell as much, because, like, you gave me Crisis Core.
Without no 7, because I bought Crisis Core. I bought Crisis Core. I ain't get no remake. I was hoping. I was like, I would support. But nah, yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm not gonna get crazy at them, you know, for Xbox. Look, do I think people should support the game? Yes. I personally am the Final Fantasy 16 defender. I actually like Clive. I actually like, you know, the tone of the game and stuff like that. But I understand people who you know, feel like, hey, it's too much of a departure. It's more of an action. It's Devil May Cry light. I understand that. And I understand also, like, look, you've deprived and ostracized a base for like 2 years and not given them games, and then say, hey guys, I'm here on not necessarily your strongest product. Right? So even though I like it, I think it's dope. I like the dominance. I like all the stuff they talk about in this game. I love Ben Starr's before. I thought his performance is amazing in this game. I'm loving it.
He does do
it's
really
ridiculous.
Good.
I like their version of
like
Sid.
The production values. Like, I was crapping on the game, but the production values in Final Fantasy 16 and the story and the characters really, really good.
It's good.
That's speaking to me. So for me, I was just like, okay, cool. But what I got to call square to the front of the congregation is you cannot make a base wait for 2 years, right? Then you shadow drop it. Not saying that they're mad or anything like that. But I'm just saying, like, I hope your expectations are in check with the way this is dropped. And then, to King's point, you got not the greatest port over here. You got, I played the graphics mode, which is kind of jittery. Then I put it in performance. I'm like, yes. Oh, this seems like a 60 frames locked. I'm like, oh, yes. Yeah. But then I was like, why? It you know what it reminded me of? Remember when Tekken 7 came to Xbox? And it had that 720p. I was like, oh, the resolution. This is how you did it. And to me, according to Digital Foundry, it looks like this is kind of a straight PC port. Now, I get it. I get this game is very demanding. Even the PS5, struggle with 60 frames per second, considering it's a very graphically intense game.
It didn't run the greatest on PlayStation. It didn't
run, this game did not run the greatest. So I get that.
Dope on my Pro.
But the problem
even
is,
though the Pro don't run that good.
You would expect
You're
after
lying.
so
no,
long
I actually tested it, sir.
Yeah, but I put it on performance mode.
I put it on performance mode, and I will say the Series X one is 60 straight. Like it ain't moving around. It ain't dropping.
The problem with Final Fantasy 16 is since the game came out so many years ago, you would expect it to.
No, we're rumbling with each other. Go ahead, Alex. Don't get all emotional. We just playing with me and him and each other. Yeah, he being special. Go ahead.
I said the difference between Final Fantasy 16 is like it's been out so long.
Yeah.
No bad ports is excusable. Like none. Like I don't care where it comes out. The Switch better run good. This should have ran better on the Xbox. Like this game's been out for years at this point.
Yeah.
Like you should have.
That's what I'm saying.
To optimize. You should have learned.
There we go.
You should have learned, ways to make it better when it came to the Switch, to the PlayStation version. There's no excuse.
Yeah, that's
the problem with them is they haven't made the best PC ports.
Yeah.
Right. Let's be real. No matter what your rig looks like, their PC port connection, I mean, is really bad. They don't have a Nexus over there. That's my heart. They don't have a Nexus over there. And if Xbox got the PC version, well, then, that pretty much tells you poor optimization. I'm hoping a patch will come out at some point in time. I think the outcry for the people that did purchase the game will probably be loud enough, like myself. I mean, you know what, to Addict's point, because I'm gonna be streaming it this week. The Addict's point.
You don't like it.
If I like the game itself. I love the game itself. It's not a Final Fantasy. I agree with Addict in every sense of what he's saying. It's not a Final Fantasy game. It's a good hack and slash game, and I agree with Jez. It's a beautiful looking game. Not that greatly optimized. Cool, but I think if the stream this is where I agree with Addict. Actually start streaming this game and vocally say, man, it would be great if the resolution was up a notch. It would be great if the performance was better here. And you have a loud enough fan base doing this, I think they will send out a patch. Because I think it's just one patch away from fixing it.
I hope so. Like I said, the last thing I was going to say is that, the rumors are that it is coming to Switch. And the producer said, and the creative director hinted that it could come, and they said if the team can manage it, they like to do it. So they better get that DLSS.
After 3.5 million sold, I think anything is coming to the.
Look, I ain't mad at that. Hey, I want this game to succeed. I'm glad that it's coming. But last thing I'll say, and Jez, you can answer if not, this part of me does feel that this sets up them filling all these gaps out. Does set them up saying, hey, we're gonna do. I'm hoping launching day and date for future titles moving forward, as opposed to the 1 year gap, 2 year gap. That's what I'm hoping. So we shall see. We got a bunch of super chats and one last topic, or you want to just knock the last topic out and do a super chat?
Let's just knock the last topic out.
Yeah, that's what I figured out. All right, cool. And this was King. This was PlayStation.
I definitely wanted to throw this in the bushes, but
okay. PlayStation handheld.
Yeah, let's do it. It was better stuff that was there, and I forgot I landed on this because I was too busy fighting with what Sal was going to do in the chat. I'm stupid.
All right, fair enough. Look, so basically, shout out to Digital Foundry. Looks like the first plausible Sony handheld specs have leaked. But they're concerned about how capable it will be, and they said strategically cut back PlayStation 5 gaming looks viable. So in the source of the leak, Kepler L2 has proven to be a highly reliable source of all sorts of AMD information. He was first to corroborate the PlayStation 5 Pro spec leaks, and his information turned out to be very close to what we received as final hardware. His Sony handheld specs are unusually detailed for a project so far out, but to be fair, they do lack highly important context. The chip at the heart of the machine is based on AMD's new graphic architecture known as UDNA, but nobody quite knows what it is capable of. That they said, therefore, getting a grip on what the machine is capable of challenging. They said right now, Digital Foundry says it's extremely difficult to come up with any kind of projected performance level for this PlayStation handheld, but this muted, reduced bandwidth mode for PS5 dev kits could suggest that Sony intends for the handheld to run current generation software at lower resolutions and lower frame rates. This sounds somewhat like Sony's own take on the Series S. The difference being that they expect to see the handheld arrive in close proximity to Sony's actual next generation console, the PlayStation 6. You'd imagine that the platform holder would also be looking at the handheld to run variants of PS6 software too. This may sound optimistic, but PS6 will be using the same architecture, leaning heavily into machine learning features, blah, 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 with handheld support. And then they pretty much go on to conclude. It said, in terms of how the competition, they said, meanwhile, reports continue to suggest that Microsoft has left the conversation in terms of their handheld and relying on third-party companies to create OEM devices instead, like the Ally X. However, Valve continues to bide its time until an actual generational leap in mobile hardware is available for Steam Deck 2. So there's no reason they couldn't tap into the same technology that Sony uses, which is the UDNA, and perhaps it's the way going forward. So, King, where were you going with these rumors of PS5/handheld stuff?
Okay, well, technically, what has been said, what was stated by Digital Foundry, I did a breakdown on this. Digital Foundry found that it will definitely play PlayStation 4 games pretty good, and it wouldn't be able to play PlayStation 5 games without a patch. So, John was like, well, what are they going to patch every game? That was a hilarious part to it. Actually, guys, I really didn't care about this topic as much. Like I said before, this is what happens when we have too much conversation in the chat and we're messing with Solve going through. So we joke around a lot. I definitely wanted to have switched this to the VR topic, but
get your balls off.
In keeping with this topic here, they're talking about a less powerful device in the vein of a Series S. And me personally, if they have to make proprietary games for it or patch every PlayStation game 5 for it, this does not really coincide with Microsoft's strategy with the Series X and Series S. Microsoft's strategy with Series X and Series S, I think that's you. You got to mute something. I hear somebody talking. The fact that it's not going to be able to play the same games. The Xbox Series X and S, no matter what you say about the S, even though it's a lower resolution, it plays all the Xbox Series games, right? This device, they're telling you from the gate, won't be able to play PlayStation 6 games, if that's a thing. And it will struggle to play PlayStation 5 things, but it definitely can play PlayStation 4 games. I don't know exactly what they plan on doing with this device. And being that this device, I honestly believe will come out in 2027, or we're seeing a larger extension of what is now the PlayStation 5 generation, pushing the next generation further into the 2030s. And these devices, the PlayStation 5 Pro, the PlayStation 5 base, and this handheld takes the place of the Portal and is actually something that you can download stuff to. Does this device actually take that place of a lower end S type of thing that they actually wanted to do from the beginning? And that's it. But really, honestly, this is a nothing burger to be with.
Jez, I didn't know if you heard any of those Digital Foundry reports in reference to, I don't know if you had a chance to see that article in reference to the PlayStation handheld or not. And if not, just what are your brief thoughts on it?
I didn't hear this actually, but it just goes to show that if we do end up with an AMD, an APU that can run the Series S mode games on a handheld, it'll really vindicate Microsoft's Xbox Series S strategy, which
they won't be holding the generation back.
Yeah, it's been the subject of so much controversy, needlessly so. I think, like, oh, screw Microsoft for trying to make an affordable version of the Xbox. Like, but like if they do make a handheld that runs the Series S games with AMD, they'll have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games out of the box that are ready to go and won't need a patch or anything like that. So. It'd be interesting to see how they stack up in those directions, and maybe it'll just come out that maybe Microsoft had the more forward thinking plan there, but we don't know what the PlayStation handheld is going to be capable of. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, no doubt. Addict, you be interested in a potential PlayStation 5 handheld? You good? You good? You out of the handheld game? You got your Switch too? You don't want to hear that no more?
Nah, look, I would prefer.
You played that at Switch 2 for the audio listeners. That's what you played.
It's docked.
It's docked. That's what you like.
I rarely see this screen.
So you just want a console. So you don't want no handheld.
I don't care. Like, look, I'll play this if I have to, or if like it's convenient at that moment. But it's
I don't like it. I don't put it in and walk back. I don't do that. I don't like you patting it and walking back and saying that's.
That's exactly what it.
I don't like his demonstrations. I don't like how his neck is at. He's very disrespectful with his neck.
What is the man? Wait, the Will Smith.
Yeah. That's what we doing. I see what we doing. That's what you. All right, fair enough. Look, I don't got too much to add to it. It's just at the end of the day, if they come out with a handheld, great. I've supported them since the Vita doing the handheld stuff like that. Right. But to Jez's and King's point, it would be interesting if they have to do a PlayStation 5 Series S style SKU because they won't be able to play all the games. Again, then it will come into question, was Microsoft's strategy forward thinking with the S, what people consistently criticize, and which I do find quite hilarious that the Series S, that the Nintendo Switch is out and developers are finding, wow.
For a second.
Done.
Wow. What we doing?
Done.
What's going on?
Done.
I don't know what's going on.
Saab, you thought you was getting out of this mix. Done.
This is it's over. Oh yeah. The Eagle. Wow.
My wheels come through right before the show is over.
Shout out.
I salute you, soldier.
That's Iron Rook. Salute. We got break protocol. The Eagle has landed. We did a whole podcast. He did a flight. This man did a flight. And he went through this whole flight. He's back in time for us. That's how long we're going. Shout out to Eagle with the $200. Make it ready for Tokyo. The Eagle has landed. I'm back in the land of sunshine after effing around with my old Navy buddies all weekend. Funding my solo request in anime department for the Lords. Also, the speed with which Cog can hear a new anime character name and come up with a disrespectful alternate. Yeah, you missed. I had a few today.
Iron, he reacted to 3 this week.
Yeah, I got 3 this week.
Send me 2 on Twitter. Yes. And he'll react to those 2 because I can't just let $200 go unnoticed.
Yeah,
send me 2 and he'll react to those 2.
We got to teach Rook.
Give me links to them so I know who they are.
Rook is a Navy dude. He don't know how to work Twitter like that. So we gotta work.
Well,
no,
actually,
he
don't. He got to react to 4 because we had 2 already scheduled. So
that's right.
So we do 4. We do 4.
We'll react to
all that
4.
Bleachy
and by proxy, Sovereign got to do a shake.
Yeah, I'll take all that. Bring your blue hair guys. Bring Freezy Freeze.
Okay.
We
hear all that.
All the 4 of the dudes, all them guys, soft spoken dudes.
You take all 4?
All 4 soft spoken blue haired people.
Whoa!
Bring them on for judgment. Bring them on for judgment.
All right, so
me and Diddy Kong got it.
We have I can't remember what the first one was. We had a poll at the beginning. It was Rock Lee. So you have to react to Rock Lee versus Gara and Ichigo versus Byakuya. And Ichigo versus Byakuya is Bleach.
Oh, that sounds Bleachy. All right. We got my man Rook. We got it lined up. He said, "I told you that go."
And then the 2 that
Rook, I had to get you, man. I had to get you.
Those 2. The 2 that Iron gave.
You right, Rook. You right. I was out of pocket for the Twitter slander, but it's all good. But anyway, so yeah, that'll get done this week. Shout out to Rook, and I think we are done. Let's get these super chats.
And I'll try to have them all done by Friday, if possible, and post them all Friday.
All right.
Let's get our guests out of here.
Yeah, because Jazz, poor Jazz. We have
Jazz. Jazz, I wanted to tell you one thing. I wanted to say thank you because you made me pick up my rock. You said you were going through something in the hospital, and I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you got your camera. I'm glad that you're able. Everything is fantastic.
Yeah, you and this camera.
No, it means a lot.
Follow up with him in the hospital that you're glad his camera's off.
Well, you know what? He could have been back from the hospital with his camera off, and that means something went wrong. All right. Anyway, so he was in the hospital, and I was reading your article, and you said it was about the Windows, like I think it was the taskbar. Or whatever, and you made me go and pick up my ROG again, and I did have a lengthy update. And to your credit, what you outlined in your article was very detailed, and it allowed me to say, they're trying, right? And this was prior to what they were doing right now with the Xbox ROG Ally X. So I'd rather them go in this direction, but you the one that made me pick that thing back up after that. So I appreciate you, with your great work.
Yeah, salute to him. Actually,
I mean, the updates they're doing to Windows and the Game Bar and the Xbox app, they're all going to come to the ROG Ally that you have first when it goes to third parties, and it'll probably be available to test as part of the Xbox Insider. If you download the Insider Hub, on your ROG Ally and sign up for the PC Gaming Preview, you'll get all the updates without having to upgrade. So.
Absolutely, yeah.
Shout out to Spartan 61 for gifting 20 memberships to whole pod.
Oh, blessings. That's my dude, too.
Look, man, let's get Jazz out of here. Jazz Band, it's been too long, so I really appreciate you coming through. I was like, I haven't talked to Jazz in a minute. I feel like, where's the last time I potted with you? And that's like, I'm always, like, when you're out, I'll sub for an Xbox too sometimes when you're available, and then we haven't got to do a crossover with Duke in a minute, so it's good to actually talk to you and get some stuff going. But where can the find people? What you got going on, man?
Yeah, man, you can find me at jazzcorden.com. I got a URL now.
Woo!
That's got all my socials in, and Xbox 2 podcast and Windows Central and all that kind of stuff. It's just easier than listing them all out, right? I just picked up a .com.
I love it.
And thanks so much for having me. Like, I always like doing Iron Lords, and when you messaged me, it was like, oh, brilliant. It was like it lines up with my sleep cycle right now. I don't have to get up early for work tomorrow because I got the week off. So everything kind of lined up, right? It was perfect timing.
Perfect. Nah, brother, when you hit me, thanks for coming. I was at the same time, I was like, let me save him just in case I know we go long. He's like, no, I'm good today. I was like, all right. I was to make sure. So I was like, that's all good, man. Appreciate what you're doing out here, killing it. Obviously Windows Central and obviously Xbox 2, one of my favorites to listen to, and I always appreciate your perspective. And man, keep doing what you're doing, man.
I'm super glad all of them, Canon and Ally leads turned out to be. I was like, what if this is wrong?
Bro, I was happy for you with Final. My reputation was on the line for Final Fantasy. They were coming for me, Jez. They was like, that's never coming. You guys are getting scraps. These mainline. And I said, my man, Jez, he put this out long time ago. So every showcase that happened that it didn't show up, Jez, I was like, oh no, what am I going to do?
I wasn't worried, man. I said last year it was going to be Final Fantasy 16 first and 7 remake after. That was something that I was really, really sure about. I had really great sourcing on that. Project Kennen.
Oh, you actually have sources, right? That's what I'm talking about. Right, because you actually do the work, right? Instead of just reading other people's articles. I love you,
dude. I'd be doing this for 10 years. It'd be sad if I didn't have sources at this point.
Right? They act like you haven't, though. I mean, they act like you don't.
No, you know what I like is Jez is only credible to people when people don't like it when it's bad news that they can agree with. Yeah. That's when Jez, they're only. It's funny to me.
It's so annoying, and people like conflate. Like, I've shared opinions, and they're like, oh, look, this opinion was wrong. Or someone's asked me to speculate on something. Oh, Jez was wrong. Jez is always wrong. It's like, when was Jez wrong? It's like, oh, look, he said this. And it's like, that was just my opinion. It wasn't a report.
Fair enough.
But if it's on Windows Central in a report, then it's sourced, unless explicitly stated otherwise.
I appreciate you, brother.
We try.
The funny thing is, one of the best memories I had with Jez is me and him played versus in Pokemon Sword and Shield, and
Who won? Who won?
I won because of because
he got the receipts.
Thank you, Jazz.
You took the L.
Thank you, Jazz. Addict don't ever tell the truth. Let it
go.
When I won, you said I didn't know we could bring Gangar.
No.
Oh,
I remember it.
Get the receipt,
Jazz.
Jazz.
Exactly
Jazz said he remembers smoking you like a cigarette.
Gangar
got you up out of there with Chari Char.
Gangar is banned in a bunch of tournaments, but I brought him in that fight. And because
you brought banned characters.
See, we played twice. You beat me the second time because you brought Gangar. Because your Gangar outdone my Gangar. And because once the speed's the same, they literally flip a coin who goes first. And he brought his and it let him go first for some reason.
To keep your Chari Chars to yourself.
I can't remember what my squad was. But I had the shiny Gigantamax Gengar.
That's the one that you beat me with. That's the one that you beat me with.
That's like
it was the one with like the hands down. Like,
don't do your hands like that. This is why I don't do this anime stuff.
What ended up happening is it was I was down to one Pokemon. He had two. I used Gangar. I gigantic him, whatever they call it.
You gigantic him?
Didn't I beat you with my? Oh, what's that Pokemon called now?
The one with the weird
the garbage mountain.
I'm done, son.
No, you beat me with the Gengar.
I can't remember who it was.
We played twice. You beat me. I beat you the first time because I brought Gangar, and you said, "Well, I want a rematch because I didn't know we could bring illegal Pokemon." And then you beat me the second time with.
They got illegal Gengars, and he got big on them balls.
But he was Forte in the chat said, "My Typlosion would smoke all of y'all."
I'm done.
He said he got blast burn and Typlosion. What are we talking about?
God, we gotta stop this.
No. This is important. This is important.
Go ahead.
I thought that I beat you using my Garbodor, whatever it's pronounced, with Pain Split, using Pain Split, man.
He got somebody called Pain Split?
No.
Yeah.
My
garbage
God.
Pokemon with Pain Split. I beat someone using that, and they were so mad about it.
We played twice. The first time you had me 1-2.
He Pain Split you?
It's a move. And I did the gigantic thing on Gengar.
You did the gigantic thing on him after he paid split.
And then I beat the third one, and then you brought up the Gengar thing, and then you. What ended up happening is I had you on the second one. You was down. You was at 1, and I was at 2. You supered your Gengar, messed up mine. No, see what happened? Well, it was stupid, dude, because I was going to win that second one, but our Gengars were identical. So what ended up happening?
You was
matching Gengars. They were comparing their Gengars.
Essentially what happens when the speed's the exact is the
You pulled out your Gengars at the same time.
So your speed was the exact speed as his?
My Gengar was already out, and he brought his Gengar out. My Gengar was small. See, my Gengar was already big, and his Gengar was already small. I can't with this. And then he made his Gengar big, and then he beat me.
With your Gengar out already.
He caught him lacking. His Gengar was out.
He said you came up and my Gengar was out.
Yeah.
We ain't doing this.
My Gengar had to take a little blue pill.
Oh man. Thank you, Jess Corden, for coming on.
Let me know that you dominated Addict with your Gengar.
You definitely.
And you hit him with the Pain Split.
Split him wide open for the Pain Split.
He was upset because you used Pain Split.
You only get this kind of content at ILP, y'all. This is what you get.
Wild business.
Stop playing with Gengars.
I love Pokemon, but Jess,
it's illegal to use them, I heard.
We got to read 1,000 super chats.
Well, Gangar is like a Pokemon that has almost perfect stats, and it can outspeed almost anyone in the game. So they literally outlawed you from using it.
Dead serious too. That's so crazy about
No,
that.
you've
That's
seen
the
Gangar
wildest
too.
part,
You've
right?
seen Gangar. Gengar is all like.
I ain't never
is a
seen
very-
Gangar.
I ain't never seen another man's Gangar.
Don't ever
Oh
tell
my
me I saw
God.
Gangar, son. I'm not watching nobody's
If you're
Gangar.
into seeing
B.
other people Gangar,
Yeah,
that's cool. I don't want to.
Yeah, that's
I
y'all.
never
Y'all
seen
can do
another
that. Y'all
man's
can
Gangar.
play that game with the Gengars out.
Anyway, just gonna
This is
thank
wild.
you, my man. Appreciate you coming. We're gonna read 1,000 super chats, but appreciate you, brother. Always a pleasure. So good to have you back in the row.
Facts.
Have a good one, brother.
Somebody need to clip that part.
Yeah, that was crazy.
All right, so this is what Gengar looks like.
No,
okay?
no, I'm not looking at it.
Are we gonna get demonetized?
No, Gengar does.
He's illegal at it.
I don't want to. Don't show nothing explicit. Oh,
This is what
look at his
Gengar looks
face.
like.
Nah.
And
oh,
his Gangar
man.
was out.
It's
You can
out.
see his Gangar at the bottom right there
Addict.
on that one. That's crazy.
Search for it with safe search turned off.
No, I'm not doing that.
Look at that.
Oh, that's crazy.
His Gengar's hanging out too. Pause.
What's is it the Crystal Gengar?
We got to go. This is getting
This is
great.
too
This is like,
much,
it's like
son.
an OnlyFans situation.
Pokemon After Dark.
This is Pokemon After Dark. All right, Lord, so we got to go. But
I can see why Nintendo's rocking these streets. Pause. They got Gengars out.
Gengars is out. We got to get these super chats. So we got to catch up. Then get up out of here.
Bye,
man.
Jazz.
All right, Jazz. Have a good one, brother. We appreciate you.
Bye. Take care, everybody.
All
Blessings,
love.
bro.
Peace. All right, Gaming Forte, $5 super chat.
Wow.
That was wild crazy. This one cross the temp agency won't let me bear solve. Good luck taking a shake wake to the head, bro.
We read that
But
one.
I just want to make sure that we got let me bounce on Let me bounce on that beefy cock. $10.
Oh, yeah, that's COG. There we go.
Who
Good.
this? Oh, no shake. And they talk about shake that weight solve. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
and shout out to Spartan661 for the 10 gifted, man. You really gifted a bunch of members today.
Yeah, shout out.
Blessings.
Everyone put logos and thank Spartan because you probably got a gift from him today.
Facts.
Yep,
Facts.
and go to our members' videos so you can watch those videos now.
Yes. Then shout out to Legendary Yobi, $10 super chat. Making it rain. He said, Justice for King. Hashtag shake that weight solve. This is where they were going crazy. They were going crazy. This is the call to arms from King. AKW. King, I got you. Shake that weight solve.
King said his people after.
Yeah, Yobi again with the double up $10 super chat. Oh, word? Bet. Shake that weight, Solve. Hashtag. Say something else, Solve. I'll send more. Don't you buck up on me. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. That dude is.
about my team, son.
I gotta bring
my
Buck.
team,
I haven't heard
son.
Buck in a minute. He brought, don't you buck up on me. That's crazy. Edward Walton, salute. Tom, gotta make up for lost time. Doing it for the zesty peeps in the community. He doing it for the zesty lords. Bunty, $10 super chat. I got you, King. I miss some Jamaican talk, but we gonna have to get him. Bo. Oh no, it's Banana Man. $10 super chat. Let's see the shaking going on.
Watch that be actually Alex.
That would be Alex, too. That'd be funny. Bunty, $10 for no reason. No, nothing to say. Bunty, another $10 for no reason without saying anything. Smart661, $10 super chat without saying anything. They just all on Psalms and pause. Bunty again. They not even saying it. They just throwing $10 to make him shake the weight. $10 super chat. Hard Geek Shiny. Oh, hold on. We got to do something special. We got to give him that 50 being. That 50 being road to Tokyo. Shout out to Hard Geek. Sorry, Solve. We put the rest of the ILP crew through some things. It's your turn. Welcome back, brother.
Back.
Bounty again. Just wild shooting in the club. 10 out with no words. You're just shooting.
Yeah, they just in the back.
Yeah, they never say just stay there, shut it out shots.
You know what it is?
What's
These
that?
are
What they got
people
their Gengar out?
These are people that normally like hit us with like 20s. They're like, we're gonna split it up.
Yeah. Then we
They
got.
running around with their Gengar
I
out.
was worried that Saab was gonna get away with it.
I thought he was going to get away with it.
I was looking. I was like, nah, no,
King
man.
was furious.
Nah, man.
Shout out
Nah,
to
we
New
gonna
You know
Zone.
what I almost did? I
What?
said, okay, if we get 30, King gotta do it.
Nah, we ain't doing that.
We ain't doing that. New Zombie, found out super chat. Got that new ILR member field today. Yo, so Kit? What does he say? This don't know. It's for sweet suave to do the Trump dance with a shake weight in each hand. Hey, yo! That's messy. What away dragon? Shout out to the home 11. $2 super chat. Don't expect mass sales at $900 for a ROG Ally X is $900. Yeah, they know. And then we got Oh No, it's Banana Man with the 17 months membership. Steam is Microsoft's main competition. PlayStation is out there in the bushes. Then we got Ron, $5 super chat. How does Microsoft make money off multiple storefronts? Entitlements. By owning entitlements, they can nickel and dime companies to check if you own a game.
Yeah.
The Liz, shout out to the Liz, 22, $5 super chat. I'm excited that the ROG Ally X with the Z2 Extreme and the AI cores. AI could be a game changer for handhelds with the help with FPS performance. Yes, they did tout that on my hands-on with it. That seems to be the MPU. That seems to be the trick up in their sleeve to future-proof it. One Away Dragon, again, $2 super chat. Get your money up. You're not funny. Let's see the wallets. No Delph, Lady Fee, Marie with the 10. Pound super chat. Verily, my liege, doth splitteth the facts, me lords and ladies. Pay heed to the Swami, and let's get Savi working that wrist next week, people of the realm. Playing Def Jam. Oh, Fight for New York on my OGX on the Lord's Day. Ooh, that's a classic. Black Ronin, $2 super chat. When do we forget Xbox is DirectX from Windows? Okay.
Yeah, DirectX 13 next year, bro.
We got Recathon Prime with the $10 super chat.
That's wild, crazy.
That is wild. King is on point. Because if the new Xbox can access PlayStation games through Steam, there's no reason to buy a PlayStation 6. Hashtag no PlayStation 6. Hashtag death of exclusives. All right, he riding. Blue, $2 super chat. It's Jesus Christ. Okay. Brand Mac 31. That was the most random super chat. That's the move. Ease development. Saves and achievements in one place. Play anywhere if the front end is available everywhere. Slow-mo backslap. Member for 60 months. Lord Bronze with a very messy division super chat. Isaac Transmission. Detecting real sequel. Content loading. RE 3rd division release. Destiny comparison. Error. Content now. We got new content coming out Tuesday. You gonna stop. That was good though. LeBum 98 with the.
I thought you just said LeBum.
I thought it was LeBum, but it was LeBurn 98 with the Canadian, I guess, $5 super chat. If publishers skip the Xbox version in favor of Steam, what does that mean for console-only PC delayed releases like GTA 6, College Football 25, MLB The Show, etc.? Good question. We got to see how they figure it out. Slow-mo backslap. $10 super chat. Since I'm spending this money to get soft to two-hand fist that metallic glizzy. That was wild. Let me just say I've 100% Expedition 33 on 3 platforms. It should be game of the year, but when the actual voters don't play. I think you got it, Slow. I think this is going to be the one. I'm pulling for it. Shout out to Oh No, it's Bald Banana Man. $2 super chat. Hashtag Potato Station Handheld. Yeah, you've been watching them frontline videos. I see what you're doing. Rook, we already got Spartan with the memberships. We got you, man. He says so much love. And finally, Cedric H, member for 59 months. Appreciate y'all. Let's get the hell out of here because we went crazy today. Lord Addict, where can the people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Follow me on Twitter, Lord Addict ILP. You can find me on YouTube at Gaming Addict and Addict Arena. Probably go back to the Altars this week sometime on Addict Arena.
That third act is hard, bro.
Yeah, play that. I have been playing Bravery Default, the remaster. After the podcast, you'll be directed to that review. Hopefully, you guys enjoy that. Spent like almost 60 hours playing that game, so. Definitely go in there and hit that like button, man. Watch that. I appreciate it. You know, I'm a little nervous. Normally, I don't release reviews so late. It's been out for almost a month, but I did notice that a lot of people haven't looked up that, and I think it's because it was only a Switch 2 title. So I'm hoping that goes up as time goes on. But I really appreciate some support on that video, guys. Yeah, please send some support. He out here working hard. A lot of content up. Plus, we putting up a lot of content. Addict's been editing on the back end. Super, super dope. So really appreciate the support. Go support him. Go check him out. Lord King, where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
First, I want to give a shout out to Robert Keller for coming through with his great lordsofgaming.net coverage of the Switch 2.
Yes,
and
sir.
this great breakdown of what was going on with Donkey Kong
And Diddy
Banana. That was
broke
crazy.
the internet with that one.
And I definitely love when Jez comes through. He ended with a bang. Pause. Like really, I tell you guys, don't ever leave the show. We give you a show all the way through till when we reading these super chats. The credits go up. We're gonna give
had like
you
4 moments today. That was wild funny.
I want to thank Sal for coming back.
Yeah.
And being here, and he's getting into his regular cadence.
Even though he's not gonna be here next week.
Yeah, he's not gonna be here next week, but he's gonna shake that weight when he get
He's
back.
gonna shake
here.
that weight though.
This is so coincidence.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to the realm that pulled up for when I screamed, "Yo, not like this, y'all."
They showed out. Yeah, they showed out.
So y'all dudes, y'all been really holding us down forever, and it's because of you dudes we're gonna get to Tokyo. We do have conversations that we're having in the background with some crazy stuff, but for all of you guys that haven't heard what I had to say earlier today, Advanced GG, Iron Lords, Cold Iron Lord 30.
Woo!
Right now, what got me through this show is hydration, white grape, right? And I feel great, but I also I cheated. I took some boosts. I was boosted this whole show. I was boosting this whole show. But yeah, you gotta catch me.
Vitamin boosts.
Yeah, you gotta catch me because man, I ain't gonna be that easy to catch. But you understand? I'm on my Barry Bonds with this. But
yes,
this was a great show today. Y'all can catch me on Xbox Frontline News, where I'm dropping news daily with an Xbox flavor. So if you felt that Xbox is underrepresented, I don't know why you ain't following me. I don't know why I'm not your best. You should get over there and see exactly what I got to offer you. If you like me here, you love me there. That's exactly what I'm going to give you. But if you like me playing video games, well, I do that on Frontline Gaming streams every day. Like today, before we went live, I was playing Doom the Dark Ages. And yeah, I'm playing on easy. Why? Because the king need to finish these games. They're dropping too many games at a rapid pace, and I can't keep up. It's like a Pacquiao fight. They're about to knock me out, B. But I ain't going out like that. I'll put it on easy mode, boom, bang, and I'm going to get through this thing. If I can get an easy mode.
There was a couple times playing that I got annoyed.
Wait, what you call it? Yeah, because those demons is crazy. So if I could put Expedition 33 on easy mode, guess who's going to do it? I'm going to do it.
Finish these games, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't care about none of these dudes. I'm going to tell you right now, it was my money that did this. Why? I got Game Pass.
We was playing Atari Clicker with one life and no save states.
Bro, leaving my Nintendo
on just to play. Like nobody gonna talk to you about
my mom's coming in, cleaning my room, touching my Nintendo, and I'm freaking out, having anxiety attacks with Mega Man. Thank God for codes. But yo, me and Addict gonna stream this week. Addict and I got some R&Rs coming up. If y'all saw Dip Down in Anime and myself, I'm on Kaiju number 8, and it's heating up. Remember I told you it was whack? Well, Kaiju number 8 started heating up, and the boy is on it. So Thursdays we go in. We're going to get that up to the Patreon. So sub to our Patreon and sub to Dip Down in Anime to get that. Lord Addict and I got some movies. I saw Karate Kid Legends last night.
Oh, yeah. I heard good things, right?
Oh, my God.
I'm curious Addict's take, because that's an old classic.
He didn't see it yet, right? So Addict is going to see it.
It'll be Tuesday.
Yeah, he's going to see it. When Addict,
I like that.
That's
I like
right.
That. You got that theater there. That's what's up.
When Addict see it, we're going to talk about it. I got to say this. That Will Smith, Jaden Smith, Karate Kid, that was a nice thing, and it was cute for that. It really felt like it was disconnected from the Karate Kid universe type of thing for me. Okay. In a sense, I think this is how you wrap it up. This is how you tie it up. And this how you can go further with it. I love the actors and stuff in it. So Addict and I will expound on that on R&R with the Lords. Nice. Addict and I are back in the building. He got a movie theater. They got a popcorn tray table where he can get busy at.
A butter table too.
Yeah, butter table. Yeah. And me and Cog is going to do a Kara. Me and Cog is going to do a Kara. So also,
I gotta do that.
Going to the movies, we might have to do a challenge. We might have to get Cog and some new Crocs. Y'all saw those Crocs that I put up? Y'all like that? So let's get him in some Dragon Ball Z, some
have
bleachy bleach Crocs.
Soft stuff to catch up with before we even think about me.
That's great. Yeah, I think you guys will enjoy this. Look what popped up on my
Cog in the Charizard suit.
What they do? Let me see.
Hey yo.
How they got my man? Don't do that to my man. Yo. They disrespectful to Clive.
And
So
this is a Naruto gift. This is Itachi and Uchiha, and this is Sasuke.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Clive. They doing metaphor. They doing metaphor for
face on it. They put his face.
Oh,
on it.
they put metaphor on the anime dudes. Okay, I got
it's
you.
Mad ridiculous. We got a super chat that popped in.
Okay, no doubt. Got you. Shout out to Machine XP. $5 super chat. I just thought of something. Is it possible we could see subsidized next generation consoles at the start, and at the back end of the gen they raise it up again?
Nope.
Sorry to hear you, man. I don't know, brother. Again. I don't know about that. I think the days of the subsidizing is over, at least especially on the Xbox side.
The only reason why the PlayStations is selling as low right now is because they still have that 20 million that's in the States. Yeah. When that thing runs out, you guys, it's up for you bums.
Anyway, look, man, again, pin to the chat one last time. You got until Monday, Lords. Please support us, Advanced GG. Go out there, go to advanced.gg, get your focus, get your energy, get your hydration. Again, if you don't care about none of that, you want vitamins, go get your boost. We talk about that. And if you don't care about none of that and you want some cool shakers, you can use code Iron Lord without the 30 and get 10% off for your NFL or for your MLB, you know what I'm saying? Get your sports tees, you know what I mean? And your NBA. So what's up?
God, you didn't talk to him about the new merch store. We broke the fourth wall.
Oh, we broke the fourth wall. Actually, if a lot of people have been purchased, shout out to Back for Dead. Now you will see on the ILP account, if you go to the store on the YouTube page, the store is up. You got our Road to Tokyo stuff. We're adding more products. My man Back for Day, he got the ILP hat. He got the Road to Tokyo shirts. We got tons of stuff coming, adding stuff more frequently each day. And when you guys get it, go check it out. Let us know how the quality is. Let us know. I'm seeing that they're telling us that it's being shipped to people when they receive it. And we got tracking information.
A first delivery to somebody that got it.
Wow.
So y'all guys don't have to wait years or months or anything.
How impressive is that? Versus other companies.
Coming July 1st, we got a special thing that we're going to do for you guys.
Yes.
If y'all see any of that stuff, you see that jersey that's in the back of COG right there? Well, stay tuned, guys.
Hold on. Shout out to General. So does Advanced take Snap? I'm not sure, but they do. I think they get some other payment methods if you want to do that. We need some NHL. I feel you, Serve. They working on it right now. MLB. K. Josh, we got the Bears. Go over there, man. I'm telling you, man. Go to advanced.gg.com. Put in code ILO. Get the 10% off them ice shakers. These shakers are fire. And people don't realize it keeps stuff cold. If you want stuff hot, it stays hot. If you want stuff cold, it stays cold. Love these shakers. They are the best internally.
Yeah,
they're the truth, man. Love these. So anyway, that's what we got. Shout out to
you guys next week.
Yeah, Omar to War. Gonna hit that Advanced GG right now. Again, hurry up because you got until tomorrow for the promotion to end. This is our monthly promotion. Go support. Remember, for 17 months, he's gonna hit that Advanced GG right now. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Appreciate y'all. Anything else, Addict? Or we out?
Nope.
Peace.
Peace.